Hello, network stations. This is the Bulldog Radio Network from IMG. We are counting you down to today's University of Georgia broadcast. On my mark, it will be 14 minutes until airtime. Attention stations, should you need any assistance before or during this broadcast, please call the Bulldog Radio affiliate helpline at area code 336-831-0861. If you experience any satellite issues, please call area code 336-831-0851. Your next time cue will be with 14 minutes until airtime. 14-minute stations, 14 minutes until this broadcast on the Bulldog Radio Network from IMG. Your next time cue will come at 13 minutes until airtime. Mark, 13-minute stations, 13 minutes until this broadcast on the Bulldog Radio Network from IMG. Your next time cue will come at 12 minutes until airtime. Mark, 12-minute stations, 12 minutes until this broadcast on the Bulldog Radio Network from IMG. Your next time cue will come at 11 minutes until airtime. Mark, 11-minute stations, 11 minutes until this broadcast on the Bulldog Radio Network from IMG. Your next time cue will come at 10 minutes until airtime. Attention stations, should you need any assistance before or during this broadcast, please call the Bulldog Radio Affiliate Helpline at area code 336-831-0861. If you experience any satellite issues, please call area code 336-831-0851. Your next time cue will be with 10 minutes until airtime. Mark, 10-minute stations, 10 minutes until this broadcast on the Bulldog Radio Network from IMG. Your next time cue will come with 9 minutes until airtime. 9-minute stations, 9 minutes until this broadcast on the Bulldog Radio Network from IMG. Your next time cue will come at 8 minutes until airtime. Mark, 8-minute stations, 8 minutes until this broadcast on the Bulldog Radio Network from IMG. Your next time cue will come at 7 minutes until airtime. Mark, 7-minute stations, 7 minutes until this broadcast on the Bulldog Radio Network from IMG. Your next time cue will come at 6 minutes until airtime. Attention stations, should you need any assistance before or during this broadcast, please call the Bulldog Radio Affiliate Helpline at area code 336-831-0861. If you experience any satellite issues, please call area code 336-831-0851. Your next time cue will be with 6 minutes until airtime. Mark, 6-minute stations, 6 minutes until this broadcast on the Bulldog Radio Network from IMG. Your next time cue will come at 5 minutes until airtime. Mark, 5-minute stations, 5 minutes until this broadcast on the Bulldog Radio Network from IMG. Your next time cue will come at 4 minutes until airtime. Mark, 4-minute stations, 4 minutes until this broadcast on the Bulldog Radio Network from IMG. Your next time cue will come at 3 minutes until airtime. Mark, 3-minute stations, 3 minutes until this broadcast on the Bulldog Radio Network from IMG. Your next time cue will come at 2 minutes until airtime. One last time, stations, please be advised that should you need any assistance before or during this broadcast, call the Bulldog Affiliate Helpline at area code 336-831-0861. If you experience any satellite issues, please call area code 336-831-0851. Your next time cue will be with 2 minutes until airtime. Mark, 2-minute stations, 2 minutes until this broadcast on the Bulldog Radio Network from IMG. Your next time cue will come with 1 minute until airtime.
One-minute stations, 1 minute until airtime. Your next time cue will be with 30 seconds until airtime. Studios, when you hear, please start your archive recording. Stations, you're coming up on 30 seconds until airtime. On my mark, 30 seconds until airtime. And there it is. So please start your archive recording. Mark, 30 second stations. Your next and final time cue will be with 15 seconds until airtime. Stations, please be advised that you must disable your streaming to websites and apps during this IMG broadcast. Coming up on 15 seconds until airtime, Mark, 15 second stations. Have fun.
The following is a presentation of the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. Game day is finally here.
And the Georgia people hungry. So much on the line, and the fans are ready for it.
The perfect way to begin your Georgia football game day.
Hit the backfield and knocked in the other direction. Oh, wow.
We're ready to go. We got a great opportunity.
Bounces out right, still running. 10, 5, pylon, touchdown.
Everybody's just taking that next step.
35-30, he's got a convoy, he's got to go, touchdown.
This place is always rocking.
Our exclusive pregame coverage of Georgia football kicks off with Dog Talk Pregame. Presented by Aaron's. Lease to own top brands in furniture, electronics, and appliances with no credit needed at Aaron's. As you prepare for today's game, why not share your thoughts with us? Give us a call at 1-888-81-DOGS. That's 1-888-813-2947. Or join the conversation on Twitter using the hashtag UGADogTalk. Now, here are your hosts, Jeff Dantzler and Kevin Butler.
It is New Year's Day in New Orleans, and Georgia tangles with Texas in the Sugar Bowl. These two royal programs meeting for the first time since the famed 10-9 Bulldogs victory in Dallas back on January the 2nd, 1984. And a good afternoon from the Hilton Riverside in New Orleans in Drago's Restaurant, along with our network studio producer, Zach Jewell, our on-site producer-engineer, Adam Gillespie, and my co-host, Bulldogs and Bears Hall of Fame legend, Kevin Butler. I'm Jeff Dantzler, and what a stage for these two royal programs, two of the great traditions, Kevin, in the history of college football, and where better to meet again than the old Louisiana Superdome.
Well, it is one of the big ones, and this is going to be a big game. I think both of these teams have had enough time to prepare, certainly physically and mentally. They're rested, so I think you're seeing both teams come out and try to be very aggressive. I think that's the one thing that Texas has talked about. They've talked about trying to come out and be much more physical of a football team. That's how they see you have to be if you're going to compete in the SEC. And I think that they're definitely mentally set to come out and really have a war today. And it's going to be interesting to see how Georgia shows up. You know, I feel that Coach Smart and his staff do a wonderful job of keeping this team focused. But this is a different challenge. When you go to the championship game, you lose it like we did, all of a sudden you find yourself trying to be motivated. Once you get here, I think it's very easy to be motivated, but sometimes that's a little too late for some of the teams. So you hope they prepared well, and you hope that they bring their A game today, because I think there's going to be a lot of fire coming out of each nostril for both teams when they kick it off in about 4 hours.
Yeah, so happy to be here at the Hilton Riverside with Dog Talk pregame presented by Aaron's. We got some great Georgia people here. We got Wes. We've seen John Parker, Bill Young. Just saw the great Mike Cavan walking by. And there goes my favorite sharpshooter. There's number 3, the First Lady, raining them down. Mary Beth got the Dogs ready to rock and roll here tonight, and this has been a fun bowl trip. Hey, we got to hang out with Coach and Miss Dooley yesterday.
Absolutely. It's been a
Scott
great time.
Werner, man, it has been awesome.
Yep, Scott and Coach Dooley got inducted into the Sugar Bowl Hall of Fame today, and then Scott just sent me his life-size cutout and asked me if I could take it back in the car with. I said, absolutely. It'd be the first time I had him in a car that he really didn't talk at all. So I said, you're totally in. Let's go.
Well, KB, we are here at the Scana Energy broadcast stage at the Sugar Bowl. So happy to be back here at the Hilton. Had a great time last night with you and Hondo and with Eric and of course with Adam here as we get everybody ready for the Sugar Bowl. And I was kind of, like a lot of Georgia fans, I think the depression over what happened with Alabama, and then you start thinking, okay, big picture. Hey, 2 years ago we barely beat Nicholls State, and now here we are back-to-back going to the Rose Bowl and then the Sugar Bowl, beating Tech 2 straight years, beating Florida 2 straight years, the margins of victory, 22 wins, KB, the last 2 years by at least 14 points. And then when we started coming in on the bridge over Lake Pontchartrain, I swear, I almost teared up. It kind of took me back. The first Sugar Bowl I came to was a Penn State game for the 82 season, and I remember how giddy I was coming in. and I started getting that feeling again because for old dogs like us, Georgia being in the Sugar Bowl is very special. And then you have that tie-in because of the 3 straight Sugar Bowls. Then, of course, the next year in the Cotton Bowl, the famous victory over Texas. So this really ties all that in. That was the golden era, and we're in the early stages of another golden era now.
Yeah, we are, and we think that this will be a nice chapter to it today. And I think the fun part about the bowl games for both teams is you get to compare yourself to some of the nation's best teams, and certainly when you look at Texas, you know how Texas and Oklahoma are always battling for the title there, and so now you have a chance to go out there and match yourself against somebody that you don't see a lot. We certainly haven't seen Texas in a lot of years, but this is a program that, just like you said, is rich in history. has a lot of pride. And has some great wins under their belt this year, and also they have some tremendous talent. And I think that talent is tried to be showcased today, and it really starts with their receivers on offense, and that's something that is going to be a challenge to Georgia, and it's really going to be a challenge to that front line. Again, we talk about their talent at the receivers, but when you get in a big game like this, Jeff, you don't have to go back to the drawing board. It starts in the trenches, and that's where Georgia might have that edge today, especially on our offensive line. Being able to establish that run game is going to be the most important thing for Georgia. If Texas is able to limit that rush game, you're going to see a whole different ball game than what Georgia and the fans have been seeing since that LSU loss.
Yeah, that's exactly right, KB. When Georgia is running effectively, the Dogs throw when the Dogs want to, not when the Dogs have to.
Absolutely, and that's something that gives any defense trouble. And this defense has not been the best defenses that Texas has certainly put out, and they know that. But they are able to complement it with a high-powered offense that will look at you and go, okay, we'll outscore you. And that's going to be the challenge today for the Georgia's defense. You got to try to match them on the offensive side, and then when we're on defense, we need to get them off that field 2 to 3, 4 times. That's going to be the key to the game.
Well, this is our 14th edition of Dog Talk Pregame presented by Aaron's, and Georgia fans, it's easy to get started leasing to own top name brands in furniture, electronics, and appliances at Aaron's. As always, there's no credit needed. Aaron's offers flexible payment options and free delivery and setup. Shop in-store or online at aarons.com. And what is so funny, if you think back to college football history, Oklahoma last year, Texas this year. For me, coming up, when I thought of Texas, I thought of defenses and Earl Campbell. Last year with Oklahoma, I'm thinking Billy Sims and J.C. Watts. It's a different era now in this Big 12 deal. These teams, Oklahoma last year, Texas this year, they live on throwing the football. That's what they do. So you would think, well, the key is slowing down that pass game. That's going to be important. What's really important, though, Georgia's run defense is going to be vital to the success for the Bulldogs here tonight, because to me the biggest reason Oklahoma had the big offensive showing against Georgia in the Rose Bowl was what Rodney Anderson, their run game, did. Yeah. We knew Mayfield was going to move the ball through the air. So we know Texas, they're going to have success throwing the football. If that run game gets going, boy, our defense is going to be in trouble.
Well, it is, and I think what you need to do is they're going to spread you out. So they're going to get the two wideouts on either side, and they're going to kind of get that defense a little bit thinner, and then they're going to try to hit you in the middle. And if that does break through that first line, all of a sudden you're going to see a lot of similarities to what we saw in the first half of that Rose Bowl last year. You don't want to give Texas an opportunity to throw the ball when they want to, and that's the key. You know they're going to throw the ball, but put them in those longer third down situations, and that's what it really starts with, Jeff. Good defensive play up front, and those linebackers. We've got to have linebackers that now can cover. We're gonna really see what Roquan Smith did for us last year in that game. But you've seen young linebackers come up for Georgia and have really made some great plays as the season went on, and that's what's going to be fun. We're going to see a lot of young talent out there today. Not really sure how young this Texas team is, but as we see guys come off our sideline in the Georgia red, that they are some young guys out there, but they're not inexperienced. Had a lot of playing time, and today's just another notch that they're going to be able to go out there and prove themselves.
Yeah, these guys have had a month to get ready, too, and that's a lot of times you'll see the growth and maturation of these true freshmen. Let's jump to the phones. The numbers, if you'd like to join us, 888-813-2947. That is 888-81-DOGS. You can tweet us. Adam over there, he's at RoadDog680. KB, of course, is at The Real Butthead. Yours truly at Jeff Dantzler TV. And, of course, hashtag UGA Dog Talk. We go to Daryl. Daryl, thank you for holding it. Good afternoon to you, and welcome to Dog Talk Pregame presented by Aaron's.
I want to say go Dogs, and let's go beat them Longhorns. Them Longhorns are babies. How about them Dogs?
All right, Daryl, bringing it in there, and you can certainly feel the energy. KB, Emily, and I went and we walked around town for about an hour and a half this morning, and seeing the red and black and all the Texas burnt orange there was certainly very exciting. And this much we know: you played in 2 huge Sugar Bowls here. You won a Super Bowl here for the Chicago Bears. Nobody puts on a big event like New Orleans, Louisiana. They know how to do it, baby.
They really do, and we see the high school bands are here today, and it's it's festive. I mean, it really is. They're gonna kick off here 2019 with the Sugar Bowl, and all of a sudden you're going to be in the Mardi Gras, and then they're going to find their way back here real quick. And this town never sleeps, and it's a lot of fun. And I think the Georgia fans really have enjoyed this trip. And the way we need to close it out is with a victory. And if we can do that, there'll be one more night that people are having a lot of fun here in New Orleans before they head back to Georgia. But it is great. I mean, the host committees have been super for the teams. You've heard nothing but each coach mention about how they've been treated here. This is a major bowl, and you should conduct yourself like that when you hit the field. And that's what we're expecting to see from the University of Georgia and Texas University, and that's something that is going to make it fun. It's going to be a good competitive ball game, and hey, it's in the right place for it. This is a great city for a great bowl game.
All right, sure. It's Georgia and Texas in the Sugar Bowl. That is mighty, mighty big, as we are live from the Scana Energy stage at the Hilton Riverside here in New Orleans, right next to Drago's, where they have some tremendous oysters and a lot of TVs on
and
college
they got
football.
Some gambling right next door.
I noticed that.
I heard that. Adam went over there, won about $45,000 last night.
And by the way, we're going to drive Zach crazy. We'll say Adam's wanting to give away some of that money, to our 10th caller there.
Yeah.
Zach will get mad at us if we do that. There.
How much are you going to give away?
Adam, $2 grand. There you go.
$2 grand.
So to our third caller today, 888-81
30th caller.
30th caller of the day. Zach's about to assassinate us. We got to run into a timeout. We'll come back and break this thing down. That's what the talking head said. We're going to break it down for you. Well, we got a lot of Georgia and Texas talk coming up.
We are going to break it down.
We're going to talk, what are some of the other catchphrases? Schematically, we're going to talk about brands and footprints.
Sure.
All that new stuff.
Do's and don'ts.
Do's and don'ts. I love it. He's Kevin Butler. I'm Jeff Dantzler. Thanks so much for being with us on Dog Talk Pregame, presented by Aaron's on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
When you are the official sponsor of the comeback, adding a few feet to a drive matters.
First down.
So does shaving 1/10 of a second off a lap. Top-rated surgery, physical therapy, and motion analysis by the sports medicine team at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta helps young athletes not only prevent injuries, but heal faster and return stronger, ready to win. Our more than 25 orthopedic and sports medicine locations are ready to assist your athlete's comeback. To learn more, visit choa.org/sportsmed.
I'm John Addison, a lifetime Bulldog fan, Georgia graduate, and the chairman of distribution for Primerica, the largest independent financial services marketing company in North America. Primerica is a Main Street company for Main Street families. We help people from all walks of life achieve their goals and dreams by offering common sense financial solutions to today's challenges. As a Georgia-based company, Primerica is proud to continue to sponsor Georgia football. Go Dogs!
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hey Bulldog fans, with Aaron's, having what you want is much easier than you think. Because now you can lease to own all the brands you love in furniture, electronics, and appliances. Yes, all those things you've always dreamed of. At Aaron's, you don't need credit, and you have flexible payment options so you can pay little by little until you own it. Plus, delivery and setup are free, so you can just focus on enjoying. Visit us in-store or at aarons.com and discover for yourself how easy it is to have what you want. Certain restrictions apply. See store for details.
You couldn't miss that wedding, birthday party, or whatever event you felt obligated to attend. So you missed the game. And more importantly, the game program. Not to worry. IMGProducts.net has got you covered with official programs and yearbooks from many of the nation's top schools, plus conference and NCAA championships. Visit IMGProducts.net to browse the hundreds of publications available. IMGProducts.net. We've got you covered.
Game day is finally here. Getting you ready for Georgia football on Dog Talk Pregame, presented by Aaron's. The phone lines are open at 1-888-81-DOGS. Or chime in on Twitter with the hashtag UGADogTalk.
Welcome back. It is Dog Talk Pregame, presented by Aaron's, live from the Scana Energy stage here at the Hilton Riverside. We got a great crew with us. The legendary Hall of Fame Bulldog and Bear, Kevin Butler, Adam Gillespie, Zach Jewell. I'm Jeff Dantzler. Good to see. I got my old protege over there, my buddy Houston Gaines, and his beautiful other half. Houston has to refer to her as Your Majesty. There's Avalon, the homecoming queen.
That's right.
And she's nodding, saying, yeah, that's exactly right.
Exactly,
Your Majesty, call me that. So it's a great day here, and, everybody all smiles. And, KB, another thing about these night games, like we said, nobody does it like New Orleans. Man, I'm starting to get antsy, and I would imagine the players, too. Everybody's down here having a good time. Of course, the primary focus is on the game, but now you've had all these other games being played on New Year's Day, and this is going to be the nightcap, Georgia and Texas. So at this point, and you played in a lot of these, I got to think the players, they're probably about ready to jump out of their cleats.
Yeah, they are, Jeff. I mean, this is, to me, it's really the worst type of a football game because it's late in the day. It kind of reminds you of the old Monday night footballs, starting at 9 o'clock on the East Coast. So you're getting there. It's a long day. I mean, it really can wear you down. You can sit there and kind of just the tenseness you have can really be a strain on you. So you just really have to put that away and try to fill your time with other things. You certainly can jump into the playbook, but I think even that, at some point, you need to just back off and relax, get mentally fresh, and then if you want to dive back in there when you're heading over to the stadium or something, that's a good time to jump back into that. But you can wear yourself out laying around. I know it sounds kind of silly, but that can happen.
Did you like to watch other games when you played at night?
You do. You I think, whether it's you like watching a movie or if you just like sleeping, a lot of the big uglies, they just lay around like a bear hibernating, and they get ready their own way. So I think to each guy's is different. I knew some players that got so nervous they would physically get sick before games, but another guys that Jim McMahon, you would wonder, what is that dude thinking? I mean, the football was the farthest thing from his mind until it got to the stadium. So, in college, I think it's the same way. You have a lot of kids that come from different backgrounds, and they have different, I guess it's more routines that they do during the day. And it's a challenge when you have to wait around until 8 o'clock at night to kick off, and you got to fill that. So, a lot of it's done for them already by the coaches. They have a walkthrough. They have their pregame dinner. Some of them will have, whether it's some type of religious ceremony or something they might want to go through. So each guy has his time to do what he wants to do. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what time you kick off. You got to be ready because that team that you line up against is going to be ready.
And when you look at the situation now, Kevin, when you've had the full month, and this is a time when you'll see a lot of young players make progress because you've had that month, and the coaches really, and Kirby talked about this the other day, you've had some time to really work with these younger players. So I think it's a deal, too. Don't be surprised if there's a surprise player for each one of these teams, and especially with that new red shirt rule where you can still get the shirt if you only play in 4 games. So maybe some guys who only played in a couple of games really made some leaps during this month off since the last game. So from that standpoint, I guess it kind of evens out because Kirby might be thinking, okay, I might have a little secret weapon here, but Tom Herman's probably got one too.
Yeah, you think that, anytime you get to these bowl games, I think you put in that bowl play, that trickster play right there. And, I don't think Georgia's done too well this year at the trick plays. So hopefully we can stay away from those and really just concentrate on what we do the best, and that's going out there and establishing the run game. But, all the time, I think the bowl game and what the bowl game does for the University of Georgia from a standpoint of competition is, you're setting that depth chart for next year, and you want to get out and get off to a good start. Today, you make a statement out there, especially if you're a rising sophomore, a rising junior, or even a rising freshman. Just like you said, trying to get that playing time. This is a big game to be evaluated in.
Well, and I think a good example of that would be Azeez Ojulari, who is an elite recruit for Georgia. He injured his knee late in his senior season, really didn't play all that much this year, but Kirby talked about it in this month we've had since the Alabama game. He has really put in the work, getting healthy, and makes the jump. So that's the type of player. Who knows how much he plays here tonight, but that's a good example of somebody who's cashed in and has taken advantage of this practice opportunity.
Yeah, you take advantage of it. And just like like you say, you don't know how it'll be with him when he gets in here and how he plays. Well, one thing you know he's not in game shape right now, and there's a big difference. I think athletes will tell you they feel of not being in game shape. They feel it probably the next day, and all of a sudden they're a little bit more sore, and they go, I've been doing all this work, been doing it every day, but when you get in that game and you're getting pushed and you're getting thumped on, all of a sudden your body has to react a little bit different, and that's going to be the challenges for some of those kids today because it's been 30-something days.
Well, a little bit overcast here in New Orleans. The temperature's sitting around the mid-60s, but we are always in style, thanks to our man, Howard Taylor, and the UGA Bookstore. And Bulldog fans, the UGA Bookstore is closing out the football season in style. Something just happened there. I'm guessing LSU might have just clinched it against Central Florida. And what we're rocking today is the quarter zip. There you go. All right, that'll do it. The quarter zip Peter Millar pullover from the UGA Bookstore. It's your source for everything Georgia, whether it's football season, basketball, baseball. UGA Bookstore has the best Georgia gear for everyone, including great brands like Nike, Peter Millar, Tommy Bahama, Vineyard Vines, and Southern Tide. The UGA Bookstore is located next door to Sanford Stadium, online 24/7 at UGABookstore.com. The UGA Bookstore, it's where the dogs shop. And I see my man, the Sandman Will Kirk's got on his Nick Chubb jersey. I see a Roquan over there. I see a Sony Michel. So you can get your Georgia jerseys at the UGA Bookstore, too.
I like it. Why don't they need to have a Jeff Dantzler jersey?
We saw the best.
Was it 00?
00. We saw the best one yesterday, the number 21.
Yeah.
And the name on the back said, "Wish I was."
Wish I was. Wish I was 21.
Oh, my goodness. The Sugar Bowl.
That was down at Bourbon Street, too.
That was big time rocking.
I mean, I tell you what, that's good enough to get you in a bar right there.
Here's the thing. 21's one of those ages, whether you're south or north of it, it's a good age to always strive to be. Because when you're under, you're ready to get there. Yeah. And when you're over,
you're there.
It wasn't a bad spot to be, was it?
It's still not, baby.
888-81-DOGS, 888-813-2947. You can tweet us, Kevin at The Real Butthead. Yours truly at Jeff Dantzler TV. We got a great crowd here at Drago's at the Hilton Riverside, New Orleans, Louisiana. Sugar Bowl, Dogs in Texas. It's Dog Talk pregame presented by Aaron's on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
I'm attorney Ken Nugent, and I'm here with former Bulldog quarterback and radio host Buck Bellew.
Ken's going to donate $500 to 2 members of the military every Bulldogs football game this season.
If you're a member of the military, go to attorneykennugent.com to enter.
And 2 people are going to win $500 every game.
1 click.
That's it.
Ken Nugent, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Call 1-800-CALL-KEN, 1355 Peachtree Street Northeast, Suite 1000, Atlanta, Georgia 30309.
This is head coach Kirby Smart. To win in this conference, you have to be faster, more physical, and more disciplined than the competition. To win in the truck game, you have to do the same. With best-in-class towing and payload, the Ford F-150 allows you to haul more, tow more, and be more efficient. To learn more, visit buyfordnow.com. F-150, the official truck of the Georgia Bulldogs.
When properly configured, class is full-size pickups under 8,500 pounds. GVWR based on Ford segmentation.
Georgia, Texas. This is the Sugar Bowl on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
At Kubota, we believe a utility vehicle should do more than take you places. That's why our all-new Sidekick is built to do it all. Power, performance, and handling comes standard with Kubota's 48-horsepower gasoline engine and worry-free CVT Plus transmission. Climb more hills, tow more weight, and cover more ground faster. Cross over to more with the all-new Kubota RTV Sidekick. Head into your local Kubota dealership to test drive one today. Find your local Kubota dealer at GoKubota.com.
Whoever said less is more hasn't spent enough time in the Southeastern Conference. Here, it's all about more. More techie, more frenzy, more friendly, more rowdy, more quirky, non-negotiable traditions, more time of your life, more ways to turn 120 credit hours into all kinds of open doors. More of everything the college experience is all about. Yeah, in the SEC, it just means more.
Welcome back to Dog Talk Pregame, presented by Aaron's. And Bulldog fans, it's easy to get started leasing on top name brands in furniture, electronics, and appliances at Aaron's. As always, there's no credit needed. Aaron's offers flexible payment options and free delivery and setup. Shop in-store or online at Aaron's.com. Jeff Dantzler of Bulldogs and Bears Hall of Fame legend Kevin Butler with you. Thanks to Adam Gillespie and Zach Jewell for all of their great work all season long. And KB, here we are at the culmination of another great season. And obviously what's most important, winning here tonight. And what that does, it puts a stamp on an outstanding 2018 and sends you into 2019 with even more momentum. I mean, we know Georgia's going to be ranked in the preseason top 3 or 4. And just a little word looking to the future, Atlanta, New Orleans. We know where the SEC championship game is. One of the semifinals is in Atlanta, and the national title game will be right here. It would be nice for Georgia to go ahead and put a little footprint down in the Superdome, wouldn't it?
Well, it would be. It would be a great start to next year, and there's two ways to look at it. Just like you said, it's a great finish to an already spectacular year. I think Georgia certainly this year exceeded my expectations. I really felt like we had some growing pains to go through this year with the youth that we were bringing on, but pleasantly surprised with the output that our young players had this year. And the consistency they played with, that was really, I think, to me, one of the biggest factors was, not that so much that we had young kids out there, but the consistency they played with, except for the one blemish in midseason. I was really pleased, and my expectations were certainly exceeded.
No, I agree with you. And all 11 of those wins coming by at least 14 points. And, we've talked about this. When Kirby got the job, I think this was kind of the year everybody looked at because we all assumed that Nick Chubb and Sonny Michel turned pro after 2016. Well, they come back. That ramps up everything. We have that great season last year, lose all this talent with Roquan Smith. And we know with the way Georgia's recruited, 2019 and 2020, the future's so bright. So this was that bridge season with so many young guys. We didn't really know what to expect. And, boy, this team went out there, Kevin. They put in the work, and they got themselves back in position again.
Yeah, they did. And that was the fun part and the challenge. We've seen some young guys really come on to the forefront and become mainstays. And all of a sudden we see that, somebody like Swift, we saw him play this year at 70%, 80%. But when we get him at 100%, it's just bigger than big.
All right, well, speaking of bigger than big, January the 2nd, 1984, that man to our left. He scored the tying touchdown, and you kicked the winning extra point. The great John Lastinger.
Hey, John.
Horns down, baby.
Horns down, baby. There you go, John.
So great to see John Lastinger here and his beautiful wife, Suzanne.
We saw them last night at dinner, and it was awful nice of John to pick up the tab for us. That was
He doesn't know that yet, but that was very kind. It wasn't quite 4 digits.
No.
Not quite.
Well, the tip was.
Yeah, but
he tips big anyway.
It's like 960 something.
Absolutely.
So, and you know what's so crazy? That great 83 team, this is the first time these two programs have met since then. You'd think they both had so much success that our paths would have crossed at some point, but it's been a long time.
Well, yeah, Texas has had a national championship, and they've been at the top for a long time, and they've experienced those BCS bowl games, and they've been around the block, and we're still trying to get around the block there at Georgia, and we are getting closer, and that's something that you build on. And today's going to be one of those stepping stones. If the team that steps up today and takes control of this game is really going to be looked at as a qualifier for next year, and that's the importance of this game, and that's why I don't find it going to be hard for either one of these teams to be focused. I just think that you find some teams, and you go back to Auburn last year, that they came out and they said they weren't excited to be at a bowl game, and they showed. You haven't heard Georgia talk about that. A lot of respect for this Texas team, and certainly a lot of respect for the Sugar Bowl, and they know that being here just doesn't come by chance.
Well, you talk about the Sugar Bowl capping off New Year's Day. We'll give you a Comcast Business Scoreboard update after we pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. And it's time for a Comcast Business Scoreboard update. The early games have all gone final. LSU held off UCF 40-32. Kentucky getting a huge win over Penn State 27-24. And in the Outback Bowl, Mississippi State lost to Iowa 27-22. State literally, KB, had the win in their hands.
Yeah, they did. It bounced right into the hands of their opponent, and that kind of sealed the deal for them. But that was a good hard-fought game. Very physical game out there, and I think the UCF game, LSU game was very physical. 2 LSU players were ejected in, I think, the first half alone for targeting. And, you saw a team out there trying to prove that they belong and that the police cars have national championships on them for some reason. I'm not sure what reason, but that's over with now. They did lose, but they are a very competitive program. There ain't no doubt about that.
Yeah, no doubt. And you've got Washington and Ohio State just about set to go with the granddaddy of them all. Scoreboard update brought to you by Comcast Business. Comcast Business, beyond fast. We are 30 minutes in. It's the Dogs and the Longhorns. We are live from the Hilton Riverside here at Drago's. About to put down some oysters here. Dog Talk pregame, presented by Aaron's on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hey, Bulldog fans. With Aaron's, having what you want is much easier than you think. Because now you can lease to own all the brands you love in furniture, electronics, and appliances. Yes, all those things you've always dreamed of. At Aaron's, you don't need credit, and you have flexible payment options so you can pay little by little until you own it. Plus, delivery and setup are free, so you can just focus on enjoying. Visit us in-store or at aarons.com and discover for yourself how easy it is to have what you want. Certain restrictions apply. See store for details.
Get ready for kickoff at the UGA Bookstore, featuring the best Bulldog gifts and apparel. Shop all the great brands at the UGA Bookstore like Nike, Peter Millar, 47 brand, Tommy Bahama, Vineyard Vines, and Southern Tide. If it's red and black and you want it, they've got it at the UGA Bookstore in the heart of campus next to the Tate Student Center. Shop online 24/7 at UGABookstore.com. The UGA Bookstore, it's where dogs shop.
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
At PT Solutions Physical Therapy, we're proud to be an official partner of UGA. In sports, getting to the next level takes lots of talent and lots of work. At PT Solutions, we believe that every young athlete deserves the opportunity to chase his or her dream. That's why you'll find our therapists and trainers on the fields and sidelines at every level, helping athletes stay healthy and be at their best. We hope you'll visit us at over 40 Georgia locations or at ptsolutions.com.
Did you know termites can fit into gaps as thin as your fingernail? So why in tarnation would you trust bait stations that are spaced 20 feet apart? Neil Hondo Williamson here from my friends at Breda Pest Management. At Breda, every inch of your home is protected, and the annual renewal fee is locked in at under $200. Get better termite protection and more value, all for a better price with Breda Pest Management. BREDA Pest.com.
Dog Talk pregame, presented by Aaron's, continues now with Jeff Dantzler and Georgia Hall of Famer Kevin Butler. Share your thoughts with the guys on the phone at 1-888-81-DOGS. That's 1-888-813-2947. Or join the conversation on Twitter using the hashtag UGA Dog Talk.
Welcome back from the Scana Energy Stage here at the Hilton Riverside. Dragos, it is Dog Talk pregame presented by Aaron's, where it's easy to get started leasing on top-name brands in furniture, electronics, and appliances. At Aaron's, as always, there's no credit needed. Aaron's offers flexible payment options and free delivery and setup. Shop in-store online at Aaron's.com. And KB, I want to take just a moment to thank Adam Gillespie and Zach Jewell for all the great work they did all year. And this is pretty awesome getting this baby done, to get to do the show last night and the show here today.
Well, it really is. It was very nice of them to be accommodating here at the hotel, and it's great to have Bulldog fans here listening and watching and getting fired up for the game. So we get to see some past players come through with Lastinger and Scott Warner and Scotty Williams yesterday. It was a lot of fun to see those people. But now it turns to the players at hands, the one that are going to be putting the jerseys on tonight, and really excited to see not only how they bounce back, but I just enjoy watching this offense play. And the defense has been such a good complement to that offense this year. It has made this season a really enjoyable one, and you can really see where this program is going. There's no question about what kind of product's going to be out there next year, and it's just fun to see the new pieces play even harder today.
Well, and I think you hit on the word fun there. Now, we could do some Elsabeth Kubler-Ross like psychological examinations on all kinds of Georgia fans, but let's face it, through the years, watching our beloved Bulldogs play, KB, it could be nerve-wracking. These last 2 years, we're learning to really look forward to watching this team play. Now, obviously, we've always enjoyed the games, but there was always this almost impending sense of doom. Oh, my gosh, what's going to go wrong? What's going to happen? Well, now we're fired up to play, and our fan base is learning, as this team has learned how to win and win on the biggest of stages, to go in expecting great play, expecting big wins.
Well, I think that's what we always talk about. In big games, you look for players to come out there and to make big plays. And we've just got a bevy of players that like to make those plays, that want to have their number called. And I think that's the kind of competition that Coach Smart and his staff have instilled in this program. You get a chance out there, go make your play. Don't wait for it to happen. You go make it happen.
It's going to be a great game here tonight with Georgia and Texas meeting as we are live at the Hilton Riverside in New Orleans, Louisiana. Getting a lot of Go Dogs, always fun walking around the Big Easy and seeing all the Georgia gear. Aaron's presents Dog Talk pregame live from the Scana Energy Stage here at the Hilton in New Orleans, along with Bulldogs great Kevin Butler. I'm Jeff Dantzler, and this is Dog Talk pregame on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Did you know Georgia is one of the leading producers of pecans in the entire world? That's how hard Georgia farmers work to help cultivate the state's economy. And that's why Georgia Farm Bureau cultivates farmers with agricultural research and assistance programs and access to benefits that save families money, like home and auto insurance. You can join online for just a few bucks a year. So, get cracking.
The Walton Gas Champions for Charity game is on. That means every time the Dogs win a regular season game, Walton Gas will donate $1,000 to these local charities: Camp Twin Lakes, the Salvation Army, the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. And for every bowl game the Dogs win, Walton Gas will donate $5,000. Everyone wins with Walton Gas. Always low rates, always great service. Put your game face on and be a champion for charity. Vote for the charity of your choice at waltongas.com/UGA.
Dogs, Longhorns. This is the Sugar Bowl on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Progressive presents Get Pumped. Inspiration to help you do insurance stuff.
Hey, what's that look on your face? Defeat? You want to save more money? Then start playing as a team! Bundle home and auto with Progressive. That's how you win big savings. What? You need music to get pumped? Let's do this! Hold on, I'm going to turn it up. That's too loud. Yeah, that's better.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
An E-Z-GO vehicle is more than just a golf car. It's a life car. Made to help you make the most out of every minute. Whether you're dropping the kids off at the practice field or cruising around the neighborhood tailgate party, E-Z-GO vehicles are made for life and all the fun that comes with it. Test drive an E-Z-GO vehicle at Fat Boys Golf Carts at 116 Commerce Road in Athens.
Welcome back to the Scana Energy Stage here at the Sugar Bowl. We are at Drago's at the Hilton Riverside, New Orleans, Louisiana, with Dog Talk pregame presented by Aaron's. We got Will, Mackenzie, Travis, and Luke, named for Luke Skywalker.
There you go.
Trying to put a little force on those Texas Longhorns here tonight.
the next generation of Bulldogs right there.
I love it. There's some great fans there. And so we got Chubb, Gurley, and Sony over there. It's three pretty good tailbacks there. By the way, speaking of Georgia becoming tailback U, when this team turned the corner, it coincided with DeAndre Swift getting 100%. And, Kevin, you and I have talked about this for the last couple of months. With Swift at 100%, he and Holyfield, I mean, that's just been version 2 of Chubb and Sony Michel this year.
Well, I said it at the beginning of the year, way back when we did our preseason show. I just felt like this was going to be a more powerful offense than what we had last year. I thought it was going to show in the running game, and certainly are. Where I think we're maybe 44 yards from 2,000 runners, and Holyfield, I expect him to break that 1,000 mark today, and that's just not done that much in college football. Now Georgia's done it 2 years back-to-back with 4 different running backs, and that does speak about running back U, but what it really tells you is that offensive line did a heck of a job. We saw a young one last year. We see a little bit more experience there. This group is the key, and I like to say it like me and you we could gain some yards behind this line of scrimmage, but thank God we don't have to. We've got younger and quicker kids to do that. But anytime a running back looks at the University of Georgia, all they need to do is start with that offensive line. Look at what you're going to have the opportunity to run behind and to be a college football player for 3 to 4 years behind that kind of offensive line. That right now, Sam Pittman is reloading. He's just reloading, and he's stockpiling. We're getting some great depth. We used all that depth this year, and now we're seeing and reaping the benefits from those guys getting in and playing.
Well, and obviously a great offensive line, great tight ends with Charlie Werner and Isaac now, to terrific wide receivers, the elite backs in the quarterback play. Number 11, Jake Fromm. I'm going to give you Coach Dooley. He is a cool operator, and he is one of the best. And I know he's only a sophomore. Kevin, he's one of the best we've ever had, and I expect him to go out and play another great game tonight and head into 2019 with his hair on fire.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, Jake is set a new standard at Georgia for quarterback play, and it's unbelievable. He's got 2,500 yards he's thrown for this year. He's got 27 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. You look on the other side of the ball with Ellinger over for Texas, he's 3,100 yards. They throw the ball a little bit more, but he got 25 TDs and 5 interceptions. So both of these quarterbacks certainly are capable of doing some damage to defenses through the air. The difference for Jake is that running game. Once you put that in, as you said, Jeff, it's Jake's call, or it's our offensive coordinator's call of when we want to put that ball in the air, and we can always put it on the ground and be successful.
Well, and one of the things, and we talked about this last night doing our show, Kevin, what I like when Georgia goes into hurry up, Jake is that coach on the field, so I'll take – when Georgia's going hurry up, that's taking the coaches out of the equation a good bit. I'll take what Jake is prepping with what their defensive captain is prepping every day of the week.
Yeah, he's a student of the game. There's no doubt about it. And you see it, it's funny because you see these guys come off the line. They come off the field, they go to the bench, and right away they start checking out, whether it's still pictures or, in the NFL now you can get that iPad out and you start looking at the plays. And that really is a defining moment. If you get some quarterbacks get over their sideline and maybe they're emotionally not yet ready to sit down and they're walking around getting – Jake goes right over there. That is his routine. He goes and starts prepping for that next series when he's back on the field, wanting to know what they did, seeing if he can see anything or detect anything that defense is doing that they have not already talked about and looked at, and that's where those adjustments are made. He is a great adjuster of a game during a game.
No, he certainly is, and just such a student of the game, as you said, so tremendously accurate. He's athletic, and you talk about a guy whose future is so bright. Listen, 20 years from now, he might succeed Kirby as Georgia's next head coach. He's got that kind of a football mind.
You heard Kirby's leaving in 20 years?
20 years.
Holy.
Or maybe he'll go 25 like Coach do, so in 22 years, but he has that kind of football mind.
Does Mary Beth know about this?
Oh, she's got 22 years. Oh. That also, remember the other day at breakfast, Miss Dooley said that Coach Dooley retired too soon. All that money they're making now.
Yeah, she also told him she would have had a buyout on him, too. which I found was quite
great.
It was quite humorous.
Oh, it has been a great bowl trip. So happy that Emily can make it, that Kathy can make it down. We got the Swearingens in town. There's Carl over there, and our buddy John Parker's over there. I think he's been sitting in this bar since Sunday afternoon. There you go. Thumbs up on that one. There you go, JP.
JP.
Holding it down.
There he is.
Oh, and the great Robbie Kirk rolling in town. He was the MVP of my bachelor party in Las Vegas, Nevada. We got to run into a timeout, but before we do that, I want to tell you about Aaron's, where it is easy to get started leasing on top name brands in furniture, electronics, and appliances at Aaron's. As always, there's no credit needed. Aaron's offers flexible payment options and free delivery and setup. Shop in-store or online at Aaron's.com. And by the way, my buddy Vance Levy, I know for these, thanks to Josh and Josh for getting us in with the travel party on our little, what would you call those, the hospitality room little passes here. It has your name, and then it says adult under it there. So
yours you got an adult.
I got an
year.
adult there. It's like I'm no longer at the kids' tables.
Well, that's what marriage.
I'm an adult.
That's what marriage will do for
got
young
Emily's
men.
Here,
they make young men adults once you get married.
Yeah, so you'll see that out on the Twitterverse, along with a very famous horns down picture. I sent that to the First Lady, and she goes, "Oh my God, is that KB?" And I said, "Oh yeah, it is."
Yeah, it was. It was a good day to do that. Luckily, we were able to do that with about 4 minutes left. It was a tight game till the end, and I know a lot of people are expecting another tight game till the end of the day. So hopefully the Bulldogs can do what we hope they'll do and create that space in between the score and let the Georgia folks have a great night of celebration on Bourbon Street after a football game here.
Keep it rolling. And they do stay open past 2 o'clock here in New Orleans.
They stay open really past the clock. So if your clock quit working, they're still open.
They're open. You're
yes.
all good. You're all good
Absolutely.
there. And, of course, that famous day, January 2, 1984, the most popular question, what's the time in Texas?
10 to 9.
You got that right. It's the Dogs and the Longhorns. How about them Dogs and Hook 'em Horns here tonight from New Orleans in the Sugar Bowl? It's Dog Talk pregame presented by Aaron's on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Nick's driving through a nasty storm and counting down the minutes until he gets to his in-laws.
We're here.
But one thing he didn't count on, being there an extra day because he didn't test his car battery.
Oh, no.
Think ahead. Think advance. At any time, 1 in 4 batteries is about to fail. Get free battery testing plus batteries that deliver more performance and starting power in extreme conditions starting at $79.99 with free installation. Only at Advance Auto Parts and participating CarQuest locations. See store for details.
Nothing like Toyotathon, Gary. Seeing people come together and get the best deals of the year.
But what happens after January 2nd when all the best deals are gone?
Live in the now, Gary. Live in the now.
Get 0% APR for 48 months on a new 2018 Toyota RAV4. Offer valid through January 2nd, 2019. 0 down for well-qualified buyers with approved credit and financing through Southeast Toyota Finance. 2083 monthly payment for every $1,000 financed. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
In the Southeastern Conference, we are driven by the quest for more. More titles, more NCAA records, but also more renewable energy sources for some of the nation's greenest campuses. For more partnerships with NASA, the NSA, and the UN. For more billions pumped into our state economies. Our 14 leading universities know that no matter how much we achieve, we can always do more. Yeah, in the SEC, it just means more.
Hey Bulldog fans, with Aaron's, having what you want is much easier than you think. Because now you can lease to own all the brands you love in furniture, electronics, and appliances. Yes, all those things you've always dreamed of. At Aaron's, you don't need credit, and you have flexible payment options so you can pay little by little until you own it. Plus, delivery and setup are free, so you can just focus on enjoying. Visit us in-store or at Aaron's.com and discover for yourself how easy it is to have what you want. Certain restrictions apply. See store for details.
welcome back from the Scana Energy stage along with Bulldogs and Bears legend, the Hall of Famer Kevin Butler. I'm Jeff Dantzler. Thanks to Ben Brandenburg for his great work as well.
Absolutely.
For getting this thing done. Adam Gillespie and Zach Jewell and KB. We got the Dogs and the Longhorns coming up tonight, and you know what it's time for. It's our last segment, Dog Talk pregame, presented by Aaron's of the season. It's our six-pack keys to success. Tuning it up, brought to you by Advanced Auto Parts and Batteries. Think ahead, think advance. Well, you won a Super Bowl in this building, went 3 for 3 kicking field goals against the New England Patriots. Right, take that, Belichick.
There you go.
Right?
Yeah,
so that was back in January of 80.
I don't know if Belichick was born then, was he?
Yeah, you know, right. He was probably about 5 years old. Oh, there's the great Jay Clark. Jay, how are you, my friend? And I'll tell you what, KB, since you won a Super Bowl here, you get to lead us off.
You got it right now. I'm going to start. And I think it's pretty obvious right now, but in order for the Bulldogs to win, the first key is going to be stopping a guy named Humphreys, their leading receiver, over 1,000 yards this year. You're not going to stop him cold, but what we have to do today is eliminate the huge plays, and that's what really separates this Texas team from a lot of teams we face. They're very dangerous with big receivers, and we're going to have to contain Humphrey, and that's going to be our first key.
Well, I'm going to go back to just an old faithful for us that you could say every game, Kevin. I think Georgia's rushing attack offensively is going to be vital. That way the Bulldogs can control the line of scrimmage and also control the clock. So let's get those big uglies out there moving and get DeAndre and Elijah rolling today.
Absolutely. I like that one. I think my second one is going to be a little bit of a mental test, but it's going to be that Georgia has to come out focused. They're not going to be able to play their way into focus in a game like this, and I think that's really probably the largest key and the biggest difference for this team is coming out ready to play and not trying to play to get ready. That's not going to happen today. If you go out a little bit slow or a little bit unfocused against this Texas team, they will hurt you, and that cannot happen. So Georgia need to come out focused.
Well, we all know the situation with who's not playing for Georgia here tonight, who's questionable, who's shaky. Making Ellinger uncomfortable is going to be very important. Now, Texas has a very good offensive line, so to think you're going to go out there and sack him 7 times like Georgia did to Colt Brennan, that's probably not realistic, and maybe it's some of those young guys. But, Kevin, we can't just let him sit back there 3, 4, 5 count, take his time. Now, whether it's the secondary, getting the receivers off the routes, doing twists, having to blitz every now and then, stunts, whatever it may be, we have to get him out of that comfort zone.
Yeah, we do. And my third and my final stat that needs to happen is Georgia's got to have the ball for at least 36 minutes today, 36 to 40 of the 60 minutes. That's the way that you really limit this Texas team from hurting you. You put them in a situation that's almost a hurry-up type offense as soon as they get on the field because Georgia's eating that clock up. We've seen it. It's happened to us. We do it to teams. But this is very important. We need to control that clock. We need to come out with 36-plus minutes of possession.
And I want to give you credit for this. Anytime you come with a straight stat as one of your 6 keys to success, whether it's a yardage number, a yards per play number, a time of possession, a third down conversions, when Georgia hits that, you are on the money. When the Bulldogs hit your number, Georgia wins that.
Well, I appreciate that. And do we get bonuses for that or anything?
Yeah, I think we get some of that Adam Gillespie $45,000 that he won playing Baccarat last time. He'll be giving that away later in the show today, folks. This man, he's just got black chips falling out of his pocket over here. Finally, for me, KB, listen, these bowl games, in some ways, you hadn't played in a month. It could feel like a season opener. What goes wrong in season openers a lot? Special teams. This shows who put the work in, who put the focus in, and unfortunately special teams, that's probably the biggest reason Georgia came up short in the SEC championship game. Will the kicking game, which had been so good all season long, will the kicking game deliver tonight?
What happened in the SEC game?
STDs, special teams disasters.
Yeah, and I think it would be good for Georgia to come out and be crisp. We've kind of fallen off the last 2 games with specialty teams, put ourselves in situations that we don't need. I don't want to see Rodrigo throwing the ball today. I don't want to see Rodrigo running the ball today. I want to see Rodrigo kicking the ball, kicking a lot of extra points and kickoffs. That would be a good way. And I'd like to see Jake come out and have a good, efficient punting game. He's He's raw talent, as we've talked about, and he's done a wonderful job. But he can become a true weapon for Georgia in this offseason, and today's a good start for him just to start to be much more consistent of a kicker because all the talent in the world is there. We just need to harness it and really get somebody out there to work with him, coaching him about how to be that effective punter, because if we needed him to kick it 70 yards every time, he can do that, but that's not good for your team.
All right, Kevin, it's time for our score predictions here. The last time these two met, it was 10-9. The folks in the silk suits have the over-under set at 58.5. Georgia favored anywhere, depending on when and where you shopped, between 10 and 13 points here. Again, I don't think it's going to be 10-9, KB. This is a fast track. I would expect to see a big play or two in the return game. I'm going to go with Georgia 45, Texas 35. I think we've got a high-scoring game here tonight.
Wow. I'm going 47-26.
I hope you're right.
I hope you're right.
Yeah, I'll take a win anyway, but yeah, 47-26.
47-26, and they're a team that is not going to quit, so they're going to keep throwing that ball, and I think they'll probably hit a touchdown late to maybe get to that 26. I think our defense is up for the challenge, but again, the keys as we talked about, the possession for me, 36 minutes plus, and being focused, and then limiting Humphreys to not be the man about town while that game's going on.
Well, and one of the slogans that Kirby has really used is the old keep chopping, and I think tonight's a prime example of that. Just keep chopping away, keep pounding away.
Look at that good-looking tight end there,
we
buddy.
got some great tight ends. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, we got old Isaac Nauta and Charlie Werner. That's a dynamic duo there for sure for the Bulldogs. And I got a prediction, too. Uncle Scott's going in the Hall of Fame. I think Charlie Werner catches himself a touchdown for Georgia tonight.
And does he run over and hand the ball to Scott?
Dice roll. Dice roll like the Clemson game.
Yeah, let's hope he doesn't do that because we'll see Kirby start shaking like he does on the sidelines.
Oh, it's going to be a lot of fun. Kevin, we'll be with you, very late after the game tonight with Dog Talk post-game. I'm expecting we might get off the air, about 3 or 4 in the morning tonight?
Yeah, and if you're still up listening, call in. You can be one of the hosts with us.
Absolutely. So it will be. Yeah, I figure this is not going to be a fast game tonight. But do we have to wait on the Rose Bowl too? I don't know. So I'm guessing. I'm guessing we're going to be off the air around 3 a.m. tonight. So, did you bring your pillow, Kevin?
No, but guess what? Everything's open at 3 a.m.
In this city, it sure enough is. Well, great seeing everybody, and definitely good mojo seeing one of the heroes from the great victory over Texas, John Lastinger, walking by.
He's going by as fast as he ran that touchdown in back in '83, too.
With the great Guy McIntyre leading the way. Thanks again to Adam Gillespie and Zach Jewell for all of their great work. Thanks to our wives for putting up with us on this trip.
Absolutely. I hope my wife feels better. She's been under the weather since she's been here, so hopefully we're going to try to pull her up for a game-time appearance, but it's not looking good right now.
You're the best, my friend. I'm guessing we will talk again on January the 2nd because it's going to be after midnight tonight for Dog Talk postgame.
You got that right.
Until then, for Dog Talk pregame, presented by Aaron's, for the Hall of Famer Kevin Butler, for Adam Gillespie, for Zach Jewell, I'm Jeff Dansworth. Thanks so much for being with us. We have been live from Drago's here at the Hilton Riverside in New Orleans, Louisiana on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Have you ever felt like the big banks didn't have time for your business? At Piedmont Bank, you're exactly who we want to do business with. We're founded by a group of local business professionals who believe our community needs a bank committed to serving the needs of businesses and residents of our community. We believe banking is very much a people business, and we look forward to serving you. Experience the difference at Piedmont Bank. Visit us today at piedmont.bank.
In the Southeastern Conference, we have a healthy appetite for more. More teams and more tournaments, all in the hunt for more hardware. Way more. That means more tackling, shooting, and putting for titles. More diving, cantering, and hurdling for trophies. And we have more national championships where the SEC goes head-to-head with the SEC. Now we'll take what we've earned and turn it into more. Yeah, in the SEC, it just means more.
Bulldog Nation.
Welcome to the Napa Tailgate Show.
A terrific day of football ahead.
Dogs need that kind of toughness in every game.
He's a big play kind of guy.
So much on the line, and the fans are ready for it.
It's going to feel like an earthquake.
This is the Napa Tailgate Show. Quality parts, helpful people. That's Napa know-how. Today's show is brought to you in part by Comcast. Xfinity delivers the fastest internet with the best in-home Wi-Fi experience. Call, click, or visit an Xfinity store today. AAA, expect something more. By Comcast Business, beyond fast. Georgia Farm Bureau, always the home team. By EasyGo, a new element of innovation. Alpha Insurance, proudly serving Georgia for over 30 years. Georgia United Credit Union, the official credit union of Georgia Athletics. And by Kroger, fresh food, low prices. This is the Napa Tailgate Show.
Swift's in the backfield, going to get the carry. DeAndre, oh, wow, made a man miss at the 20, at the 15, straight ahead down into the end zone, touchdown, and a brilliant run. Mike Edwards picking up stuff off the ground, including his own body. Swift gave him a move. He didn't recover. Swift sprints 20 into the end zone. Touchdown, Georgia.
Of the contiguous lower 48 states, the largest in square miles by land area is the state of Texas. For states east of the Mississippi only, the largest land-wise is Georgia. Tonight, on a patch of artificial turf that measures a comparatively minuscule 1.3 acres in size, the flagship universities of these two enormous football-crazy states will battle it out for the first time in more than 30 years. It's number 5 Georgia versus 15th-ranked Texas. Welcome to the Sugar Bowl. Hello again, Bulldog Nation. Happy New Year, and welcome to the Napa Tailgate Show. Alongside Lauren Smith and Eric Zier, we're sitting on the 30-yard line, the Scana sideline inside the Superdome. This is Neil Hondo Williamson. We're joined in the press box by the voice of the Dogs, Scott Howard, who will have the call for you tonight. Well, it's been an eventful month, to say the least, for the Georgia program. First, though, men, I pray you had a Merry Christmas and with your loved ones and a safe and happy New Year. Scott?
Very good, yes. Holidays were good. No complaints from me. No complaints from the kids and the family. And Happy New Year and Merry Christmas to all you guys and everybody listening out there as we get geared up for one more time for Georgia football, the finale of the season, and we're ready for a barn burner tonight. I think that's what we're in store for.
Well, it certainly was a fun holiday period in Athens. When the students leave town, it takes a little bit of edge off of the atmosphere, naturally. We get energy from them, and it's just a lot of fun to be in Athens during the holidays. But even so, it was fun to be able to watch the team prepare, because I think the big thing that Kirby Smart feels, and we can go into X's and O's and all that, but the mental approach is what he thinks is going to make the difference in this ball game. He was on the Alabama staff that lost here, 09 was it?
To Utah?
To Utah. They didn't get in the BCS. So everybody knew Alabama didn't play well because they wanted to be elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Kirby's worked hard to make sure that's not the case with his team here tonight.
Well, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year first and foremost, and boy, what a great way to start 2019 with the Dogs playing here in New Orleans in this just magnificent building that just every time I walk into it, I feel so small because it's just a massive building. And Lauren, exactly what you're saying is right. I think that the Dogs coming into this football game, really the one big question is, will this Georgia football team be ready to go and show up today, or will the disappointment of not getting into the college football playoff, when everybody right now across the country is saying that this team should have been one of the top 4 teams in the country and in that playoff, will they show up today? I think that we're going to see it's going to be a resounding yes. One, because of the culture that Kirby Smart has built, and then second, you've got a team that is so young. 68% of the team, freshmen or sophomores, they understand what's at stake, and a win today against a very talented, a very good Texas team can catapult this Georgia football team into some lofty places here over the next couple of years. I think it starts today, and what the Dogs do, and I think this team knows it.
The Sugar Bowl appearance marks a joyous state of affairs for the Bulldog Nation. Back in the Superdome for the first time since the 2007 season. And Scott, Lauren, we've got a big-time opponent on the far sideline. This is exciting, man. Texas.
Yeah, these are two of the premier college football programs in the history of the game. I mean, they're two of the winningest programs, top 10, top 11 winningest programs in college football going back over 100 years in Texas and Georgia. And Georgia is certainly resurging, if you will. They're climbing back up into the into the conversation of championships on a regular basis. At least over the last 2 years, they've been right there. And last year played for the championship, of course. Texas is trying to get back to that destination after winning championships in previous years, and they hope that Tom Herman is the guy to bring them back there. After a 7-5 season last year, they go 9-4 this year, make it to their conference championship game, lose to a team they beat in the regular season, and they are here as a 4-loss team in the Sugar Bowl. Only the third 4-loss team ever to play in this ball game. Florida State and Auburn are the other two. We played Florida State, a 4-loss team, in Mark Richt's second season and beat them, and then Auburn lost to Oklahoma as a 4-loss team a couple of years ago here in this building. So maybe if you go back and look at that history, things look good for Georgia tonight.
Well, I think most observers, objectives on the sideline, not partial to either the burnt orange or the red and black, would probably say it's likely that Texas would be the hungrier team. I think that's only common to look at it like that. But I think that Kirby, as I say, has sold the team, or has tried to sell the team, on what this does for the program. And it'll be a nice legacy for you because you have the advantage if you play an up game. You don't have the advantage if you come out here lackadaisical.
Very good. Thank you, gentlemen. Well, following the heartbreaking SEC championship game lost to Alabama, it has been, as we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, an eventful December for the Dogs, including but not limited to a recruiting bonanza, the loss of our defensive coordinator, a possible 5-star transfer, an All-American defection, and preparation for a New Year's Six bowl game against this resurgent Texas program. Let's start with today's opponent, Texas, and their turbocharged offense, led by quarterback Sam Ehlinger. 3 weeks ago, the Dogs lost defensive coordinator Mel Tucker to the University of Colorado, where Mel has moved on to take the head coaching responsibilities. He took two Georgia analysts, valuable analysts with him, Jay Johnson and Tyson Summers, leaving Georgia with some holes in an area that UGA really requires to counter the Longhorns' position of strength.
Schumann and Dan and Trey will all share some of those duties going forward, but we've always been really involved with the defense myself, so it'll continue to be that way.
Eric Zier, how much of a hole does Georgia start in without Mel Tucker on the sideline tonight?
Well, Hondo, anytime that you lose somebody like Mel Tucker, there's going to be a bit of a drop-off, at least for a period of time. You lose his leadership. You lose his ability to coordinate in-game and obviously make all the calls that you need to make. But it's not such a dramatic drop-off as you might think. Ultimately, when you're going into game prep, you've got a number of coaches that are breaking down certain segments of opposing offenses in preparation for the game plan. Obviously, Mel Tucker was the one that would kind of coordinate all of that. The great news for the Dogs is that we've got one of the very best in the business on the defensive side of the ball, and our head coach Kirby Smart that can pick up these reins seamlessly and keep this Georgia defense going in the direction that they have been going and maybe even elevate it some. He's the best in the business, so I don't think we're going to see a tremendous drop-off. Obviously, you lose a little bit. He has been a great part of this staff, a great part of this team that has accomplished so much over the past 2 or 3 years. So does it hurt some? No question. Are we going to feel that impact tremendously? We're not, because Kirby Smart is here.
Well, his hands are going to be full with this Texas team. Eric, tell us about the dual-threat quarterback Sam Ehlinger.
Yeah, sophomore quarterback completed 64.3 of his passes this year for 3,123 yards. He's a dual-threat guy, 418 yards on the ground. In total, responsible for 38 touchdowns. And he takes care of the football as well. He's not putting his Texas into negative positions. Only 5 picks on the year, and he's had 308 passes consecutively without an interception. He's putting these numbers up against big teams and big-time games as well. You just go back to the Big 12 championship game, 349 yards through the air. This I know for sure. This Georgia defense is not Oklahoma's defense. It's going to be a different look and a different feel for Sam Ehlinger today.
Ehlinger has quite a coterie of talented targets, headlined by a pair of lengthy juniors, 6'4" Lil Jordan Humphrey and 6'6" Colin Johnson. Humphrey and Johnson combined for more than 2,100 receiving yards and 6 touchdowns this season. Scott, we have no DeAndre Baker to take away half the field tonight. 2 freshmen starting at the corners. Are we ripe for the picking?
So you're saying no first-team All-American, no Thorpe Award winner for best cornerback, best defensive back in college football. He's not here.
No.
He's not going to play. He might be here, but he's not going to play tonight. That concerns me, yes, to answer your question. I don't know if we're ripe for the picking. I don't know if I would phrase it that way, but it is a concern, certainly, and I'm sure Georgia's coaching staff has addressed that concern. We're going to have a couple of young guys playing in those spots, and Tyson Campbell has taken a lot of snaps this year, a freshman from Plantation, Florida, and Eric Stokes is in the mix, a redshirt freshman from Covington. He's had some nice moments this year. Tyreek McGee will be in there, Mark Webb. I mean, all of these guys are a lot less experienced and a lot younger than DeAndre Baker, and most of those guys I just mentioned are smaller than those 2 receivers you mentioned as well, which in talking with Kirby a little bit earlier today, one of the points that he was stressing to me is that our defensive backs have to make plays while the ball is in the air. They've got to go and get to that ball before those 6'4" and 6'6" receivers do. If they're throwing jump balls to these guys, those guys are going to have the advantage over Georgia's secondary. So it's up to these younger guys who have taken snaps, but they're still a lot younger and a lot less experienced, and they're not DeAndre Baker. They're not the Thorpe Award winner. They're not the freshman or the preseason or the first-team All-American cornerback over there, number 18. He won't be here tonight, so that is a concern for me anyway.
Yeah, one of my concerns is really yards after the catch, because I think these guys are going to get their catches. I think that they are going to be targeted quite a bit. Texas is going to do that, and the fact that they're so big, will our guys be tough enough to bring them down, impact them immediately when they catch the ball, rather than getting 6, 8, 10 yards, or hopefully not more after the catch. Well, it's the Sugar Bowl, Georgia's first foray in a decade into this traditionally huge game. But does this bowl hold the same prestige it once did?
You know, if you go around the team and you ask everybody, hey, is this where we wanted to be? No, it's not, but we're excited to be here. It's the Sugar Bowl. It's still a really big bowl. So, we're excited. We're working. We're trying to get better and, go out and win this last football game.
What you find is where a traditionalist like myself and probably my age and older see bowl games and the Sugar Bowl in particular a certain type way. And it's kind of like talking to our players about Herschel Walker. They don't have memories of that. They don't know that.
First, we heard from quarterback Jake Fromm about the bittersweet taste left from finishing number 5 in a 4-team race for the national championship. Then Coach Smart on the modern perception of the Sugar Bowl. Lauren, it's interesting, isn't it? The changes in attitudes, many of the old ways, for better or for worse, seem to be going away, if not gone.
Well, I think people look at Georgia differently now, Neil, Eric, because Kirby Smart not only has brought an insightful approach to coaching, fundamental football, getting the edge. Don't make bad plays. Don't give the other team the advantage. You got to play smart football, and also you got to play tough football. He has given this team an edge, but the big thing that's made a difference is the way he does things mentally. He can relate to everybody. He can relate to the managers, the trainers, not only just his football players. He relates to everybody. So that means there's a very, very sound communication basis. And he's all about fundamentals. And I think people underestimated Georgia when he first got here because he didn't have his players, and we made a lot of mistakes that cost us ball games his first year. Those days are gone.
Indeed. Nearly 15 minutes into our Napa Tailgate Show, and we haven't once touched on the Justin Fields situation. QB2 has submitted his name to the NCAA transfer portal. He is suited up and ready to play tonight, but by 1 a.m., Fields may have worn the red and black for the last time. Z, you want to handle this one?
Well, first of all, just for the game today, I wouldn't change anything in terms of the rotation that we've seen this year, how we've implemented Justin Fields. He's still a part of this team, regardless of what happens immediately following this football game. Right now, he's a member of the team. Don't change anything around how you would utilize him. And then I think looking beyond that, I think Kevin Butler said it very well on our show last night. We all want what's best for Justin Fields. There's no question. Kevin Butler made, I think, a very poignant comment in he needs to make the decision for himself. There is noise everywhere surrounding him, but Justin Fields has got to make this decision whether he wants to stay or go. He has to make it on him. And I think the last thing that I would leave with on this is that all of Justin Fields' goals, future aspirations, academically, professionally, in terms of football, and then whatever he decides to do when football is over, because one day it's going to happen. All of those things are right here in front of him if he stays put. If he continues to work hard, he continues to get better. He is on a football team that, by the looks of everything that we're seeing right now, can be in the national title hunt for years to come. To be able to have an opportunity to be the starting quarterback on that kind of a team is rarefied air. Let me tell you, it is. Not many people go get a chance to go do it. He's got an opportunity to go do that. I hope he looks at everything before making these decisions. But at the end of the day, we wish him the best.
So let's sum it up. Our defensive coordinator is residing in the Rocky Mountains. Our best defensive player is here, healthy, and unwilling to play. Our backup quarterback is here, healthy, but may have one, if not both, feet out the door. How many distractions can a program handle without seeing a shortfall on the field? Scott, Lauren.
Well, I think we're not going to know the answer to that question until we play this game. All of those things you mentioned, Neil, have been addressed over the last month in practice. How have they handled it in the workouts and in all of that, and in the conversations and in team meetings in their preparation for this? I think that has probably been handled and addressed about as well as it could be at this time of year, when a lot of teams go through these situations, certainly with the coaching changes. I mean, there's a lot of successful programs that have assistant coaches leave for greener pastures. So that certainly Georgia's not new to that. But how many distractions can they handle? We'll see where the minds are of these guys when they come out in about 4 hours or 3.5 hours or whatever it is to play this ball game, and then we can answer that question afterward as to how Georgia has played and address those situations tonight, which have been addressed over the last month or so.
Well, when the referee raises his hand signaling kickoff, just look down on the Georgia sideline and look at Kirby Smart. That's the reason that I think everything is going to be okay. Not that he's a genius that goes beyond the abilities of any other coach, including the Texas coach who's trying to get to where Kirby is now. But it's just that he manages things so well, and he's put himself in a position. You're going to have these problems. You lose guys play 3 years and go out for the draft. What do? You replace him. A coach, if he's worth his salt, is going to leave. So when he leaves, you just replace him. I had breakfast with Mel Tucker last week. We had the greatest conversation about how he feels where Georgia is. So it's a distraction, but it's not anything that can't be managed.
Okay, very good. Gentlemen, a whole lot going on. All these unorthodox yet internally ignited influences on the Dogs entering tonight's contest. Despite the distractions, senior quarterback Jake Fromm tells us that there's plenty of wanna in the red and black. Well, the senior class for Jake Fromm's and the rest of the guys who are playing for all of those seniors is 42-11 over their careers. They have 3 bowl wins: Gator, Liberty, and Rose. 2 SEC Eastern Division champions. 2017 SEC title. 2017 college football national runner-up, and tonight's berth in the Sugar Bowl. Wow, that's quite a resume. And for the seniors, We know that Jake and a lot of the younger guys are playing this one, not only for themselves, but especially for them. They suit up one last time with the Power G on their helmets tonight at 8:51. Thank you, gentlemen. Our engineer here in New Orleans is Tony Schiavone, assisted by Chris Schiavone here on the Scana sideline. The studio producer of the Bulldogs Tailgate Show is Zach Jewell. As a proud sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs, Napa Auto Parts can help your ride and your tailgate party go the distance. Quality parts, helpful people, that's Napa know-how. It's Georgia and Texas. We last met on the gridiron in a classic January 2nd, 1984. The hero of that UGA triumph is 2 minutes from Mark on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Napa know-how. You're there every game. Same time, same spot, sporting your team's gear and flipping burgers like the diehard fanatic that you are. And while every vehicle at the tailgate deserves quality parts and Napa know-how, none deserve it more than yours, the perennial tailgate champion. And with Napa know-how, you and your ride can go the distance. Quality parts, helpful people, and proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
Did you know Georgia is one of the leading producers of pecans in the entire world? That's how hard Georgia farmers work to help cultivate the state's economy. And that's why Georgia Farm Bureau cultivates farmers with agricultural research and assistance programs and access to benefits that save families money, like home and auto insurance. You can join online for just a few bucks a year. So, get cracking.
Bulldogs, Longhorns. This is the Sugar Bowl on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
At Georgia Power, we're committed to providing clean, safe, affordable, and reliable energy. And for over 130 years, we've also committed to being stewards of the community. Last year alone, our employees volunteered over 147,000 hours of their own time, while the Georgia Power Foundation donated more than $1.3 million in scholarships to students across Georgia. These are just a few of the ways we're working to strengthen our communities in the place we call home. Learn more at georgiapower.com/community.
There's a common misconception that all chicken sandwiches from the South are the same. Cue Zaxby's new buttermilk and hand-breaded Southern Sweet and Smoky and Southern TLC chicken sandwiches. One has sweet pickles, lettuce, smoky backyard sauce, and a potato bun. The other, a perfected classic with lettuce, tomato, and mayo. Both served with crinkle fries in a 22-ounce tray. The Southern chicken sandwich will never be the same. Order ahead on Zaxby's.com or use our app to skip the wait. Friends, family, flavor. Zaxby's.
This is Georgia Bulldogs football.
35-30, he's got a convoy, he's got to go, touchdown!
Now back to more of the Napa Tailgate Show.
Three receivers in tight right into the line of scrimmage in the formation. Holloman's on the left side as the lone receiver. Dogs moving left on the near hash. Fromm will throw it to Holloman. Hey, touchdown! Touchdown! He reached right over the top of the defender, front left corner near the pylon, and scored for the second time in the game.
Jake and JJ making magic against the Gators. Welcome back to the Napa Tailgate Show from New Orleans, where the rain has been spotty. But fortunately, unlike when they used to play the Sugar Bowl back at Tulane Stadium, we have a roof here. Here's our Lauren Smith. Lauren?
And joining us by phone somewhere out there in the French Quarter or nearby is John Lastinger, who was the quarterback of that 10-9 victory over Texas in the Cotton Bowl 10 years ago or a little more. And happy to have John join us and talk about that game, one of the most memorable games in Georgia history. Big Bowl, Texas, ranked number 2. John, you scored with 3:22 left, 17-yard quarterback option. And what a lot of people may not know, Vince Dooley was on the sideline, grabbed the headset, and said to George Hafner, "Put it up." He chose to give you the ball on the option. What do you remember about the play?
Well, I appreciate you having me on. It's we certainly had not had much success all day. Texas had a great defense. Just about every single player on that defense was drafted either by the NFL or the USFL. But they were, were really playing the run. And what I remember is that, we brought motion across the field, and they ran a cornerback all the way back across the field, so it just left one support guy. And, I think I made a fake to Barry Young, and then, just got some great blocks from Guy McIntyre and Clarence Kay on the right side. And, the one support guy was just there, and he had a chance to. He had a choice to make. Either he was going to take me or take our Tron Jackson, who was our pitch man, and he kind of went toward Tron, and I cut it up. And the first thing was just make sure I was getting the first down, because we had about 4 or 5 yards to go for that. And then, I kind of saw the pylon and thought, hey, I might have a chance to make it here. So, and I barely did, but got it in there.
And you can't go anywhere, I'm sure, if people don't recognize you. They say 10-9. They remember you're scoring the winning touchdown. And I remember what you told me after the game. I said, what went through your mind? You said, glory to old Georgia. So that's a memorable quote. And I'm sure it follows you around. How much fun is it now to be moving on up in years? And you haven't caught me yet, and I don't think you will. I'm playing the back nine like a lot of folks.
Well, yeah.
So,
listen, I'm right there with you. So, that's what.
How much fun is it, though?
Well, it's fun and it's nice to be remembered. But when somebody, says, "Hey, what time is it in Texas?" and yes, it means it's special, but. It's special because I was with a great group of seniors, that had a really good run at the University of Georgia, and it was just, so it was all about us, and it was a great way to go out, for that group. I think we won 43 games in a 4-year period, and that was, so it was just special for the last one to be a victory. So, it does bring back a lot of good memories.
Well, it's always good to see you when we're in Valdosta. You come to Athens a lot. You have a second home there, and we are always happy to see you and your lovely wife, Suzanne, and we wish you all the best. Hope you enjoy the game tonight, and hope it'll be another great game like it was, 10-9, in the Cotton Bowl in 1984. Neil, and as we go...
I got a feeling there'll be more points scored than 19, but yes, but I'm looking forward.
Yeah.
Let's just make sure we get a Georgia victory.
All right, thanks, John. I think he's probably right.
Thank you.
Neil, we want to congratulate Dickie Clark, former Georgia player and coach, who made 2 holes in one in a round of golf recently.
Same round?
Same round. The odds of that are 67 million to 1. He's the regional vice president for the Fellowship of Christian Athletes, and he made his 2 aces at the Jenningsville Country Club in Oconee County, playing with Chris Jennings, Pat Kennedy, and Ken Chance. Now, I was happy to know about that because too often golfers make holes in ones when they're playing by themselves.
Good for Dickie. Oh, Dickie, man, that's fantastic. Dickie Clark, fine defensive end for the Bulldogs back in the day. And came in as a quarterback, didn't he? You came in as a quarterback, Dickie. And there were so many different quarterbacks back then. Ray Goff and Matt Robinson among them, that Dickie moved to the other side of the ball. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Bulldog Sports Network. All right, back in New Orleans, and we're so glad that you've joined us here for our Napa Tailgate Show. And Bulldogs fans, we're closing out the football season in style. Today, we're wearing a quarter zip Peter Millar pullover from the UGA Bookstore. The UGA Bookstore is your source for everything Georgia, whether it's football season or basketball season. The UGA Bookstore has the best Georgia gear for everyone, including great brands like Nike, Peter Millar, Tommy Bahama, Vineyard Vines, and Southern Tide. The UGA Bookstore is located next to Sanford Stadium and online 24/7 at UGABookstore.com. The UGA Bookstore, it's where the dogs shop. When you check the record books and eliminate the 1AA schools, Georgia ranks 11th all-time in college football victories with 820. Number 3 on that list is tonight's opponent, the Texas Longhorns. They have 909 wins. 2 heritage programs begin swapping paint at 8:51 on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
At Georgia Power, we're committed to providing clean, safe, affordable, and reliable energy. And for over 130 years, we've also committed to being stewards of the community. Last year alone, our employees volunteered over 147,000 hours of their own time, while the Georgia Power Foundation donated more than $1.3 million in scholarships to students across Georgia. These are just a few of the ways we're working to strengthen our communities in the place we call home. Learn more at georgiapower.com/community.
We Dogs are known for always giving 110%, both on and off the field. But no matter how hard we work, we can't deny that getting sick is easy. Luckily, getting care is too. As the official healthcare provider of the Georgia Bulldogs, Piedmont is committed to getting us better. With urgent care, same-day appointments, virtual visits from your smartphone or desktop, and Piedmont Quick Care at Walgreens, they've got the care you need when you need it. Booking an appointment is only a click away, so for game day and every day, get better at piedmont.org/UGA.
The Dogs are heard right here. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Get ready for kickoff at the UGA Bookstore, featuring the best Bulldog gifts and apparel. Shop all the great brands at the UGA Bookstore like Nike, Peter Millar, 47 brand, Tommy Bahama, Vineyard Vines, and Southern Tide. If it's red and black and you want it, they've got it at the UGA Bookstore in the heart of campus next to the Tate Student Center. Shop online 24/7 at UGABookstore.com. The UGA Bookstore, it's where dogs shop.
Termite infestation. At Breda Pest Management, they don't use bait stations spread apart by 20 feet each. At Breda, we stack the line of scrimmage and leave no gaps in coverage by liquid treating with Termidor. Plus, Breda locks in their termite renewals for under $200. So if you're paying over $300 every year for termite protection, you're paying too much. Get better termite protection and more value, all for a better price with Breda Pest Management. BREDAPest.com.
This is the Sugar Bowl.
35-30, he's got a convoy, he's gonna go, touchdown!
Now back to more of the Napa Tailgate Show.
Ball back on the 23 now. Fromm, handoff, Swift breaks the tackle at 25-30, changes directions, 40. Swift's got room over midfield, 45-40. There he goes, 30, 20, 15, 10, near sideline, touchdown! Swift done it again!
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the Sugar Bowl. We're excited. Georgia and Texas tonight. It's the Napa Tailgate Show. Scott, Eric, Lauren, and your old buddy Hondo with you. Let's check in with the Comcast Business Scoreboard. One game in progress right now, and it's number 6 Ohio State leading 9th-ranked Washington 7-3. About 12:30 to play in the second quarter. Last night, it was number 19 Texas A&M over NC State 52-13. And Oklahoma State defeated 23rd-ranked Missouri 38-33. Earlier today, the SEC, pretty good showing. Kentucky, ranked 14th in the nation, knocked off Penn State 27-24. LSU defeated last year's defending national champion, number 8 Central Florida, 40-32. The Bayou Bengals winning that one. And Iowa defeated number 18 Mississippi State 27-22. You have the Natty coming up on Monday night. That's Alabama against Clemson. Of course, Georgia and Texas tonight here. This scoreboard update has been brought to you by Comcast Business Beyond Fast. Now here's our Lauren Smith.
Neil, before we go to Primerica, I forgot to mention in the last interview with John Lastinger, there's a lot of work to be done on defense at 3:22 left in the game. Georgia's defense came to the party, and the last tackle to run out the clock was made by Ed Moore, who's a minister in New York City.
Our defense was great that day. We forced 4 turnovers against Texas.
Terrific defense.
Yep.
Our Primerica Players of the Year, Jake Fromm, offense. Jonathan Ledbetter, defense. Jake, of course, from Warner Robins. Jonathan played at Tucker High School. And Jake Fromm reminds me of a guy we're going to honor here later in the evening, Scott Werner. He loves the outdoors, so you can't. If he wasn't playing football, Jake Fromm be hunting and fishing somewhere, just like Scott Werner.
All right. Thank you very much, Lauren. Time for the Bulldogs. In case you missed it, the Dogs have participated in 54 bowl games and have posted a very respectable 31-20-3 record. Now, most of that success has been generated since 1987. Over the past 31 years, Georgia has won 20 of 28 bowl appearances, including 4 of our last 5. Coming up next, the great Eric Zier returns to discuss the Dogs' offense and how we'll attempt to keep Texas's high-octane offense off the artificial turf of the Superdome tonight. This is the Bulldog Sports Network.
I'm John Addison, a lifetime Bulldog fan, Georgia graduate, and the chairman of distribution for Primerica, the largest independent financial services marketing company in North America. Primerica is a Main Street company for Main Street families. We help people from all walks of life achieve their goals and dreams by offering common sense financial solutions to today's challenges. As a Georgia-based company, Primerica is proud to continue to sponsor Georgia football. Go Dogs!
Of course you know that if your car battery's dead, you can reach for a AAA membership card to come to your rescue. But did you know that a AAA card has you covered with more than roadside assistance? Like with a cruise or vacation package, a savings account, discounts at thousands of locations, plus auto, home, and life insurance, free identity theft protection, and more. So get a AAA card and expect something more. To learn more, go to AAA.com or visit your local AAA office.
Georgia, Texas. This is the Sugar Bowl on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
An unreliable network can cost you money. That's why you need Comcast Business. Our gig speed network is fast. And we go beyond fast with the complete reliability of 4G LTE backup, which means that even if something like construction knocks out the power, you can still upload that presentation and not take a hit to your company's bottom line. For a limited time, switch to Comcast Business and get an amazing deal on fast, reliable internet. Get 75 megabit internet for $49.95 per month for 2 years when you add 2 voice mobility lines and sign up for EcoBill and automatic payment. Just one more way Comcast Business goes beyond other providers. Call 1-800-501-6000 today. Comcast Business. Beyond fast.
Offerings 131.19. Restrictions apply. New business customers only. 2-year agreement required. Early termination fee applies. Recruitment taxes and fees extra. Subject to change. Connection Pro backup limited up to 6 hours and requires Comcast Business Internet. Offer price requires EcoBill. Pay for this billing and auto pay through Comcast Business My Account.
Setting the table for Dogs football.
Bounces out right, still running. 10, 5, pylon, touchdown!
You're listening to the Napa Tailgate Show.
Ball back on the 23 now. Fromm, handoff, Swift. Swift breaks the tackle at 25, 30, changes directions, 40. Swift's got room over midfield, 45, 40. There he goes, 30, 20, 15, 10, near sideline, touchdown! Swift done it again!
Like lightning in a bottle down the stretch for the Dogs in 2018. DeAndre Swift tearing up the burnt orange and blue of Auburn last November. Today from New Orleans, it's the Sugar Bowl. Number 5 Georgia taking on a different shade of burnt orange, blue, and white in the 15th-ranked Texas Longhorns. Welcome back to the Napa Tailgate Show, and welcome once again to Eric Zier. DeAndre Swift, he has blown past the 100-yard rushing mark 4 times in his last 6 outings. Pair him up with Elijah Holyfield. Will we try to take some air out of the ball to keep the Texas offense in check tonight?
Yeah, it's another dynamic duo for the Dogs. And who would have thought that DeAndre Swift and Elijah Holyfield would have this kind of a season? But as soon as DeAndre Swift got healthy, it was a different Georgia football team. And as he got healthy, we regained that identity that we've had for 2 years. So to answer your question, Hondo, I don't think we do anything differently today. Texas has got an explosive offense. They've got a lot of talented players. But if we stay true to who we are, we'll take the air out of the football anyway. But we want to be balanced early on, but we want to commit to the running game and just pound the rock and pound the rock and pound the rock. I know Texas believes that they've seen good running teams in the Big 12. They believe they've got a physical and dominant type defense. They haven't seen this running attack from the University of Georgia. They haven't seen guys like Elijah Holyfield. They definitely haven't seen somebody like a DeAndre Swift. So we come into this football game with that physical mentality and be just who we are. It should be a fun afternoon or fun night for the Dogs.
Well, to counter what you're saying there, many critics outside the Big 12 do scoff at the notion that any of that conference's teams play a lick of defense. However, check this out, Z. In 2 meetings against number 4 Oklahoma this year, Texas surrendered a total of 351 rushing yards. According to BurntOrangeNation.com, of those 351 and 3 touchdowns, 131 yards and 1 score were racked up by the Sooners' Heisman-winning quarterback Kyler Murray. Texas limited Oklahoma's other rushing options to just 120 yards on 50 attempts. That's a paltry 2.4 yards per carry. Is that what you're saying, though, is that you don't think that the other teams have the type of running and bruisers we do?
I know they don't. I know they've got different style offenses. Listen, when you get into the Big 12, it is more spread out. It's more wide open. It is more finesse in how you get after it. It can be explosive. Don't get me wrong. Big 12 offenses are very good. This offense that we're going to see from Texas today is very good, but it is not the same level of physicality that you're going to see. This Texas team for the year giving up 136 yards per game. They can get into the backfield, 91 tackles for loss, 30 sacks on the year. So they can make plays defensively, but it is a different style offense that they're going to see. They're not going against an offensive line that is 340, 330, 320, et cetera, across the front line that goes 2 to 3 deep on the offensive front, and they don't see the same kind of schemes as well. So it's a different scheme, a different style of running game that, to be quite honest, most across the country don't see. Most defenses across the country don't see anymore because everybody wants to try to spread out and get you in the space. The Dogs are going to hit you in the face.
Georgia, with Jake Fromm at the helm, averages 227 passing yards per outing. In the Big 12, that would rank the Dogs as the 8th best passing team in the league. Z, tell me what those numbers mean to you.
Those numbers don't mean a whole lot to me. When you look at Jake Fromm right now, he is playing at a level that I don't think another quarterback in the country is playing at. The efficiency, how we stay balanced and put him in positions where on third down he's got to go make plays and move the chains. He is as efficient as anybody. He is managing the game of football as well as anybody I've seen in a long time at the college level. He is playing fantastic football. Again, a different style offense. We're not about putting up numbers. We're about winning football games, and Jake Fromm's doing it as well as anybody.
Justin Fields, reports have it that the Georgia backup quarterback is likely transferring after tonight's contest. As long as there is no injury to Jake Fromm, how comfortable would you feel playing Justin tonight?
Yeah, I would feel very comfortable to keep the rotation and the routine exactly the same. A lot of reports out there, a lot of innuendo. Right now, we don't know exactly what that's going to be when this football game is over. Looks like he's going to transfer, but right now he's a member of this football team. I'd keep the rotation exactly the same. If he gives us a chance to win, I'd put him in the football game.
All right, thank you, Eric. As a proud sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs, Napa Auto Parts can help your ride and your tailgate party go the distance. Quality parts, helpful people. That's Napa know-how. Tonight, the Dogs and the Texas Longhorns collide in the Sugar Bowl on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
This is Kirby Smart, head coach of the Georgia Bulldogs. The game of football requires serious discipline, remarkable talent, and a ton of effort every day. It's the same with the truck I drive. Ford F-Series works hard, plays hard, and gets the job done right. That's why it's been America's best-selling truck 41 years straight, leading the truck game year after year. See your local Ford dealer for big savings on F-150, the official truck of the Georgia Bulldogs. And me, Kirby Smart.
As soon as we brought our son home from the hospital, I wanted to put him in a protective bubble. I'm Chastity Maney from Country Financial, and like most parents, I want to make sure my son is protected throughout his life. Fortunately, I know Country Financial will also be there to help his dad and me along the way, as he gets his license and first car, and as we pack that car to leave for college.
Find a representative near you at TakeSimpleSteps.com.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Recruiting is a vital part of team building. Recruiting also plays an important role in protecting my home from termites with Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system. Termites eat the bait in the Centricon stations, then eagerly recruit other termites to also feed on the bait. thus eliminating the termite colony. Discover how affordable it is to protect your home. Call Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
Whoever said less is more hasn't spent enough time in the Southeastern Conference. Here, it's all about more. More techie, more frenzy, more friendly, more rowdy, more quirky, non-negotiable traditions, more time of your life, more ways to turn 120 credit hours into all kinds of open doors. More of everything the college experience is all about. Yeah, in the SEC, it just means more.
Longhorns.
Bounces out right, still running. 10, 5, pylon, touchdown!
This is the Sugar Bowl.
Oh, Gators fumbling. We pick it up on the far side. The Dogs have picked it up with Richard LeCount. He's running down the far side. He makes a man miss at the 15. They trip him up at the 13-yard line. Felipe Franks made the tackle and saved the touchdown.
Our Dogs tattooing Florida for the second straight year. Welcome back to the Scana sideline. Zaire, Lauren, and Hondo from the floor of the Superdome on your Napa Tailgate Show. Scott Howard up in the booth. Scott will join us in just a couple of minutes, so stay tuned for that. We'll ask him some questions about tonight's game. Texas and Georgia rank numbers 2 and 3 in a prestigious football category. We'll share that info after we check in with our Lauren Smith. Lauren?
Well, it's always good to talk to our longtime friend Mac Brown, the longtime coach at Texas. Before that, at North Carolina, back at North Carolina. Coach, let me put in the perspective that I hear so often. Okay, you won a national championship at Texas. You get the big money to coach at Texas. You're retired with a national championship. You had an opportunity to do television, which keeps you in the game. Why would you get back into college coaching where there's so many headaches and so many recruiting challenges? So we'll let you explain why you wanted to go back.
Well, Lauren, it's a great question. And a year ago, when Steve Hatchell called and said that you'll be inducted into the Hall of Fame, was a great call for us. And wonderful for us because it's a life's dream for your peers to put you in the Hall of Fame. And they said, but you won't be inducted for a year. And I said, why the year? And they said, it gives you a chance to go back to Tulane and back to Appalachian State and back to North Carolina and back to Texas and say thank you to all the coaches, administrators, players, and friends that helped put your name in the Hall of Fame. So in doing that for a year, we saw so many of our players that we might have coached 30 years ago and 20 years ago. And these guys are older and they have families, and they just continually said how much we meant to them and how we changed their lives and all the things that were different for us. And what we realized is that usually the young guys don't tell you that, but when they get older, you really mentored them and you made a huge difference in their lives. And that's the void that we had in TV. And that's something we wanted to go back to do is finish our career at North Carolina mentoring kids.
Well, I'm sure that you and your wife, Sally, loved and enjoyed Austin, Texas, but there's a little special connect with Chapel Hill in that area. Did that influence your thinking?
It did, Lauren. We interviewed for a job every year or looked at opportunities every year that we were out for the previous 5 years. And finally last year I told Sally would say, no, I'm not going there. No, I'm not going to live there. Nope. Not going to consider that. So I finally said, where will you consider? And she laughed and said, I'll go to Hawaii with you. I'll go to the Bahamas if we can start a team called the Bahama Iguanas, or I'll go to Chapel Hill. And those are the only three places that I'll consider going. And when Bubba Cunningham called and said, we want you to come back and be our coach at Chapel Hill, it was an easy decision for us.
Well, I'm sure North Carolina will welcome you back with open arms, and I'm sure you'll be successful there because you've been successful everywhere you coached. You coached at Chapel Hill before, and having been in Texas, you haven't coached in a few years, but give us a scouting report on the Longhorns under their new coach as we get ready for the Sugar Bowl kickoff later today.
I think this should be a great ball game. The question will be, will Georgia be as excited and have an edge as Texas? Because Georgia loses to Alabama, lost their chance to go to the playoff, lost their chance to win a national championship, very similar to last year. And Texas ended up losing their last game to Oklahoma. Well, people feel like Georgia's going to win this game. And one of the things about bowl games is who can have the edge, who creates the edge. So being the underdog, Texas is going to come in with a chip on their shoulder, and it'll be interesting to see if Georgia has the same. Tom Herman's done a great job. Defensively, they were great last year. They've been inconsistent this year, but they played a little better at the end of the year under Todd Orlando, their defensive coordinator. Offensively, Tom Herman's a great mentor for quarterbacks, and he's taken Sam Ehlinger at quarterback, and he's really made him a powerful runner at about 230 pounds. Some of them compare him to Tebow in the running game, but at the same time, he's been very, very accurate with his arm, and he's taking care of the ball. So they're going to have quarterback power runs, and then they've got two really tall receivers to the outside, Humphrey and Johnson, and then they've got some speed guys in the slot, and they're going to try to take advantage of mismatches at corner and safety.
Well, Mac, lately, and we'll let you go after this, defense in the old Big 8, Big 12 has not been as good as the offense. Is there a reason for that trend?
Well, if you're a guy who likes the Big 12 like I do, you say it's really, really good offenses. If you're a TV analyst, you say it's bad defense. So, I mean, that's just kind of whichever way you want to go. But if you look at it, there's a lot of scores that are a lot higher than defenses would like across the country now, Lauren. And I think the reason is that over the past few years, the Rules Committee has given the offense every advantage. You can use your hands in blocking. You can block downfield. You can actually have a running play that if you don't like it, you can pull it out and throw it downfield. We call them run-pass options, RPOs. So with all of the advantages going to the offense, I think we just continue to see more points scored. And people have learned to spread out the offenses, so they're using the entire field. And that didn't happen even up to 5 years ago. So offenses right now are really powerful, and it'll be interesting to watch Oklahoma, who's averaging about 50 points a game, against Alabama. And it'll be interesting to watch this one today as well.
Well, Mag, we thank you for joining us, and tell Sally that if you get tired of coaching again, you can always be a senator. So.
Well, I appreciate it, Lawrence. You won't let me get in politics. That may be the only thing tougher than coaching. So she'd be out if it came to that.
I think so. Mac Brown, we go back over to Neil Williams.
Oh, thank you, Laura. That's funny. That's really, and the Bahama iguanas. We're going to have to talk to her about that one. And thanks to Coach Brown, and best of luck with his new gig indeed. We shared with you earlier that the Dogs have won 31 bowl games in our history. Did you realize that Georgia ranks number 3 all-time in bowl victories, trailing only Alabama with 39 and Southern Cal with 34? And how about bowl appearances? The Dogs are 3rd on that all-time list as well, ahead of the likes of Southern Cal, Oklahoma, Ohio State, Michigan, Nebraska, Tennessee, Penn State, to name just a handful. Really, really incredible history with our Bulldogs. And tonight's Sugar Bowl appearance marks UGA's 55th bowl. Only Texas with 56 and Alabama with an upcoming 68th have more. We'll have more from the floor of the Superdome. Quite a history here with 2 legacy programs on their buses, on their way to the ballpark as we speak. We kick tonight at 8:51. Dog Nation, for all your information needs, be sure to log on to GeorgiaDogs.com. From tracking event results to exclusive behind-the-scenes coverage, GeorgiaDogs.com has you covered. Also, be sure to check out the G-Shop for exclusive releases of Nike Sideline official apparel, just like our coaches wear. Visit GeorgiaDogs.com and the G-Shop today. The voice of the Dogs, Scott Howard, joins us next. Plus, today's Make the Call presented by Ken Nugent. This is the Bulldogs Sports Network.
If you're looking for smart ways to save money, just stop by your neighborhood Kroger. Right now, it's time for the Buy 5, Save 5 event. Just choose from a great selection of participating items. And when you buy any 5, you'll save $5 instantly at checkout. Choose from select items like Doritos, Ocean Spray Cranberry Juice, Pepperidge Farm Goldfish, and lots more. Go to Kroger.com or use the app for more info. The Buy 5, Save 5 event is on now. Fresh food, low prices at Kroger. Anyone can deliver a box of groceries, but when you consider the source, only Kroger can bring you the fresh, delicious food and quality products you already know and love. And no matter how you like to get your groceries, Kroger makes it easy with store pickup, delivery, and now you can have your order shipped right to your door. So now it's easier than ever to check out while you're chilling when you shop online with the Kroger app or at Kroger.com today.
Dogs. Longhorns. This is the Sugar Bowl on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
In football, a triple threat is a player who can do it all. For barbecue, Dreamland is a triple threat. You can dine in, carry out, or let us cater your next event. For the ultimate tailgating experience, nothing beats a rack of legendary Dreamland ribs with your favorite sides. If you got a taste for winning, treat your team to Dreamland. There ain't nothing like 'em nowhere. A proud supporter of the Georgia Bulldogs.
No one comes to the Southeastern Conference looking for less. This is where you gladly step up, sign up, and raise your hand for a heaping helping of more. More ways to challenge and push yourself, more people from more countries to meet and learn from, more opportunities to impact your community, both locally and globally. Oh, we celebrate championships like no other, but that's nowhere close to the whole story. Yeah, in the SEC, it just means more.
You're listening to Dogs Football. Now back to more of the Napa Tailgate Show.
This moment of commitment is brought to you by Georgia Farm Bureau Insurance, always the home team. The University of Georgia is the birthplace of public higher education in America, launching our nation's great tradition of world-class education. What began as a commitment to inspire the next generation grows stronger today through global research and innovation, hands-on experiential learning, and a deep dedication to serving the people of Georgia and beyond. The University of Georgia inspires those who will lead, discover, and serve. It's more than our mission. It's more than our passion. It's our commitment.
Shotgun snap to Fromm. Handoff. Holyfield breaks the tackle. 5. Dive from the 4. Did he get there? Yeah, touchdown. Boy, he leaped from the 4-yard line and just flew across the pylon into the far left corner of the end zone for the touchdown.
Elijah delivering one of the touchdowns that helped send Paul Johnson and Georgia Tech packing. That was today's Make the Call presented by Ken Nugent. One call, that's all. Scott Howard, the voice of the Dogs, rejoins us from the press box. And Scott, let's take a look at the personnel and some injuries, starting with players who have been injured. I'll give you a name, and if you would, will you please tell us about his status?
I will do my best.
Okay.
Some of it's secret.
I know it is. All right, how about Cade Mays?
Cade is, I think, available today.
Okay.
Now, whether he starts or not, I don't know, but I believe he will be available.
All right, staying with the offensive line, Ben Cleveland.
Same for Ben, not 100%, I am told. Not sure if he'll be scrimmage downs and that sort of thing, but likely to see him in that punt protection shield. Possibly. Again, and I'm sorry, I'm so...
No, I know. I understand.
I'm not very convincing on these, but some of these, I'm...
You're sworn to secrecy.
Well, if I even get the secret.
Yeah, I understand.
Sometimes I don't get the secret, but sometimes I do, and I... be careful how you share the information is what I've been asked to do.
Yeah,
So.
we don't want to get you on double secret probation.
No, I don't want to be. I could be on that already.
All right, how about Monty Rice?
Monty Rice, I think, is good. He was back at practice, the practices in Athens, and Monty should be ready to go after missing some of those late season games, which, we need him out there.
Yeah, we sure do. See, I mean, you had an answer for that one. That was great. DeAndre Walker?
DeAndre is, I will say, questionable.
Ooh.
Okay? That doesn't sound great. He's here. He's still battling through an injury he sustained in the SEC championship game, and that's kind of how it was told to me that he could see him or we could not see him. It might be a warm-up, game-time decision type thing.
All right, well, Jordan Davis.
Same with Jordan, unfortunately. Okay. Georgia's banged up on defense. I mean, make no doubt about it. I think Jordan is the same. He's been dealing with a back injury, I was told, and may not be at 100%. So we'll see where he stands tonight.
And how is James Cook?
I failed to ask about James, but I think I'm hoping James is all right. But to be honest with you, I do not have a situation for him.
All right. Well, players we know we won't have tonight include All-American cornerback DeAndre Baker and freshman defensive back D'Angelo Gibbs. Toss in the fact that we're missing defensive coordinator Mel Tucker.
I think the biggest thing is making sure that the defensive backs get the attention they need, because there's certainly a lot of defensive backs on the field. I mean, you got 4, 5, 6 guys on the field at a time, so you got to make sure you got enough sets of eyes back there.
There's Coach Smart. Scott Howard, how concerned should we be that Texas is bringing in a wealth of passing and catching talent into the Superdome tonight, and Georgia's going to be so severely shorthanded on the defensive side of the ball?
Well, from my vantage point, I think it's a concern. Now, maybe the coaches feel differently and the players feel differently, but when you lose what we are possibly losing and what we know we will be without tonight in DeAndre Baker, I think there's reason for concern. And Texas passes the ball very well, and maybe their focus changes. Well, obviously it changes. I think once, as you pointed out earlier, half the field kind of opens up for the opposing offense with Baker not there as good as he has been this season. So I think it's a concern, but as we mentioned previously, Eric Stokes and Tyson Campbell have gotten a lot of snaps during the regular season. They've gotten a lot more in practice. We'll see Tyreek McGee out there again tonight, and as Kirby said in the sound clip there, 5 and 6 guys on the field in that defensive backfield. Mark Webb, Richard LeCount, of course, in the safeties, and J.R. Reed and Otis Reese. So all of those guys are just going to have to play well and together as a unit to fill the voids of injuries and guys that are going to the NFL.
All right, great. Thank you, Scott. Scott Howard finishing up his 26th season with the Bulldogs broadcast team, with hopefully 26 more left in his future. Number 5, Georgia versus 15th-ranked Texas. We'll speak with the great Kevin Butler, who had a leading role in the Dogs' 10-9 win over the Longhorns to cap off the 1983 season. KB is up within the next 10 minutes on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
I'm attorney Ken Nugent, and I'm here with former Bulldog quarterback and radio host Buck Bellew.
Ken's going to donate $500 to 2 members of the military every Bulldogs football game this season.
If you're a member of the military, go to attorneykennugent.com to enter.
And 2 people are going to win $500 every game.
1 click.
That's it.
Ken Nugent, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Call 1-800-CALL-KEN, 1355 Peachtree Street Northeast, Suite 1000, Atlanta, Georgia 30309.
Nothing like Toyotathon, Gary. Seeing people come together and get the best deals of the year.
But what happens after January 2nd when all the best deals are gone?
Live in the now, Gary. Live in the now.
Lease a new 2018 Toyota RAV4 XLE for $219 a month for 36 months. Offer valid through January 2nd, 2019. Well-qualified lessees with approved credit from Southeast Toyota Finance. 3218 due at signing. No security deposit. With select equipment. $350 disposition fee excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fee. See dealer for details.
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Napa know-how. You're there every game. Same time, same spot, sporting your team's gear and flipping burgers like the diehard fanatic that you are. And while every vehicle at the tailgate deserves quality parts and Napa know-how, none deserve it more than yours, the perennial tailgate champion. And with Napa know-how, you and your ride can go the distance. Quality parts, helpful people, and proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how. Nobody likes unwanted guests in their home. And we're not talking Gamecocks, Tigers, or Volunteers. Neil Hondo Williamson here, talking about those critters in our attics. Breda Pest Management gets the rats, mice, squirrels, and bats out of your attic for good. Under the Breda Guarantee, it's covered. All the critter waste, cleanup, covered. If they chew a new way into your home, under the Breda Warranty, it's covered. Breda Pest Management. BREDApest.com.
Georgia, Texas. This is the Sugar Bowl. Now back to more of the Napa Tailgate Show.
Empty set, 5 receivers, 3 left, 2 to the right. Garantano going to be sacked by Walker. DeAndre with another sack, and then he poses a little bit for the fans in the west end zone. Garantano dropped back at the 24.5-yard line. Loss of almost 7.
All right, hopefully DeAndre will be ready to go tonight against the Longhorns. Welcome back to New Orleans, the All-State Sugar Bowl, and our Napa Tailgate Show. Here's our Lauren Smith. Lauren?
Thank you, Neil. Our guest now, Greg McGarity, Athletic Director, University of Georgia. Done a fine job for the Bulldogs, and got to be smiling. This bowl business is good business, Greg, financially.
Well, it's great for the conference, Lauren. I mean, so many teams competing in the bowl season, and to have 4 teams up is certainly a significant advantage for the conference, but certainly all 14 institutions sharing all this revenue that's generated. So all the revenue that's put in a big pot and split 14 ways, and at the end of the year we get a nice check and helps our program run for sure.
Well, how about the expenses? I know that years ago, Coach Eves, who really was a little tight with the dollar, he always wanted to at least break even, and it was hard to do because you have to take so many guests, and there's just a lot of expenses to a trip. Can you break even on a bowl trip now?
Sure. That's our goal every year, is to, with the allocations that are provided by the conference for your travel party, you know, we do a very good job. We're very frugal. It does cost a lot nowadays to move a team and to feed a team and things of that nature. And, you know, the band's here. We're all in the same hotel at the Hilton Riverside. So it's an expensive venture, but we're compensated well. And so at the end of the day, you want to break even.
And the Sugar Bowl. You worked at another institution. You have a Georgia background, but you've been around bowls for years. What's the value of playing in the Sugar Bowl from your perspective?
Well, you're on the big stage. You know, we're the only game on TV tonight, so the eyes of the country will, you know, be glued to ESPN tonight. And, you know, just to be in this you know, NFL Super Bowl facility. You know, the team has had a great week. All the events have been close to the Hilton Riverside, so we have not had to be on a bus, hardly any. So the kids have had a great time. Sugar Bowl's done a great job providing the hospitality and everything that goes into making this an incredible experience. And so we're looking for a great game tonight.
Well, I always think about kids who are managers, trainers, they don't get in the spotlight, and then the band. So many people get to travel with the team. It really is sort of a heartwarming experience to see, and they're still college students, see them having a good time.
Well, Lauren, you and I get to experience these over a long period of time, but those young people just have a 4-year window. So if you take our young people last year to be able to go to Pasadena and Atlanta, and this year to New Orleans, you know, if you were a freshman coming in last year, you're in pretty good shape there. So it is great to see all these people that are in the shadows and really the people that really get the job done. They're a tremendous credit, and I love being around people like that because they're the unsung heroes, and they're the ones that really get all the little things done that really amount to big things.
And it's great fun to see those connected with the team out on the field, photo ops, and they're just having a great time. And it's great to have an opportunity to visit with Greg McGarity. Happy New Year. We go back over to Neil.
All right. Thank you, Greg, for taking the time. Thank you, Lauren. And tonight's appearance marks the 22nd consecutive season the Bulldogs have earned a bowl berth. That ranks as the second longest active streak in the country. We'll come back with the entire tailgate crew in just a little bit. We'll play a little game concerning bowl appearances. Right now, we'll take a quick break and then return with Kevin Butler and Jeff Dantzler on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Napa know-how. You're there every game. Same time, same spot, sporting your team's gear and flipping burgers like the diehard fanatic that you are. And while every vehicle at the tailgate deserves quality parts and Napa know-how, none deserve it more than yours, the perennial tailgate champion. And with Napa know-how, you and your ride can go the distance. Quality parts, helpful people, and proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
When you look around, you might feel pride is in short supply these days. Everything's being disrupted. But Ford has been around for 115 years, and we know the only constant is change. So, disruption, yeah, it's what we do every day. You see, we still take pride in what we build and how we build. We even take pride in taking pride. And the world could use more of that right now. Because if you don't believe in what you're doing, why do it at all? Build Ford proud.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
No one comes to the Southeastern Conference looking for less. This is where you gladly step up, sign up, and raise your hand for a heaping helping of more. More ways to challenge and push yourself, more people from more countries to meet and learn from, more opportunities to impact your community, both locally and globally. Oh, we celebrate championships like no other, but that's nowhere close to the whole story. Yeah, in the SEC, it just means more.
An EasyGo vehicle is more than just a golf car, it's a life car. Made to help you make the most out of every minute. Whether you're dropping the kids off at the practice field or cruising around the neighborhood tailgate party, EasyGo vehicles are made for life and all the fun that comes with it. Test drive an EasyGo vehicle at Fat Boys Golf Carts at 116 Commerce Road in Athens.
Perfect way to begin your Georgia football Saturday.
Kick is blocked! The kick is blocked! It's no good! It's no good!
Welcome back to the Napa Tailgate Show.
Extra point try to come with the score now tied at 9. Kevin Butler is on to try the extra point. Here's the snap. The ball is placed down. The kick is up. It is good, and Georgia leads 10-9.
It is time to talk special teams. And who better to talk about the kicking game with than the great All-American Kevin Butler. I'm Jeff Dantzler, and KB, special teams, it's always important. But I think in a bowl game, when you've had that month off, it's almost like a season opener. It really does tell who's put the work in, who's put the time in with the kicking game.
Yeah, it does, and I think it really also shows focus, Jeff. And, when things go wrong in the specialty teams, and we've seen it from Georgia this year, the other team gets inspired, and they use that to help them on offense and defense. Georgia really has to limit that. The last 2 games of the year, we did some bad things in specialty teams that cost us big time in the SEC championship game, and it could have cost us a little bit more in the Georgia Tech game, but we were overcome just because we had much better talent. But today, it's a different situation. You got a Longhorn team that if you give them a break in the specialty teams, they're going to hurt you.
So many explosive athletes for both of these teams. I would think Tom Herman and Kirby Smart have both challenged their players, and from Georgia's standpoint, certainly Mecole Hardman, hey, you got to make a play for us today.
Well, you do, and we're looking for him to get back there, and this is a big game for him. I mean, he's one of the few athletes that we have who's weighing whether to come back for his senior year or go to the NFL. If he comes out there today and has a couple of great returns, all of a sudden his stock goes up a little bit. That could be his last big return for the University of Georgia. So Texas is thinking about that already. So you probably are not going to see the clean punts to him. They're going to probably try to get that ball on the ground bouncing. If you go back in the film and look at that, that gives Georgia more problems than anything, getting that ball on the ground first on punt returns. You kick it to Miko, you're going to pay the price, so I wouldn't expect to see that happen today.
Kevin, the freshman punter, Jake Camarda, has had a solid year. He's got a great future ahead of him. This month of getting work in for him, I think, going to be so big. And do you expect a big game out of Jake tonight?
Well, I don't know if you want to consider it a big game, but I want to see a consistent game out of him. That's the one thing I think that Georgia needs for him to do. Putting him into the end zone. We saw that. That's hidden yardage. I don't think he needs to be as aggressive to try to get it inside the 5. Mm-hmm. It's okay to get it at the 12-yard line, the 9-yard line. Those are plus yards that the defense loves to have, and it can give our defense a whole different attitude when you put them inside the 20 instead of letting them start fresh at the 20. Mentally, it's a fresh start for the offense when they get to the 20.
So maybe just try to be a little bit too fine.
Yeah. Don't be so aggressive. Take what they give you. If they're going to get the 10-yard line, sky that thing up in the air. Make sure it hits at the 10-yard line, and then we'll have guys down there at the goal line to use it as a backboard. But to just simply kick it in there, it's just hidden yardage that we're not winning.
All right, how about Hot Rod tonight? What are you looking for?
Well, I'd like to see him get consistent too. I'd like to see him go out there and have a controlled warm-up. I don't think he needs to go out there and hit him from midfield 10, 15 times. Get in a rhythm, hit it good, and then let's use him like we do. When we get past that 35-yard line, our offense knows we're in scoring range.
Well, there are going to be a lot of Bulldog fans, a lot of Longhorns fans, and nothing can change the momentum like a big play in the special teams.
Yeah, and Georgia has right now been on the short stick of that. We need to get back to making specialty teams ours, and that comes from great coverage, and it comes from getting the ball in our talented guys' hands. Miko on kickoffs. You might see Holofield on kickoffs. Whatever, if they give us a chance to return that ball, we need to take that and make that play Georgia's, not give it back to Texas.
College Football Hall of Famer, and he was 3 for 3 on field goals in this very building when the Bears won the Super Bowl. Kevin Butler.
Well, let's hope we win our Super Bowl today.
You betcha. Let's send it back to Hondo.
All right, thank you, JD. Thank you, KB. Very, very good. The guys out at the team hotel. We take you from one Georgia legend to the next here on the Scana sideline. Eric Zier standing by with his desires for tonight's Big 12 SEC clash in the All-State Sugar Bowl. Z is about 10 minutes away. It's Georgia versus Texas. Drink will flow and blood will spill at 8:51 on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Scana Energy is a proud partner of UGA football, and every Dogs fan deserves to save money. Get fired up about our low natural gas rates and switch to Scana Energy by calling 877-GO-SCANA or visiting scanaenergy.com. Between the hedges and beyond, Scana Energy is a winning play. Call 877-GO-SCANA or visit scanaenergy.com to start saving on your natural gas today.
Recruiting is a vital part of team building. Recruiting also plays an important role in protecting my home from termites with Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system. Termites eat the bait in the Centricon stations, then eagerly recruit other termites to also feed on the bait, thus eliminating the termite colony. Discover how affordable it is to protect your home. Call Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
Bulldogs, Longhorns. This is the Sugar Bowl on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hey, Bulldog fans. With Aaron's, having what you want is much easier than you think. Because now you can lease to own all the brands you love in furniture, electronics, and appliances. Yes, all those things you've always dreamed of. At Aaron's, you don't need credit, and you have flexible payment options so you can pay little by little until you own it. Plus, delivery and setup are free, so you can just focus on enjoying. Visit us in-store or at aarons.com and discover for yourself how easy it is to have what you want. Certain restrictions apply. See store for details.
When you are the official sponsor of the comeback, adding a few feet to a drive matters.
First down.
So does shaving 1/10 of a second off a lap. Top-rated surgery, physical therapy, and motion analysis by the sports medicine team at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta helps young athletes not only prevent injuries, but heal faster and return stronger, ready to win. Our more than 25 orthopedic and sports medicine locations are ready to assist your athlete's comeback. To learn more, visit choa.org/sportsmed.
This is Georgia Bulldogs football.
35-30. He's got a convoy. He's got to go. Touchdown.
Now back to more of the Napa Tailgate Show.
Gators on their own one. Franks in the shotgun, stands in the end zone. There's the snap. He wants to run it out. And he lost the ball. We recovered it at the 1. Are they going to call him down? We pick it up and get it into the end zone. Let's see what's called. They're going to wave him down, I think, at the 1. Tay Crowder has picked up the fumble and ended up in the end zone.
Oh, beating Florida, just so much fun, especially by 19 points. Beating the Gators by 19 points. You know, in 1983, Georgia beat Florida 10-9. And then in the Cotton Bowl, we knocked off Texas by the same score, 10-9. Wouldn't it be terrific to repeat history and top the Longhorns 36-17 tonight in the All-State Sugar Bowl, just like we did Florida earlier this year? Welcome back to the Napa Tailgate Show. Coach Kirby Smart, less than 20 minutes away. Here's our Lauren Smith. Lauren?
Well, Neil, our guest, just whispered that you didn't do well in math in school. Jeff Hundley is our guest. Jeff Hundley has a Bulldog background, and he was Jeff in Athens. He's been Jeff all along, but now he's going to succeed Paula Houlihan as the CEO of the All-State Sugar Bowl. We're going to have to start calling him Mr. Jeff, and we'll do that with pleasure. But welcome to our show, Jeff, and we're so happy for you and your wife, Janine. I didn't know about your family too much. Too much time has elapsed since you left Athens, but his daughter's on the dance team at LSU, Neil, and she is beautiful. So we congratulate you and hope we don't have to meet the LSU anytime soon after last year. And now we'll know you to have mixed loyalties. But congratulations on being named the CEO.
Well, thank you, Lauren. It's great to be with you all. We treasured our time in Athens and still remember it fondly. This year, during the Georgia LSU game, you'll be interested to know that while my wife and daughter were in their purple and gold in Athens, I remained neutral. I couldn't wear red and black, but I went neutral, and I was in trouble with them for a couple of days. But it's been fun to watch her, but it's really rewarding and exciting to have the Bulldogs here. It's been a long time since the Hawaii game back in January of 2008, so to see the red and black here in the Superdome again is really something special, and I've been looking forward to it all month.
Well, you got the big job now. That means you don't sleep a lot. How has this week been?
It's been a great week. We've again both schools have great alumni bases and have traveled well, and they've enjoyed the city. We're expecting a great football game tonight. Things have run smoothly. Weather hasn't been the Chamber of Commerce weather necessarily with the rain that we've had, but we've managed to get in all the events, including our big parade yesterday, and then our big fan fest music festival last night leading up to midnight in the French Quarter. So it's been a great week. I think the players have enjoyed themselves on both sides. We fed them well while they were here. Shame on us if you don't get a good meal while you're here in New Orleans, but it's been good, and now I think we're to the point where we're ready to get the ball on the tee and see some football.
Well, you, I think, would be disappointed in me if I didn't ask you what was the value of your relationship now from having worked with Claude Felton during your days at Georgia.
Claude is a fabulous human being. I think the whole Bulldog Nation, if they don't know what Claude does behind the scenes, he has trained so many of us that are working in jobs around the country, and I have Claude Felton to thank for giving me a chance back when I was coming out of graduate school. Probably didn't deserve a chance, to be honest with you, back then, and he gave me an opportunity to prove myself, and Janine and I had 7 great years there in Athens, and it helped catapult me into this job here, and we've been here a long time now, and to think that a kid that grew up in a small town in Iowa is now going to be the CEO of the Sugar Bowl is pretty mind-blowing and humbling at the same time. I'm grateful for the chance and for the confidence that the Sugar Bowl committee has shown in me, but I'm a Bulldog as much as I am anything in my life because of the opportunity that Claude and you all gave me clear back in the 80s.
Jeff, one question about business. The college football playoffs garnered a lot of attention when it started, still is. But with the things that are happening on the landscape, how concerned are you as a major bowl executive with players not playing in your game? It's great for everybody else, but what about the major bowls?
Well, you can't turn a blind eye to it. It's something fortunately it hasn't become an epidemic yet, but it's certainly something that concerns us when these marquee players, and we're trying to sell tickets. The money, Lauren, for these games is huge, and for us to be able to meet our obligations, we need to sell every ticket in the place. And, it makes it a harder sell when you don't have the marquee players here. So we're just keeping our eye on it, hopeful that it doesn't change. But the playoff has really changed the whole landscape. It's in a positive way in that the sporting public loves it. The television ratings are there. The television money and the sponsorship money is following that. But it's really taken the focus off of some of the major bowl games when you're not hosting the game. We're just glad and fortunate to be part of the playoff every 3 years. We've hosted 2 semifinal games so far. Last year we had Alabama and Clemson in our game, and it was a great event and something that we were proud to host. And we have the national championship game coming up here in January of 2020. And the other hat I'll be wearing for the next year, in addition to my new job with the Sugar Bowl, is that I'm executive director of that national championship effort. So it's going to be a busy year.
All right, we know you'll do well in your busy role there. And happy to have you with us, Jeff, and we go back over to Neil.
All right, thank you, Lauren. Jeff, congratulations again. Great to see you, and we'll see you in January of next year at the latest. We'll be back. All right, very good. Jeff Hundley, the CEO, Executive Director of the Sugar Bowl, with us. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Bulldog Sports Network. Georgia has made 9 appearances in the Sugar Bowl, more than the Bulldogs have played in any other postseason game. Our record here is 4-5. We have triumphs over North Carolina, Notre Dame, Florida State, and Hawaii. Our losses have come at the hands of Arkansas, Penn State, West Virginia, and twice to Pitt. Bulldogs fans, we are closing out the football season in style. Today we're wearing a quarter-zip Peter Millar pullover from the UGA Bookstore. The UGA Bookstore is your source for everything Georgia, whether it's football season or basketball season. The UGA Bookstore has the best Georgia gear for everyone, including great brands like Nike, Peter Millar, Tommy Bahama, Vineyard Vines, and Southern Tide. The UGA Bookstore is located next to Sanford Stadium, or you can get it online 24/7 at UGABookstore.com. The UGA Bookstore, it's where the dogs shop. The teams are just about to pull into the Superdome. Coach Kirby Smart, less than 15 minutes away with Scott Howard and an exclusive scouting report of tonight's Sugar Bowl battle. It's Georgia and Texas on the Bulldog Sports Network.
Whether you're an elite athlete, in youth sports, or a weekend warrior, the Northside Hospital Sports Medicine Network keeps you in the game and ready for action. Our team of experts offers a full range of sports medicine services to prevent and treat injuries and improve performance. With 10 locations in the Atlanta region, the Northside Hospital Sports Medicine Network is in your neighborhood. For details, call 1-855-NH-SPORT. That's 1-855-NH-SPORT.
At Georgia Power, we're committed to providing clean, safe, affordable, and reliable energy. And for over 130 years, we've also committed to being stewards of the community. Last year alone, our employees volunteered over 147,000 hours of their own time, while the Georgia Power Foundation donated more than $1.3 million in scholarships to students across Georgia. These are just a few of the ways we're working to strengthen our communities in the place we call home. Learn more at georgiapower.com/community.
The dogs are heard right here. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Nick's driving through a nasty storm and counting down the minutes until he gets to his in-laws.
We're here.
But one thing he didn't count on, being there an extra day because he didn't test his car battery.
Oh, no.
Think ahead. Think advance. At any time, 1 in 4 batteries is about to fail. Get free battery testing plus batteries that deliver more performance and starting power in extreme conditions starting at $79.99 with free installation. Only at Advance Auto Parts and participating CarQuest locations. See store for details.
SiriusXM brings you SEC college hoops like no one else. We've got 24/7 talk and analysis on SiriusXM SEC Radio from experts like Peter Burns and Chris Doring, as well as live play-by-play. So catch every dagger, diamond drive in your car, online, or on the SiriusXM app. Or try us out for free with a streaming trial subscription and take your team with you anywhere you go. Get a free streaming trial at SiriusXM.com/SECSXM.
Setting the table for Dogs football.
Bounces out right, still running. 10, 5, pylon, touchdown!
You're listening to the Napa Tailgate Show.
It's 3rd down and 9 for the Dogs from the Florida 24. Fromm throws it for the corner of the end zone. We caught it at the 4 and into the end zone. Touchdown, Terry Godwin. Yes, indeed. Oh, that was too easy. Godwin beat his man by a couple of strides. Fromm put it right in the palm of his hands, and he scored in the right-left corner of the end zone.
And Florida goes down. Thank you very much, Chip Fromm and Terry Godwin. And speaking of those two, they just both walked by us. Eric and I are sitting here on the 30-yard line at the Superdome. Sam Pittman walking by right now. The team is coming in. Coach Smart and the Troopers are already long gone ahead of us. Man, oh man, we have got some big old kids on this team.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And a lot of business-like faces coming in here, too. Good to see, just from the look of their body language, this Georgia football team looks ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, they do indeed. They look very, very serious, and that's a good thing. Good to see our team doctors coming in as well. Time now to take a look at the Comcast Business Scoreboard. Earlier today in the first meeting ever between the schools, Iowa knocked off number 18 Mississippi State in the Outback Bowl 27-22. In the Fiesta Bowl, it was number 11 LSU knocking off last year's national champion Central Florida. Final score there was 40-32. Bayou Bengals beating UCF. 14th ranked Kentucky against number 12 Penn State in the Citrus Bowl. SEC wins as UK ekes out a 27-24 victory. It was UK's first ever appearance in the Citrus Bowl, their first New Year's Day game since January 1st, 1999. Wow, how about that? And one game in progress right now, it's the Rose Bowl, and 6th-ranked Ohio State is putting it to number 9 Washington. Buckeyes leading that one 21-3. They are at the half. This scoreboard update has been brought to you by Comcast Business Beyond Fast. Welcome back to the Napa Tailgate Show. It's time for us to evoke from Eric Zier his desires for tonight's top 20 clash with Texas.
Well, Hondo, to start with, I want to see this football team make tonight the launching pad for 2019. When you look at the youth of this team, 68% of the team, sophomores or freshmen, and you look at the success that this group has already had. Last year playing for a national championship. This year, eyelashes away from getting into the playoff again. There's so much to play for. And in these bowl games, so often it's who wants it more. And this Georgia football team, with all the great things in front of it, if we can come in and take care of business tonight, it really can accelerate us into 2019, into the 2019 season. So want to see us focused and ready to go on by the looks of the team that just walked past us. Boy, they look ready to go. In terms of the game today, protect the football. Texas has forced 18 turnovers on the year, and they've totaled 46 points off of those turnovers. Conversely, opponents have only gotten 7 points off of turnovers against this Texas team. Have to win the turnover battle today. This Texas offense is far too powerful and far too dominant to give them extra series. On the offensive side of the ball, we have to eliminate negative plays. Texas has a whopping 91 tackles for loss on the year and 30 sacks, with Gary Johnson and Charles Omenihu leading the way with 31.5 tackles for loss between the two of them and 15 sacks between the two of them.
Can't play behind the chains against this Texas defense. Have to win on third down as well. Texas converting 46% of the time when they have the ball, converting on third down. If they do that, if Texas does that, and they can own the clock some with that explosive offense, could be a long afternoon. And then finally, be multiple and be aggressive with our defensive looks. Texas has got monsters out at receiver, guys that are going to have height advantages on us. If we allow them to get clean releases and we allow Ellinger, the quarterback, to sit back in the pocket and distribute the football, it can also be a long afternoon. No different than Alabama. A lot of different looks, get pressure on the quarterback, and get in the backfield of this Texas offense as much as we can.
Well, hopefully we can jump out like we did against Alabama and then hang on. Thank you, Z. Great job. Coach Kirby Smart gives us his exclusive scouting report of the Texas Longhorns. He's coming up with Scott Howard within the next 15 minutes right here on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
I'm attorney Ken Nugent, and I'm here with former Bulldog quarterback and radio host Buck Bellew.
Ken's going to donate $500 to 2 members of the military every Bulldogs football game this season.
If you're a member of the military, go to attorneykennugent.com to enter.
And 2 people are going to win $500 every game.
1 click.
That's it.
Ken Nugent, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Call 1-800-CALL-KEN, 1355 Peachtree Street Northeast, Suite 1000, Atlanta, Georgia 30309.
Strong, dependable, ready for anything. The University of Georgia Bulldogs know what it takes to make a great team, and your local Massey Ferguson dealers are proud to support them. Take on the season with Massey Ferguson compact and utility tractors. They mow, load, handle hay, and more, all while delivering more of the power and versatility you've come to expect from Massey Ferguson. Experience the compact and utility tractors that will take you through the season strong. Visit GeorgiaMasseyDealers.com to learn more.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
An unreliable network can cost you money. That's why you need Comcast Business. Our gig speed network is fast, and we go beyond fast with the complete reliability of 4G LTE backup, which means that even if something like construction knocks out the power, you can still upload that presentation and not take a hit to your company's bottom line. For a limited time, switch to Comcast Business and get an amazing deal on fast, reliable internet. Get 75 megabit internet for $49.95 per month for 2 years when you add 2 voice mobility lines and sign up for EcoBill and automatic payment. Just one more way Comcast Business goes beyond other providers. Call 1-800-501-6000 today. Comcast Business. Beyond fast.
Offerings 130-119. Restrictions apply. New business customers only. 2-year agreement required. Early termination fee applies. Recruitment taxes and fees extra. Subject to change. Connection Pro backup limited up to 6 hours. Requires Comcast Business Internet. Offer price requires EcoBill pay for this billing and auto pay through Comcast Business My Account.
This is the Sugar Bowl.
35-30, he's got a convoy, he's got to go, touchdown!
Now back to more of the Napa Tailgate Show.
2nd down, 8 from our 17. Swift is in. DeAndre breaks through the hole. Swift's got running room. Swift's got to go. All he's got to do is outrun 5 blue shirts chasing him. 30, 20, 10, 5, touchdown Swift!
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Each week we like to check where the Dogs rank, presented by Northside Hospital. Well, the CFP committee ranked us in the number 5 spot. With a win tonight, perhaps the Dogs can leapfrog as high as number 3, maybe even number 2, depending on how Clemson and Alabama turn out in their game. And speaking of rankings, let's welcome Scott Howard, Lauren Smith, and Eric Zier back to the microphones. Tony Schiavone, Chris Schiavone producing our broadcast tonight from the Superdome. Zach Jewell from our Bulldog studios. Your old buddy Hondo right here on the radio. And first order of business, we need to put our 2018 prognostications to bed. Congratulations to Scott Howard, who has won the title for the 2nd time in our 8-year history. Scott had a commanding 31-18 record, besting his nearest competitor by 5 wins. Scott also won in 2013. Congratulations.
Wow, that was like a secretariat victory.
That was a big victory.
Yeah, just keep boasting, Scott.
I thought you guys
we play next year too.
Well,
all right, I'll stop.
Our statistician Jay Black informs me that Eric Zier has now finished sub 500 4 times in our 8 years of making predictions.
Jay Black doesn't know what he's talking about. He's making it's fake news.
Jay
That's
shared
fake
other
news.
stats, but that one was certainly the most gratifying.
So, but did he tell you that I've won? How many times have I won it?
You have won it. Let's see. You won in 2015 and 16. You've won it twice.
I've won it. How many times have you won it?
4.
So that's it.
Yeah.
Huh. Lauren, step up, buddy. Come on.
I'm over here yawning.
So is our audience now.
Yeah, here's what I love about this is when you look at our records for this stuff, right? And we're 31-18 or 26-24. We don't even include the spread. This is just straight up. We're horrible at this as a group. Now, we do try to pick games that,
of teams that we've never heard of before?
Well, that are going to be close games because it's easy for me to say who's going to win Alabama or Alcorn State. All right, so we try not to pick games like that. I always try to pick the ones that have the closest spreads, but I still think that's kind of funny. All right, now are you guys ready for a bowl special game we're going to play?
Well, maybe ready or not, right?
First, the background. There are only 20 programs that have been to bowls for at least 6 consecutive seasons running. Virginia Tech is tops with 26 straight appearances. Our Bulldogs are number 2. We've been to 22 bowl games in a row. Of note, Florida State's 36-year bowl streak ended this season. Now, I'm going to read a list of 12 schools with storied football histories. I want you to tell me which of these programs have not made it to bowls every postseason for the last 6 years. So in other words, who from this list has missed a bowl appearance at least once from 2013 to 2018? And I'll ask Jay to keep score. You guys can look at, I'll give you each a little list so you can make your own little check marks. Okay, they went or they didn't in your mind. Are you ready to go, Scott, Lauren, and Eric?
Yes.
All right, here we go. So think down and write on your little list, yes or no, they made it to a bowl, every bowl in the last 6 years, Penn State. Now Southern Cal, Nebraska, Florida, South Carolina, Notre Dame, Georgia Tech, Tennessee, Oregon, Michigan State, Michigan, and Texas. Okay? They have to have made it to a bowl every year in the last 6 years, all right? So, Scott, how many of those schools have made it to a bowl every year in the last 6 years?
I'm still computing. I've got 3 so far.
You have 3.
But I've got 3 more teams to make a selection here.
Okay. Eric?
I Googled.
Eric?
I've got 7.
7? Lauren?
I want a cheeseburger, no onions and french fries.
Sorry, no fries, only onion rings. Very good. Okay. Scott, do you have a final?
I'm going to go with 4.
Okay. Lauren?
Sounds good to me.
All right. Lauren's going with 4 too. All right, so I'm going to give you some answers here. If you guess Georgia Tech has not been to a bowl game each of the past 6 seasons, yay, you are correct. All right, even though it's more fun when they go and get hammered like they did last week.
Indeed.
South Carolina, not a huge surprise, has not been to a bowl every year for the last 6 years. But still, when 10 or 11 teams from the SEC get bowl bids every year, you'd think that they would have, right? Tennessee has not been to a bowl for 2 straight years now. So not 6 in a row, they haven't been for 2 straight years. Here are some real surprises. Southern Cal, Penn State, Michigan, Michigan State, Notre Dame, Oregon, Florida, Nebraska, and Texas are among the schools that have not earned a bowl bid in each of the past 6 seasons. All 12 schools on the list cannot claim to have been bowl eligible for the last 6 seasons.
Wow.
The fact that Georgia has earned postseason bowl berths for 22 consecutive years is all the more impressive now, isn't it?
Indeed it is.
When you say 22 years, oh, okay, I bet everybody has. Listen to those schools that have not made it to bowls even for 6 years in a row. Well, thanks for playing along with us, fellas. I hope you had fun.
I was not very good at that.
I wasn't very good at
It's a trick question.
This has been a hard year for me with the questions. The picks, the questions.
You should have gone to class more.
Oh, goodness.
Okay, next we're going to come back and have our guys explain to you how offsides works in hockey, folks. Thanks for staying with us.
How about slugging percentage?
Or OPS. As a proud sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs, Napa Auto Parts can help you ride and your tailgate party go the distance. Quality parts, helpful people, that's Napa know-how. Coach Kirby Smart with our Scott Howard. 2 minutes away, they'll have a scouting report of number 5 Georgia, 15th ranked Texas from the All-State Sugar Bowl on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Coach Kirby Smart here. Let's talk about the official healthcare provider of the Georgia Bulldogs, Piedmont Healthcare. Piedmont makes sure that our dogs are playing their best, and they're also there for the times they're not. But you don't have to be a college athlete to get bumps and bruises. With urgent care, same-day appointments, virtual visits from your smartphone or desktop, and Piedmont Quick Care at Walgreens, they've got the care you need when you need it. Booking an appointment is only a click away. So for game day and every day, get better at piedmont.org/UGA.
Getting your first real paycheck is like celebrating your own Independence Day. It's life-changing once it's deposited, which you can do using Regions Mobile Deposit in your Regions mobile app. Choose when and where to make the money available, take a couple of pictures, click a button or two, and boom! One major achievement in the record books. We get it. Some things are bigger than banking. Learn more at regions.com/mobile deposit. Regions. Member FDIC. Conditions and fees apply.
Georgia, Texas. This is the Sugar Bowl on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
If you're looking for smart ways to save money, just stop by your neighborhood Kroger. Right now, it's time for the Buy 5, Save 5 event. Just choose from a great selection of participating items. And when you buy any 5, you'll save $5 instantly at checkout. Choose from select items like Doritos, Ocean Spray Cranberry Juice, Pepperidge Farm Goldfish, and lots more. Go to Kroger.com or use the app for more info. The Buy 5, Save 5 event is on now. Fresh food, low prices at Kroger. Anyone can deliver a box of groceries, but when you consider the source, only Kroger can bring you the fresh, delicious food and quality products you already know and love. And no matter how you like to get your groceries, Kroger makes it easy with store pickup, delivery, and now you can have your order shipped right to your door. So now it's easier than ever to check out while you're chilling when you shop online with the Kroger app or at Kroger.com today.
You're listening to Dogs Football. Now back to more of the Napa Tailgate Show.
It's an empty set. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left for Fromm from the Auburn 38-yard line. There's the snap. Here comes pressure in the pocket. Throws it over the middle. Caught at the 30, at the 20, at the 10, at the 5. Touchdown on 4th down. Terry Godwin. Back here on the Bulldogs Tailgate Show as we count you down to kickoff here at the Sugar Bowl, the Superdome here in New Orleans as Georgia plays its final game of the 2018 season. Coach Kirby Smart is with us as we take a look at tonight's opponent, the Texas Longhorns. And, Coach, it's been a long time since these two teams met. These are two of the high-profile programs in the history of college football, but it's been more than 30 years since these two teams clashed.
It's pretty amazing that you can go that long without, playing a team the caliber of them and nobody meeting a bowl game or meeting one of these kickoff classics. But a lot of respect for both programs, and Texas certainly has one of the premier programs in the country, and Tom has done a great job putting them back on the map from a recruiting standpoint, but also on the field.
What makes them, as you say, one of the premier programs in the country? What do you see from these guys?
Well, they've got great players, and they go out and recruit the best players in the country. They've got a state that feeds them some of the top high school football players all across the country. I mean, there's not a college football team in the country that does not recruit the state of Texas. They've just got so many people, but also good high school football programs, and you see that in Texas's play. They're very experienced football players.
We've got one from Texas. J.R. Reed, is he the only one on the roster?
Tommy Bush is from out there, the receiver, and he came from Texas. So we've got and we recruited him against Texas. So we've had some more and more battles with them as both our programs have been on the rise.
How has J.R. accepted this challenge in preparing? I'm sure he's glad to come back and play a team from his home state, and his dad
played for the Saints here in New Orleans, so he's got a lot of connections for this game.
Yeah, he does. He's excited. He's worked really hard at being a good leader in the secondary, especially with Coach Tucker being gone. He stepped his role up and communicates well with those guys. He's really been honed in on his game plan.
All right, let's talk a little bit about that since you mentioned Mel's name as he takes the job in Colorado. How do you shore up your defense against Texas today?
Well, big thing is, we may have as many as 3 starters out with the situations we've got. So we got to go play fundamentally sound football, get our kids lined up, let them play. Don't try to overdo it. Don't try to call a perfect game. Get them lined up, let them play. We know that bowl games and we know that Big 12 is a high-scoring league. So we've got to go out and create some turnovers, get some red area stops, force some field goals. Those are big in these kind of games.
Are there any changes other than the obvious among the staff to call this game, to prepare defensively with Mel taking the other job?
No, there's no. I mean, to be honest with you, the game planning has been exactly like it's always been. We meet together, we make decisions together, we go through scripts, we talk about how we're going to call the game, what's good for this, what's good for that. The only thing different is who decides what's being called. Where that goes from Mel, and that goes to all 3 of us, Glenn, Dan, and myself. We'll take over those duties within the game, and I don't think a lot will change.
Tell us a little bit about the Texas offense, and if you would, start with a quarterback.
Yeah, they've got a very explosive offense. It's based behind the quarterback who's got the ability to run the ball, and he does that well. And then it's built around the perimeter. They got really big perimeter players, gigantic receivers that are extremely physical, good backs, a very experienced O-line, and a tight end in Beck who does a really good job. So they've got experience at all points. Their strength is their size on the perimeter and their quarterback play.
Have they transformed into kind of more of a passing team from you think of Texas and you think of all the famous running backs that they've had. Do they have that this year, or are they more of a passing team?
I don't know that they're still a good running team. They don't have that elite back that you think of when you think of Texas. The Ricky Williamses and all the guys that have played there. But they have talent, and they've got good backs, and they spread you out. They use the quarterback as much as anybody to run it, and that's a big part of Tom's system always.
How does that counter what you want to do defensively? What do we have to do to keep an eye on Ellinger and keep him from running the football?
Well, it's tough because when he runs the ball, we need extra people in the box, and that limits us outside, and it's tough. The matchups outside will dictate how we're able to play them. If we can control the run game and control the line of scrimmage, we can give those corners some breaks. But if we can't, then we got to put the corners out there and put them on an island, and sometimes that's tough to do in matchups where your guy might not be as experienced as their guy.
Their top 2 receivers are Humphrey and Johnson. How can we give them problems?
We got to get our hands on them. We got to affect them. We got to disrupt their routes. We got to do a really good job playing the ball in the air. When your back's to the ball as a DB, it shows kind of how confident you are. And those 2 young players have got to play well when their back's to the ball, because they're going to have their back to the ball and they're going to be in coverage quite a bit. We're going to have to make some plays on the ball.
Expect a lot of points in this game today?
It's hard to say. You just never know. I mean, I would think so, but then you look and see some of these bowl games and you see a crazy score like Oregon's, and you just never know what you're going to get.
Thanks for your time. Good luck in tonight's ball game, and we look forward to it, and we'll catch up with you in just a little bit. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Scott.
All right, that's Coach Kirby Smart and our look at the Texas Longhorns. Hondo, back to you for more of the Bulldogs Tailgate Show.
I suppose.
You and Scott are on together. Up. Hey, hang on, everybody. Looking for that microphone. Yeah, I'm sitting there talking to Scott Warner, Coach Dooley, and Lauren Smith, so I got a little distracted. All right, thank you so much, Scott. Thanks to Coach Smart. Georgia's first appearance in New Orleans since January 1st, 2008, when the Dogs defeated Hawaii 41-10. It's the All-State Sugar Bowl. Tonight we get number 15, Texas, right here, and stick around because in 2 minutes we get Coach Vince Dooley and Scott Warner with Lauren on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
In football, it's important to call the right play. In life, it can be even more important to make the right call, especially regarding termite protection. To protect my home, I call the unbeatable combination for termite protection, Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system. Discover how affordable it is to protect your home with the Centricon system. Make the right call. Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
I'm attorney Ken Nugent, and I'm here with former Bulldog quarterback and radio host Buck Bellew.
Ken's going to donate $500 to 2 members of the military every Bulldogs football game this season.
If you're a member of the military, go to attorneykennugent.com to enter.
And 2 people are going to win $500 every game.
1 click.
That's it.
Ken Nugent, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Call 1-800-CALL-KEN, 1355 Peachtree Street Northeast, Suite 1000, Atlanta, Georgia 30309.
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
The Walton Gas Champions for Charity game is on. That means every time the Dogs win a regular season game, Walton Gas will donate $1,000 to these local charities: Camp Twin Lakes, the Salvation Army, the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. And for every bowl game the Dogs win, Walton Gas will donate $5,000. Everyone wins with Walton Gas. Always low rates, always great service. Put your game face on and be a champion for charity. Vote for the charity of your choice at waltongas.com/UGA.
Napa know-how.
You're there every game. Same time, same spot, sporting your team's gear and flipping burgers like the diehard fanatic that you are. And while every vehicle at the tailgate deserves quality parts and Napa know-how, none deserve it more than yours, the perennial tailgate champion. And with Napa know-how, you and your ride can go the distance. Quality parts, helpful people, and proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
Longhorns.
Bounces out right, still running. 10, 5, pylon, touchdown!
This is the Sugar Bowl.
We come after the punt and we block it! Stokes picks it up on the bounce! Touchdown! Touchdown! Eric Stokes!
Eric Stokes with a huge play at Missouri back in September, and man, that seems like years ago, doesn't it? Wow. Eric Stokes should play a large role for the Dogs tonight as he gets the starting nod at cornerback in place of All-American DeAndre Baker. Thanks for tuning in to our Napa Tailgate Show. Scott Howard's up in the press box. Eric Zier, Lauren Smith, and Neil Hondo Williamson here on the 20-yard line of the Superdome. And here's Lauren with 2 very special guests. Lauren?
Happy to announce to everybody, if you don't know already, that Coach Vince Dooley and Scott Werner have been inducted, or will be tonight officially, into the Sugar Bowl Hall of Fame. And, of course, your big year, both of you. 1980, Georgia defeating Notre Dame 17-10. Herschel was the most valuable player in the game. I think they only gave 1 award, Vince, but I have remembered several times over the years you said they should have given 2. One the offense, one the defense. And if they'd given a defensive player of the game, your vote would have been for Scott Werner.
Yeah, well, I'm going to name him anyway as as a coach. I have that prerogative. He was the Herschel Walker of the defense, I can assure you of that. And the plays that he made in the fourth quarter, particularly to preserve the victory, was just absolutely amazing.
Well, Vince, what is your favorite memory of the Sugar Bowl game? I mean, it was the icing on the cake. It confirmed you were indeed the national champion, undefeated and untied.
And undisputed. There wasn't any question about us being the national champions that night. And it was it didn't start off very well. If you remember, on the second play, Herschel's shoulder was knocked out of place. And he came over here. We may be on the same sidelines.
I think it was this sideline, yes.
And they put it back in, and amazingly, he goes back in the ball game, and he gains 150 yards when no back the whole year had ever gained over 100 against a great Notre Dame defense.
And he took 34 snaps, his jersey number, with a dislocated shoulder. Now, Scott, you're a pretty tough hombre yourself, but now you talk about playing hurt. I don't think you could top that.
I don't even want to try, to be honest with you, Lauren. It was enough fun just playing healthy back in 1980, and I wouldn't trade it for anything.
Well, you can speak to the defense. Nobody can quibble with Herschel getting any award, because if he does, you know it's going to be well-deserved. But what was the satisfaction? You didn't get an award, but the satisfaction of winning that game.
The satisfaction came from our defense exemplified what had happened all year. Mike Fisher had an interception. My roommate Chris Welton had a fumble recovery. The two Kelly brothers put together another fumble recovery, and then two interceptions. We bend but don't break all year long, and everybody wants that little round thing out on the field that they're throwing around the football, and we always seem some way to end up with it. And I think that was the epitome of the season, and the Sugar Bowl ended it well.
And in memory of Eric Russell, just one more time.
No doubt about it. I think back, and I've told this story many times in the past 2 days, is I saw more faces in the huddle, in the defensive huddle during the Sugar Bowl than I'd seen all year, faces that hadn't been on the field. And the 3 plays and out, and Coach Russell coming over, fellas, we got to go do it just one more time, and out we'd go, and I'd get in the huddle and I'd look, and I was surprised to see some of the faces I'd seen in the huddle. Even though they played 4 or 5 plays, they did well, and it was really a truly complete team effort on defense.
What does this mean to you, Coach? You grew up in Mobile, 2 hours away, so you've always had an affection for New Orleans. Being in the Sugar Bowl Hall of Fame, you've had so many awards you can't count them, but this one has to be a little special.
Well, it's special, and Scott is one of the big reasons why I'm in the Hall of Fame as a coach. But you know, that whole year, and we're certainly talking about the game here, but time after time, if one phase of our game did not do well, offensively or defensively, then some big play otherwise. And Scott was a classic example of that in the Clemson game. If you could remember, they knocked us all over the place. We scored 2 touchdowns, and Scott was responsible for both on a punt return for a touchdown, interception that went 99 yards, but he gave out of gas at the 1-yard line. And then Buck slipped it in for a quarterback sneak. But there's a great example of what happened all year long, and then we had virtually the same thing happen in the Sugar Bowl then.
Well, it's been fun. Vince not only is my friend and great producer of many records at Georgia, he's my neighbor, and I get to see him. I get to see Scott because he comes to Athens a lot, and I just think it's great that Scott, I never expected this. I expected him to be a great football player, expected him to be a great outdoorsman. He's something of a Renaissance man. He can't wait till the summer and go back to Europe. I guess you know all about that, Coach, but he's a...
Well, I'll tell you one thing about Scott, many things about him, but he went into the Hall of Fame this year, as you know. Mm-hmm. But I've never known anybody that has enjoyed being in the Hall of Fame or being in the Sugar Bowl Hall of Fame, the College Football Hall of Fame, because he and his wife, they absolutely enjoy coming, and it's fun to watch them have a great time.
They are a happy, united couple. We see them a lot of places doing a lot of things. So, do you agree with Coach Dugan's assessment? You're one of those old pros, old guys having a good time.
I'm the luckiest guy in the world, and my wonderful wife, Mary Ann, she and I, we've just accepted it and gone with it, and we have thoroughly enjoyed being Georgia Bulldogs all our life. And yes, there are those that do and those that want to, and if you sit back and wait on it, it's just not going to happen. You just have to go out there and grab it and make it happen.
I'll tell you another thing, is it's how fate plays a role. The other person that posthumously went into the Hall of Fame tonight, is Darrell Royal. And the reason that Scott, who loved Coach Royal, the reason that Scott came, we're number 2, is that Darrell Royal retired. So we take our hats off to Darrell, who retired, and Scott came to Georgia.
I thought it was quite interesting, and here we are playing the Longhorns, the team that I could have been playing for those many years ago, and how a decision he makes in 1976, my high school year of football, while I'm out there, and he decides to resign and quit the game, and how a decision like that changes and shapes my life, changed my life forever. sent me to the University of Georgia playing for Coach Dooley and winning the national championship with a great team and a bunch of great teammates all back in Georgia. Yeah, it was wonderful.
I think it's great as we go to tell everybody how wonderful it is that you, in my opinion, spend so much time with your old teammates. Hugh Nall, Chris Welton, just a whole gang. Some of y'all get together, talk about old times, and I'm sure you probably by now do have that MVP in the Sugar Bowl Hall of Fame. We go back over to Neil.
All right, Lauren, thank you. Scott, congratulations. Coach Dooley, congratulations. Great to see you both. Good to see Marianne and Barbara last night as well. All right, thank you very much, Lauren. Thanks to those guys. Georgia and Texas prepare to meet for the 5th time in the history of these two legacy programs. In 1949, the Longhorns upset the 8th-ranked Bulldogs 41-28 in the Orange Bowl. Texas was led by a senior running back who busted loose for 107 rushing yards, his only 100-yard performance as a Longhorn. That senior back for Texas, a kid named Tom Landry, went on to coach the Dallas Cowboys to 5 NFC championships, 2 Super Bowl victories, and 20 straight winning seasons in the NFL. It is the Sugar Bowl. We'll continue from the Scanda sideline with the great Eric Zier's formula for stopping the Longhorns' potent passing game. That's coming up in the next 15 minutes on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Of course you know that if your car battery's dead, you can reach for a AAA membership card to come to your rescue. But did you know that a AAA card has you covered with more than roadside assistance? Like with a cruise or vacation package, a savings account, discounts at thousands of locations, plus auto, home, and life insurance, free identity theft protection, and more. So get a AAA card and expect something more. To learn more, go to AAA.com or visit your local AAA office.
I'm John Addison, a lifetime Bulldog fan, Georgia graduate, and the chairman of distribution for Primerica, the largest independent financial services marketing company in North America. Primerica is a Main Street company for Main Street families. We help people from all walks of life achieve their goals and dreams by offering common sense financial solutions to today's challenges. As a Georgia-based company, Primerica is proud to continue to sponsor Georgia football. Go Dogs!
Dogs. Longhorns. This is the Sugar Bowl on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hi, welcome to the Subway Simple 6 radio ad. How would you like to hear it?
From a game show host?
All right, let's play.
Thanks, Johnny. Tonight's contestants are playing for the fantastic Simple 6 menu. Their choice of 6 different 6-inch subs, chips, and a 21-ounce drink. With subs like the Spicy Italian and Black Forest Ham, this is one $6 deal that can't be beat. Subway, make it what you want.
At participating restaurants, additional charge for extras plus applicable tax. No additional discounts or coupons may be applied.
At Kubota, we believe a utility vehicle should do more than take you places. That's why our all-new Sidekick is built to do it all. Power, performance, and handling come standard with Kubota's 48-horsepower gasoline engine and worry-free CVT Plus transmission. Climb more hills, tow more weight, and cover more ground faster. Cross over to more with the all-new Kubota RTV Sidekick. Head into your local Kubota dealership to test drive one today. Find your local Kubota dealer at gokubota.com.
Perfect way to begin your Georgia football Saturday.
Kick is blocked! The kick is blocked! It's no good! It's no good!
Welcome back to the Napa Tailgate Show.
He ran over him. There he goes. Versus Dogs.
So we'll try to kick one 100,000 miles.
Dogs on top. We were gone. I gave up. You did too. Look at the sugar falling out of the sky.
Georgia football history through the voice of a legend. Here's another listen back to Larry Munson's greatest calls.
Minute and 31, 27-24. Tech trying desperately to strike and pull a shocking upset win right at the end. They split 2 men out in an I. Dogs are in a 5-2, trying to hang on their 35 and a half. And Dewberry sprinting out to the left, running, looking. He's lobbing to a man open. It's broken up, intercepted by Flack. Tony Tony Black intercepted. A one-handed catch falling backward. Tech had a man open on the 10. They had Kiesler open on the 10. And Tony Black jumped in front of him. They had a flanker, either Wise or Kiesler. Black got up in the air and caught it and went down on the 9. With 82 seconds left, the Dogs may have saved themselves there.
Beating Tech in 1983. That Tony Black interception sealed Georgia's 6th consecutive win over the Jackets and gave Dooley's Dogs a 9-1-1 record heading into the Cotton Bowl against number 2 Texas. Great to hear Larry Munson always. And UGA and UT meet tonight for only the 5th time. As a proud sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs, Napa Auto Parts can help your ride and your tailgate party go the distance. Quality parts, helpful people, that's Napa know-how. Texas receivers Lil Jordan Humphrey and Colin Johnson, they've combined for 2,154 receiving yards and 16 touchdowns. So how in the world will the Dogs stop this high-octane Longhorns attack tonight, especially without All-American DeAndre Baker in uniform? We'll get Eric Zier's answer in 2 minutes. This is the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Get ready for kickoff at the UGA Bookstore, featuring the best Bulldog gifts and apparel. Shop all the great brands at the UGA Bookstore like Nike, Peter Millar, 47 brand, Tommy Bahama, Vineyard Vines, and Southern Tide. If it's red and black and you want it, they've got it at the UGA Bookstore in the heart of campus next to the Tate Student Center. Shop online 24/7 at UGABookstore.com. The UGA Bookstore, it's where dogs shop.
Well, the Oranges really need to capitalize here if they want to win the Family Room Championship. There's the snap. Hyper Blue is going for the blitz. Here's Energetic Orange, dropping back, looks long, throws, and touchdown! SW 6887 Naval with the 39-yard catch to defeat the Blues.
Ask Sherwin-Williams and bring home the color of your team spirit. Visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store today.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Have you ever felt like the big banks didn't have time for your business? At Piedmont Bank, you're exactly who we want to do business with. We're founded by a group of local business professionals who believe our community needs a bank committed to serving the needs of businesses and residents of our community. We believe banking is very much a people business, and we look forward to serving you. Experience the difference at Piedmont Bank. Visit us today at piedmont.bank.
The holidays. At BMW, we want to remind you of some excuses to enjoy the ride home a little longer. If you're in the all-new BMW X5 with the upgraded navigation within iDrive 7.0, consider the detour excuse.
Hey, Dad, ran into construction. Gotta take a detour.
Make the most of the road home. Hurry in to the BMW Road Home sales event to receive exceptional offers on select models now through January 2nd. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Proud sponsor of Georgia Athletics. Visit BMWATL.com for great offers. Go Dogs!
This is the Sugar Bowl.
35-30, he's got a convoy, he's got to go, touchdown!
Now back to more of the Napa Tailgate Show.
Play fake to P-Rod, Frank's all kinds of time, will throw it, and it's intercepted, he short-armed the pass, it's picked off at the 27 by Tyreek McGee. It's the Dogs' ball, going the other way.
Just love those highlights from torching the Gators back in October. Tonight, Georgia with a full plate defensively as the Dogs take on our third Big 12 opponent in a bowl game in as many years. And time now for It's Hard to Stop an Opponent, presented by Train. It's hard to stop a train. Eric Zier back with us. Z, we corralled TCU in 2016. We outscored Oklahoma last year in the Rose Bowl. Tonight, Georgia must figure out how to inhibit this dynamic Texas offense without our defensive coordinator and our All-American cornerback.
I think the biggest thing is making sure that the defensive backs get the attention they need, because there's certainly a lot of defensive backs on the field. I mean, you got 4, 5, 6 guys on the field at a time, so you got to make sure you got enough sets of eyes back there.
There's Coach Kirby Smart, who will take the reins when it comes to calling the game. Coach Smart says that we'll miss Mel Tucker less in that capacity than in the lead-up to tonight's contest.
I think it affects preparation more than the actual game. I think obviously those guys helped a lot in preparation. I think the biggest adjustment will be what you mentioned to start. The biggest change is Mel called it, and Mel's not here. So, but we've got guys with experience calling it.
That's Coach Kirby Smart, and anytime you lose somebody like Mel Tucker with the talent that he is, you're going to miss his leadership. You are going to miss his coordination of just getting all of the different nuances of this defense pulled together to go out and execute during game time. But if there's anyone that can overcome losing a defensive coordinator like Coach Tucker, it really is the Georgia Bulldogs, because you've got Kirby Smart, who's been one of the best at coordinating defenses himself, that can step immediately into that role. You've got a number of coaches that are already and have been involved in game planning and pulling together specific parts of that game plan. So it's going to hurt not having Coach Tucker here, but if anybody can withstand it, it's the Dogs because of Kirby Smart.
All right, Z, Texas quarterback Sam Ehlinger, responsible for 38 touchdowns this year, 25 via the air, 13 on the ground. Will we have to assign a player as a spy for the quarterback draw? And the way Texas runs it, they have that lead running back designated to get to the second level and take out that spy, the linebacker. How many problems does that create?
Well, it creates some issues. Anytime that you've got a mobile quarterback, you've got that one additional guy, and you eliminate the advantage that the defense has. So it is a problem. I think having a spy has got to be part of this game plan. I don't think you have to look far to get at least a resemblance of what you want to try to do in this football game. You can go back to Alabama, where Alabama, with Tua, a mobile quarterback, can hurt you with his legs as well. Dynamic receivers. And what we did against Alabama, I think we'll do here. A lot of different looks, a lot of aggressive looks to try to create some confusion and try to disrupt the rhythm of what Texas is trying to do offensively. It's what we did against Alabama and did it very well until late in the game, where Jalen Hurts got in and hurt us some with his mobility and running around. We want to be able to contain but create a lot of different looks to create just a hair of confusion to slow them down just a little bit.
All right, another key component to defensive success for Georgia tonight contains 6'4" Lil Jordan Humphrey, 6'6" Colin Johnson. How will we slow down these two top-notch Texas receivers without cornerback DeAndre Baker?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Lil Jordan Humphrey, 79 catches on the year. Johnson has got another 65 catches on the year, 16 touchdowns between the two of them. Just saw them out here warming up. They are big. They are very fluid. They are very good receivers. And if you get into jump ball situations, you're going to be in trouble against guys of that stature. You've got to get up in the line of scrimmage. You've got to be physical, get them off of their routes, disrupt that timing. And when the football's up in the air, you've got to go attack the football. You can't just wait until it becomes a jump ball situation, because if you do, you're going to lose that battle.
All right, thank you, Z. Come back and game plan in 10 minutes.
Can't wait.
All right, very good. Eric Zier with us. That was today's defensive preview presented by Train. It's hard to stop a train. One other thing to keep an eye on with these receivers of Texas, two of them have thrown touchdown passes this year. Tom Herman, the coach, employs some prestidigitation. Lil Jordan Humphrey and another receiver, Jarrett Hurd, have each thrown TDs. Scott Howard is coming up next, plus Scott will call our coach Kirby Smart for the Inside Skinny on tonight's game. That's less than 30 minutes away on our Napa Tailgate Show. It's number 5, Georgia versus 15th-ranked Texas in the Sugar Bowl. More from the 30-yard line at the Superdome in 2 minutes on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Inside the Train testing facility, our heating and cooling products go through endless torture tests. We drop them, slam them against a wall, shake them, and then expect them to run without an extra decibel in our anechoic sound chamber. We test so it runs.
From now until December 31st, you can own the most reliable heating and cooling system with no interest if paid in full within 15 months. Visit traininfo.com for complete program eligibility, dates, details, and restrictions. Valid on qualifying train equipment, subject to credit approval.
It's hard to stop a train.
There's a common misconception that all chicken sandwiches from the South are the same. Cue Zaxby's new buttermilk and hand-breaded Southern Sweet and Smoky and Southern TLC chicken sandwiches. One has sweet pickles, lettuce, smoky backyard sauce, and a potato bun. The other, a perfected classic with lettuce, tomato, and mayo. Both served with crinkle fries in a 22-ounce tray. The Southern chicken sandwich will never be the same. Order ahead on Zaxby's.com or use our app to skip the wait. Friends, family, flavor. Zaxby's.
Bulldogs, Longhorns. This is the Sugar Bowl on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
An unreliable network can cost you money. That's why you need Comcast Business. Our gig speed network is fast. And we go beyond fast with the complete reliability of 4G LTE backup, which means that even if something like construction knocks out the power, you can still upload that presentation and not take a hit to your company's bottom line. For a limited time, switch to Comcast Business and get an amazing deal on fast, reliable internet. Get 75 megabit internet for $49.95 per month for 2 years when you add 2 voice mobility lines and sign up for EcoBill and automatic payment. Just one more way Comcast Business goes beyond other providers. Call 1-800-501-6000 today. Comcast Business. Beyond fast.
Offerings 131.19. Restrictions apply. New business customers only. 2-year agreement required. Early termination fee applies. Equipment taxes and fees extra. Subject to change. Connection Pro backup limited up to 6 hours. Requires Comcast Business Internet. Offer price requires EcoBill. Pay for this billing and auto pay through Comcast Business My Account.
This is Georgia Bulldogs football.
35-30. He's got a convoy. He's going to go. Touchdown.
Now back to more of the Napa Tailgate Show.
This moment of commitment is brought to you by Georgia Farm Bureau Insurance, always the home team. The University of Georgia is the birthplace of public higher education in America, launching our nation's great tradition of world-class education. What began as a commitment to inspire the next generation grows stronger today through global research and innovation, hands-on experiential learning, and a deep dedication to serving the people of Georgia and beyond. The University of Georgia inspires those who will lead, discover, and serve. It's more than our mission. It's more than our passion. It's our commitment.
Georgia 1st and 10 on the Tech 44. Fromm going deep. He's got Hardman breaking open. Touchdown over the shoulder in the end zone, running in stride. 44 yards. Touchdown, Georgia.
And with that pitch and catch, the Bulldogs dispatched Georgia Tech for another year and Paul Johnson forever. Yeah, I know. I have mixed feelings about that, too. Welcome back, Lauren Zier and Hondo from the Scana sideline. Up at the press box, the voice of the Dogs, Scott Howard. And Scott, DeAndre Baker, he's elected to sit out this game. Backup quarterback Justin Fields is predicted by many to be one step from transferring out. We have juniors considering early entry to the NFL draft. Another departed defensive back besides all that. Toss in that our defensive coordinator departed for a new head coaching gig at Colorado. And Coach Smart has been besieged by major distractions in the lead-up for tonight's contest.
It's been a busy month, and then you throw in recruiting on top of all of that. Yeah. It's like, hey, I got a game to prepare for. Can you guys, take care of this stuff? It has been a busy month, and I guess if you wanted that stuff to be distracting, then you could let it. But I don't think Kirby works like that. I don't think this program is working like that. You expect coaches to come and go. Maybe the timing is never right on that situation. Now the player stuff, that's a different animal. So we'll just have to see how that plays out. But you kind of have to put that on the back burner. If Justin doesn't stay at the University of Georgia, then that's going to come after this. So that's going to be something different to deal with. Up until now, you continue to practice, you continue to play as a member of the team, and hopefully that's what he has done. And while I'm thinking of it, you'd asked about James Cook earlier. He's out. James Cook is out tonight.
He is.
He's in a boot and on a scooter.
Oh boy.
So he is out. So thank you for pointing that out earlier today, and I was able to find out that information. So James won't be available tonight.
Thank you for gathering that info. Very good. Hey, Scott, does Texas have more intrinsic motivations, considering they're the underdog and they're the program on the rise, and it's the Longhorns' first major bowl game in 10 years, potential for the program's first 10-win season.
I think they're excited about that.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, as we would have been had we been coming from a situation like they are. I mean, they didn't do as much, I think, last year as they had hoped to do. They brought in Tom Herman. They paid him a lot of money a couple of years ago after Charlie Strong's 4 seasons, I believe it was, and they wanted this program to turn around, and they wanted it on the rise, and they wanted this kind of experience, the New Year's Day 6 bowls, the playoff picture, conference championships, all of that. Well, they got to the conference championship this year. They didn't win it. They are a 4-loss team, but they are in the Sugar Bowl. So, they want to get that. They feel like this is the next step towards that progress that gets them back to where they used to be, to playing for championships on a regular basis, in the talk for national championships and that sort of thing. I don't know if they want it any more than Georgia does, though. I think Georgia wants to prove something tonight as well, as they do every time they take the field. So maybe that's a scratch in the psychological wars, but both teams certainly with something to play for.
All right, very good. Thank you, Scott. Within the next 30 minutes, Scott will return with Coach Kirby Smart and the exclusive Inside Skinny on tonight's Big 12 SEC skirmish. It's the Sugar Bowl from the Superdome. Eric Zier next with the game plan on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Everybody knows that peanuts are the state crop of Georgia. But did you know that Georgia farmers contribute nearly $75 billion to the state's economy each year? That's not peanuts. Those billions are why Georgia Farm Bureau cultivates farmers, by promoting agriculture and offering access to benefits that save families money, like home and auto insurance. You can join online for just a few bucks a year. Peanuts.
Strong, dependable, ready for anything. The University of Georgia Bulldogs know what it takes to make a great team, and your local Massey Ferguson dealers are proud to support them. Take on the season with Massey Ferguson compact and utility tractors. They mow, load, handle hay, and more, all while delivering more of the power and versatility you've come to expect from Massey Ferguson. Experience the compact and utility tractors that will take you through the season strong. Visit GeorgiaMasseyDealers.com to learn more.
The Dogs are heard right here. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
In football, a triple threat is a player who can do it all. For barbecue, Dreamland is a triple threat. You can dine in, carry out, or let us cater your next event. For the ultimate tailgating experience, nothing beats a rack of legendary Dreamland ribs with your favorite sides. If you got a taste for winning, treat your team to Dreamland. There ain't nothing like 'em nowhere. A proud supporter of the Georgia Bulldogs.
At PT Solutions Physical Therapy, we're proud to be an official partner of UGA. In sports, getting to the next level takes lots of talent and lots of work. At PT Solutions, we believe that every young athlete deserves the opportunity to chase his or her dream. That's why you'll find our therapists and trainers on the fields and sidelines at every level, helping athletes stay healthy and be at their best. We hope you'll visit us at over 40 Georgia locations or at ptsolutions.com.
This is the Sugar Bowl.
35-30, he's got a convoy, he's got to go, touchdown!
Now back to more of the Napa Tailgate Show.
Holyfield offset to Fromm's left. Snap is high. Fromm takes it down, gives it to Elijah Holyfield. He drives, dragging tacklers with him, gets the ball across the goal line. Touchdown, Georgia, and Elijah Holyfield.
Elijah Holyfield, 44 yards shy of joining DeAndre Swift in the 1,000-yard rushing club this season. It's the Napa Tailgate Show. We continue now with Eric Zier in 10 seconds. First, we're going to pause for station identification. This is the Bulldogs Sports Network. Today's game plan is brought to you by Country Financial. Protecting what's important to you and preparing for your financial future doesn't have to be complicated. Take it one simple step at a time at TakeSimpleSteps.com. First priority for Georgia as we game plan tonight, who's going to oversee the defense during the game?
Schumann and Dan and Trey will all share some of those duties going forward, but we've always been really involved with the defense myself, so it'll continue to be that way.
That's Coach Kirby Smart, and without question, if anybody can handle losing a defensive coordinator like Mel Tucker, and there are going to be gaps with him not being there, of course. The leadership, his coordination of everything that he's done, the relationship that he's got with these players. But if anybody can withstand it, it is the Georgia Bulldogs because of Kirby Smart. We've got talented coaches that have put together the game plans all season long over the past several years. That won't change. They'll continue to go do that. Kirby Smart, as much experience as anybody calling plays in big games. He'll be doing that tonight. So I don't expect to see much drop-off at all, if any, with Mel Tucker not being here.
All right, Sam Ehlinger, the Texas QB1. We've talked about his many talents. Listen to these stats from his 2 outings against number 4 Oklahoma this season. The first a win, the second was a close loss. On October 22nd, Longhorns won by 3. Ehlinger ran for 3 touchdowns, threw for 2 more. He was 24 of 35 passing for 314 yards. Then, in the Big 12 championship game, which Oklahoma won, Ehlinger ran for 2 TDs, threw for 2 more. He was 23 of 36 for 349, and he led the team in rushing, 15 carries for 42 yards, Z.
Yeah, dual threat quarterback that can hurt you both through the air and with his legs. He's going to do it probably more through the air, over 3,000 yards passing, 64% completion percentage. He's been responsible for 38 touchdowns. You've got to make sure he doesn't beat you, and the way that you go do that, you've got to create confusion to slow down his thought process. You saw it against Alabama where we brought multiple looks and aggressive looks as well, but not sitting back in the same kind of defense. Bring pressure from a lot of different angles, try to confuse him and slow down his thought process just a little bit. The only way that you can really slow down a quarterback and receiving core like we're going to see tonight.
All right, thank you, Z. Very good job there. The Texas team has taken the field. If you hear the noise behind us, it's because their band is playing and their fans are excited, and now our band is playing and our players are about to come out as well. Well, we'll see just how stout Texas is, won't we? Let's not forget that Georgia churned out 63 yards and a TD against Alabama's defense. We'll just see how this matchup goes tonight. Scott Howard returns with Coach Kirby Smart and an Inside Skinny in less than 15 minutes. Scott, Eric, and Lauren are next as we gear up for number 5 Georgia, 15th ranked Texas on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
At Kubota, we believe a utility vehicle should do more than take you places. That's why our all-new Sidekick is built to do it all. Power, performance, and handling come standard with Kubota's 48-horsepower gasoline engine and worry-free CVT Plus transmission. Climb more hills, tow more weight, and cover more ground faster. Cross over to more with the all-new Kubota RTV Sidekick. Head into your local Kubota dealership to test drive one today. Find your local Kubota dealer at GoKubota.com.
Well, the Oranges really need to capitalize here if they want to win the Family Room Championship. There's the snap. Hyper Blue is going for the blitz. Here's Energetic Orange, dropping back, looks long, throws, and touchdown! SW 6887 Naval with a 39-yard catch to defeat the Blues.
Ask Sherwin-Williams and bring home the color of your team spirit. Visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store today.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
You couldn't miss that wedding, birthday party, or whatever event you felt obligated to attend. So you missed the game. And more importantly, the game program. Not to worry. IMGProducts.net has got you covered with official programs and yearbooks from many of the nation's top schools, plus conference and NCAA championships. Visit IMGProducts.net to browse the hundreds of publications available. IMGProducts.net. We've got you covered.
Last time on College Sports Now. We got Utah head coach Kyle Whittingham with us. Word had to have gotten back to you when Mike Leach said if there was a head coach who's likely to win a Pac-12 brawl, that it would be you.
Well, Coach Leach is a friend of mine. I think he's just trying to get me in a fight with somebody. I don't know. He's trying to stir the pot.
Listen to College Sports Now, 10 a.m. to noon Eastern Time, Monday through Friday on TuneIn. Follow along on Twitter at CSNowTweets and on Apple Podcasts by searching College Sports Now.
Setting the table for Dogs football.
Bounces out right, still running. 10, 5, pylon, touchdown!
You're listening to the Napa Tailgate Show.
And Locke will throw downfield, and the ball is caught around the 34-yard line. Now it's loose and picked up by Georgia. Georgia's running the other way with the football. The Dogs are running down to the left, and Tyson Campbell's going to go all the way into the end zone for an apparent touchdown. I don't see any flags, no whistles. Officials are indicating a score. Tyson Campbell has scored the first points of this ball game for the Dogs, 6-0.
Tyson Campbell back in the starting lineup at cornerback. He should play a large role in the success or failure of the Bulldogs tonight. Thanks for tuning in to the Napa Tailgate Show. Time for us to check in now with the Comcast Business Scoreboard. 3 finals from earlier today. In the Outback Bowl, it was Iowa over 18th-ranked Mississippi State, 27-22. Number 11, LSU, upended previously undefeated Central Florida. UCF was number 8 coming into the Fiesta Bowl. Bayou Bengals win that one 40-32. And Kentucky wins the Citrus Bowl over 12th-ranked Penn State, 14th-ranked Wildcats win that one 27-24. And I'm going to ask Tony and Zach to whisper in my ear, what's the Ohio State score, guys? Last I saw it was halftime, and I failed to look that up. But we'll get that to you shortly. 28-10, Ohio State in the fourth quarter. Thank you very much for that, men. That was your scoreboard update brought to you by Comcast Business Beyond Fast. Scott Howard, Eric Zier, Lauren Smith, Neil Hondo Williamson, and Lauren, it was good to see our old friend Vernon Brinson. I saw him in the lobby with you last night.
Yes, Jeff Hunt and I forgot to mention the fact that Vernon was sort of a mentor and a promoter of Jeff when he came here from Georgia, and Vernon, he extends hospitality to every dog he knows when the bowl game is here.
He's such a kind guy, and it was great to see you guys last night. Well, these are heady times for UGA. You think over the last 15 months, we faced Notre Dame, Oklahoma, Bama twice, 2 SEC championship games, the overtime loss in the Natty, and that's not to mention sweeping Florida, Tennessee, Georgia Tech, and South Carolina, and 2 out of the last 3 against Auburn. Scott Howard, glory, glory indeed.
It's a great time to be a Bulldog, and I think there's more great times ahead. I think this is just the tip of the iceberg of what we're able to see out of this program based on the recruiting that Georgia has done over the last 3 years and based on the results that they have had on the field over the last 2 seasons. I think we're going to see a lot more of that.
It's still a big challenge to win, and I think Kirby Smart is familiar with how you can build a program. He saw that at Alabama under Nick Saban. He wants the same at Georgia, and he recruits every waking minute. That's why he's going to have good players, good talent, and the team with the best talent. And Alabama's done that back-to-back recruiting years. You can't have an off year, and Kirby's got the nose to the grindstone when it comes to recruiting, so I think the future is good.
Ben, I'm going to quote Tim Tebow right now. Quote.
I'm sorry.
Now for the time leading up to the game, where's your motivation? Where is your edge? Where is that fire? Unquote. Are the Dogs, who are disappointed about not making it to the playoff, are the Dogs too distracted, too down, too shorthanded to successfully compete against Texas tonight? We'll start with you, Scott Howard.
I don't think so. All the stuff that we've talked about earlier in the show, it can be a distraction if you let it be, but we haven't really seen any indication of that over the last month or so. There's a lot of talk about it, certainly. A lot of people want to point out what's going on social media, what guys say, can they back it up, all that kind of stuff. I think we'll see a good performance out of this Georgia team tonight, just based on what we've seen over the last month in practice and workouts, focus of the team, talking to the coaches, all of that stuff. You never never know until you start playing. But I don't see these guys as being distracted so much to the point where they won't have a good performance against Texas tonight.
Well, I sound like a broken record, but it's true. I base my opinion on the body language and the attitude of Kirby Smart. When your head coach, when your leader is positive, when he feels good about things, then you have to feel good. And that's the way I feel. I think realistically, they're going to do some things on offense because that league is an offensive league. Mm-hmm. So probably be like the Rose Bowl last year in Alabama, Oklahoma this past week. Get a little adjustment. They may hurt us early, but if we play good, sound football, and I heard somebody say that Sam Pittman's comment to his offensive lineman, go play ball. So if we do that, we're going to be okay.
Kirby Smart has changed the culture of this program. It's not about who we're playing. It's not what game we're playing in. It is about striving to be at your very best every time you step on the field. I think we see that tonight. And then you look at the makeup of this team. 68% of this team, sophomores or freshmen. They know what's in front of them. They know how good they can be. They know that tonight can be a launching pad into the regular season for 2019. Our boys are ready to go.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. We'll know for sure come around midnight Central Standard Time. The good news, Texas is not indestructible by any means. The Longhorns, they've lost 4 games this year, including to teams that finished 5-7 and 6-6. Scott returns with the big dog himself, Coach Kirby Smart, and the inside skinny for tonight's Sugar Bowl. That's 2 minutes from Mark on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Whether you're an elite athlete, in youth sports, or a weekend warrior, the Northside Hospital Sports Medicine Network keeps you in the game and ready for action. Our team of experts offers a full range of sports medicine services to prevent and treat injuries and improve performance. With 10 locations in the Atlanta region, the Northside Hospital Sports Medicine Network is in your neighborhood. For details, call 1-855-NH-SPORT. That's 1-855-NH-SPORT.
I'm attorney Ken Nugent, and I'm here with former Bulldog quarterback and radio host Buck Bellew.
Ken's going to donate $500 to 2 members of the military every Bulldogs football game this season.
If you're a member of the military, go to attorneykennugent.com to enter.
And 2 people are going to win $500 every game.
1 click.
That's it.
Ken Nugent, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Call 1-800-CALL-KEN, 1355 Peachtree Street Northeast, Suite 1000, Atlanta, Georgia 30309.
Georgia, Texas. This is the Sugar Bowl on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
An unreliable network can cost you money. That's why you need Comcast Business. Our gig speed network is fast. And we go beyond fast with the complete reliability of 4G LTE backup, which means that even if something like construction knocks out the power, you can still upload that presentation and not take a hit to your company's bottom line. For a limited time, switch to Comcast Business and get an amazing deal on fast, reliable internet. Get 75 megabit internet for $49.95 per month for 2 years when you add 2 voice mobility lines and sign up for EcoBill and automatic payment. Just one more way Comcast Business goes beyond other providers. Call 1-800-501-6000 today. Comcast Business. Beyond fast.
Offer ends 1/30/119. Restrictions apply. New business customers only. 2-year agreement required. Early termination fee applies. Equipment taxes and fees extra. Subject to change. Connection Pro backup limited up to 6 hours. Requires Comcast Business Internet. Offer price requires EcoBill. Pay for this billing and auto pay through Comcast Business My Account.
You're listening to Dogs Football. Now back to more of the Napa Tailgate Show.
They rush 3 and they drop 8. We throw it in the end zone, over the shoulder catch. J.J. Holloman, touchdown, back left corner, running towards the bleachers. He reached his arms up, caught it over the shoulder on a line drive. A beautiful pass from Fromm in the left corner, and the Dogs get 6.
Welcome back to the Sugar Bowl in New Orleans, Louisiana here as we continue with the Bulldogs Tailgate Show. We're here with Coach Kirby Smart as Georgia and Texas get set to kick it off here in just a little bit. This segment is presented by Georgia United Credit Union, the official credit union of Georgia Athletics. Coach, as we get a little bit closer to kickoff, this has been a long day for you guys. I think this is our latest kickoff of the season. Can you take us through what your day has been like thus far preparing for tonight's kick.
Well, we start with last night. Went to a movie, met with the players kind of late to get their bodies accustomed to staying up to that time. Curfew around 11 after we get through with meetings, and then we would go straight in this morning and started meeting with them, getting to visit with them, get to do a walk outside just to get our legs stretched. A lot of rest and relaxation, a lot of good games on, so try to keep their minds there. And then when we bring them in, we get to kind of feed our focus and get focused on the game and get ready to go around our pregame meal around 3:30.
The weather hasn't really cooperated for us a whole lot in New Orleans this week. What has your practice situations been like?
We've been great. We've been inside the Superdome. We got to choose to pick in there at which time we wanted to, and we picked a slot that was closer to our game time in the afternoon. So for us, it's been good, and I know Texas has practiced in the Superdome as well prior to us getting there. So the Sugar Bowl committee does a great job managing that, making sure nobody has a competitive advantage over somebody else on practice sites.
What have you seen from your guys in the workouts here in New Orleans?
Well, it's been good. We did a lot of our prep before we came. I'm a big believer when you go to the bowl site to have most of your work done. It's not like a typical season where you're coming off a game, you've got to rest from the game, and then you've got to get ready for the next game. We're coming off 31 days. So the big thing was put the work in back home. When we get here, let's make sure we're fast, let's make sure we're physical, and let's make sure we're focused. And I feel like our kids have done that. Now, there's distractions because they get to go to bowl events. They get to do things at night, and they should. That's a reward for coming to a bowl, and Sugar Bowl does a great job of that. But the last 24, 48 hours have been starve your distractions and feed your focus.
Can you tell us a little bit about your preparations as far as preparing for guys that aren't going to play, like DeAndre Baker, when that news broke that he wasn't going to play in this game? How did that change your personnel to fill his position?
It only changed who's going to be out there. For us, we practiced leading up early in camp practices with a lot of the younger players. Well, those younger players that were getting all those reps are the same younger players that are stepping in for Baker. So first 5 or 6 practices, we honed in on the freshmen, sophomores, and juniors, which Baker wasn't part of a lot of that game planning. And then as we got into Texas, we knew that he wasn't playing, so it was easy to accommodate that and make sure that we get other guys reps and move some guys around just to make sure we've got the right depth at each spot.
And it's not like these guys haven't taken snaps all season long, but have you been pleased with what you've seen from the guys that are filling in that spot now?
Yeah, they're growing, continuing to get better. They're not DeAndre Baker. I mean, we know that. They're guys that have grown, and we've seen Tyson Campbell play during the year. We've seen Eric Stokes play during the year. We've seen Tyreek McGee play during the year. These are guys that are going to get thrust into bigger roles today, and they've got to play well.
Can you tell us if there are any other guys that you won't have available today?
Not sure. Jordan Davis is struggling a little bit. He's not been able to practice much with a little bit of a back injury, and he's a big force in the middle that eats up 2 gaps a lot of times, and he started a lot of games for us, so he may or may not. And then DeAndre Walker, we'll have to see in warm-ups how he does.
What have you liked about your team the most in this last month of preparation for this game?
The work ethic. I mean, they've come in to do what we've asked them to do every day. We've tried to make it fun and exciting by changing the schedule up, making some competitions out there, making offense against defense, because we got really good offensive defensive units to compete against each other, but they bought into all that.
How did you manage the recruiting situation in this last month as well while trying to juggle practices and preparation?
Well, it's the new norm, and it's not like we're the only ones recruiting. Everybody's got to deal with it, and who manages best a lot of times is who comes out on top in these bowl games. So you can't let the recruiting distract from your players, and for the most part it doesn't because we work on those separately. But it's been a burden on our staff and our support staff and everybody else to try to be accommodating to 2 groups.
And it's not finished yet. I mean, that's just the first wave, right? Because you have another signing day coming up in February, but were you pleased with this first wave of commitments and signings?
Yeah, I'm excited. We got some things we really needed. We really shored up the depth on the defensive line and got some good players there, and we'll continue to try to get some roster spots that may not be filled, and we'll try to get some depth chart things fixed in this next go-round.
What are a couple of, as we get ready to kick it off here, what are a couple of things to look for early on in this ball game from you guys?
Well, for both sides of the ball, it'll be tempo. Big 12 likes to go fast. A little different conference than us, very talented conference, but we have kind of 2 different identities. And I think it's going to be important to see those 2 kind of clash. They're used to shootouts and races, and that's what college football and bowl games have become. You look at Missouri and who they play, Oklahoma State, and then you look at Alabama and Oklahoma. I mean, there's 2 SEC teams against 2 Big 12 teams that both pretty high scoring. So we've got to go out and play really good fundamental defense and offense, and if we have to keep pace, we got to keep pace.
Kirby, thanks very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
That's Coach Kirby Smart. Georgia and Texas are coming up here in the Sugar Bowl in just a little bit. Hondo, back to you for more of the Bulldogs Tailgate Show.
All right, thank you, Scott. Thank you, Coach. More from the Superdome floor in 2 minutes. This is the Bulldogs Sports Network.
If you're looking for smart ways to save money, just stop by your neighborhood Kroger. Right now, it's time for the Buy 5, Save 5 event. Just choose from a great selection of participating items. And when you buy any 5, you'll save $5 instantly at checkout. Choose from select items like Doritos, Ocean Spray Cranberry Juice, Pepperidge Farm Goldfish, and lots more. Go to Kroger.com or use the app for more info. The Buy 5, Save 5 event is on now. Fresh food, low prices at Kroger. Anyone can deliver a box of groceries, but when you consider the source, only Kroger can bring you the fresh, delicious food and quality products you already know and love. And no matter how you like to get your groceries, Kroger makes it easy with store pickup, delivery, and now you can have your order shipped right to your door. So now it's easier than ever to check out while you're chilling when you shop online with the Kroger app or at Kroger.com today.
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Did you know termites can fit into gaps as thin as your fingernail? So why in tarnation would you trust bait stations that are spaced 20 feet apart? Neil Hondo Williamson here from my friends at Breda Pest Management. At Breda, every inch of your home is protected, and the annual renewal fee is locked in at under $200. Get better termite protection and more value, all for a better price with Breda Pest Management. BREDA Pest.com.
Hi, welcome to the Subway Simple 6 radio ad. How would you like to hear it?
From a game show host?
All right, let's play.
Thanks, Johnny. Tonight's contestants are playing for the fantastic Simple 6 menu. Their choice of 6 different 6-inch subs, chips, and a 21-ounce drink. With subs like the Spicy Italian and Black Forest Ham, this is one $6 deal that can't be beat. Subway, make it what you want.
At participating restaurants, additional charge for extras plus applicable tax. No additional discounts or coupons may be applied.
Longhorns.
Bounces out right, still running. 10, 5, pylon, touchdown!
This is the Sugar Bowl.
Rom in the shotgun. Work on the far hash, moving right. Hand off DeAndre Swift. Swift 40, Swift 30, Swift 25, and up into there. Running between the hash marks with reckless abandon down to the 25 and a half. Davis got him on the ground. Big first down for the Dogs.
In less than 45 minutes, heck, less than 30 now, 2 legacy programs collide for only the 5th time ever. It'll be number 5 Georgia, mano a mano with the 15th ranked Longhorns. Thanks so much for tuning into our Napa Tailgate Show today. Our producer is Tony Schiavone. Chris Schiavone keeps us on the air here on the Scana sideline. From the 30-yard line at the Superdome, for Scott Howard, Lauren Smith, and Eric Zier, this is Neil Hondo Williamson. The Ford Drive to kickoff with Scott, Eric, and Chuck Dowdle is next. I'll talk to you again at halftime. This is the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Scana Energy is a proud partner of UGA football, and every Dogs fan deserves to save money. Get fired up about our low natural gas rates and switch to Scana Energy by calling 877-GO-SCANA or visiting scanaenergy.com. Between the hedges and beyond, Scana Energy is a winning play. Call 877-GO-SCANA or visit scanaenergy.com to start saving on your natural gas today.
Napa know-how.
You're there every game. Same time, same spot, sporting your team's gear and flipping burgers like the diehard fanatic that you are. And while every vehicle at the tailgate deserves quality parts and Napa know-how, none deserve it more than yours, the perennial tailgate champion. And with Napa know-how, you and your ride can go the distance. Quality parts, helpful people, and proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
Dogs, Longhorns. This is the Sugar Bowl on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Have you ever felt like the big banks didn't have time for your business? At Piedmont Bank, you're exactly who we want to do business with. We're founded by a group of local business professionals who believe our community needs a bank committed to serving the needs of businesses and residents of our community. We believe banking is very much a people business, and we look forward to serving you. Experience the difference at Piedmont Bank. Visit us today at piedmont.bank.
In the Southeastern Conference, we are driven by the quest for more. More titles, more NCAA records, but also more renewable energy sources for some of the nation's greenest campuses. For more partnerships with NASA, the NSA, and the UN. For more billions pumped into our state economies. Our 14 leading universities know that no matter how much we achieve, we can always do more. Yeah, in the SEC, it just means more.
What a crowd. You should see the bridge. We're ready to go. Go ahead and put it all on the line.
The kick is blocked. It's no good. He's got a man. Touchdown. Derek Godwin.
For just a clinic there by the Georgia Bulldogs.
We're just getting started.
Swift by the defense. 30. They won't catch him. Into the end zone. Touchdown.
Between the hedges and across the state, this is where the dogs play.
Here we go.
More than 20 hours into the new year, the 5th-ranked Georgia Bulldogs will finally take the field for their bowl game. The final bowl game of the 2018 college football season. All that remains after this will be the national championship game on Monday in Santa Clara, California. Georgia makes its 10th appearance in this historic college football event and is playing in the Sugar Bowl for the first time in just over a decade. Many more years have passed since the last time Georgia and Texas scrimmaged on the same field. That was 35 years ago when the Bulldogs and the Longhorns squared off on a frigid afternoon in the Dallas Cotton Bowl. We'll chalk up another one in this short series tonight for only the 5th meeting ever between these two mighty programs as a pair of conference runners-up attempt to end their season with the sweet taste of victory instead of the bitter pill of defeat. The 11-2 Georgia Bulldogs and the 9-4 Texas Longhorns clash in this latest edition of the Sugar Bowl under the roof of the legendary Superdome here in downtown New Orleans. This is our final game of the season, but hopefully the first of many wins in 2019. Eric Zier, Chuck Dowdle join me next for the Ford Drive to Kickoff right here on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Welcome to the Ford Drive to Kickoff on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. Make the smart choice. Ford F-150, the official truck of the Georgia Bulldogs. Kickoff is almost here. We'll rejoin Scott Howard and Eric Zier after this timeout.
This is head coach Kirby Smart. To win in this conference, you have to be faster, more physical, and more disciplined than the competition. To win in the truck game, you have to do the same. With best-in-class towing and payload, the Ford F-150 allows you to haul more, tow more, and be more efficient. To learn more, visit buyfordnow.com. F-150, the official truck of the Georgia Bulldogs.
When properly configured, class is full-size pickups under 8,500 pounds. GVWR based on Ford segmentation.
Getting your first real paycheck is like celebrating your own Independence Day. It's life-changing. once it's deposited, which you can do using Regions Mobile Deposit in your Regions mobile app. Choose when and where to make the money available, take a couple of pictures, click a button or two, and boom! One major achievement in the record books. We get it. Some things are bigger than banking. Learn more at regions.com/mobile deposit. Regions, member FDIC, conditions and fees apply.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
In football, a triple threat is a player who can do it all. For barbecue, Dreamland is a triple threat. You can dine in, carry out, or let us cater your next event. For the ultimate tailgating experience, nothing beats a rack of legendary Dreamland ribs with your favorite sides. If you got a taste for winning, treat your team to Dreamland. There ain't nothing like 'em nowhere. A proud supporter of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Last time on College Sports Now.
What Tua's done, and you know, for the first half of the season, you'd have to remind yourself, you're like, wait, he's only actually had 4 starts. Trevor Lawrence, too, he's had, 8 starts under his belt. It's just remarkable how smooth those transitions have been. They're really, backing up these head coaches making these high-risk, high-reward moves.
Listen to College Sports Now, 10 a.m. to noon Eastern Time, Monday through Friday on TuneIn. Follow along on Twitter at CSNowTweets and on Apple Podcasts by searching College Sports Now.
Welcome back to the Ford Drive to Kickoff. Once again, here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
And let me tell you something that you already know. The Ford F-150 works hard and never backs down, because when you're built Ford tough, the drive to win is in everything you do. The Ford F-150 is the official truck of the Georgia Bulldogs. Welcome back to the Ford Drive to Kickoff. Let's give you some keys to the game. Z's keys to the game. In fact, Eric Zier with a keys to a Georgia victory. Z.
Well, Scott, first one tonight is protect the football. This Texas team has forced 18 turnovers on the year, and off of those turnovers, they've posted 46 points. Conversely, they've only yielded 7 points against them when they've turned the football over. Against this explosive Texas offense, you cannot afford to give them additional series and additional shots at the end zone. They're just simply too good. Got to protect the football. On the offensive side of the ball, eliminate negative plays. Texas has a whopping 91 tackles for loss of the year and 30 sacks, with 2 guys, Gary Johnson and Charles Omenihu, leading the way for this Texas Longhorn team. Between the two of them, 31 and a half tackles for loss and 15 sacks. Cannot play from behind the chains today. We've got to win on third down as well. Texas converting 46% of their third down opportunities. If they do that tonight, they're going to be able to extend drives and keep us off the football field. Again, this Texas offense, way too powerful to that. We've got to get them off the field, get it back into our hands. And then we've got to make Sam Ehlinger, the Texas quarterback, who is a great dual threat, can hurt you running the football, 418 yards on the ground this year, over 3,100 yards throwing the football, make him as one-dimensional as possible. We got hurt against Alabama with Jalen Hurts late in that football game, extending plays and moving the football. Got to keep Ehlinger in the pocket, make him one-dimensional. He's going to get some yards throwing the football. He just can't do both against us. And then finally, we've got to be multiple on defense and aggressive. This is a very talented Texas offense. They know how to throw the football. We've got to get in the face and be disruptive with their big receivers, get them off of their routes early, try to disrupt timing, and try to create just a little bit of confusion in Sam Ehlinger to slow him down and make him just a hair slower. We do that. Should be a fun night here for the Georgia Bulldogs to kick off 2019.
I know it's been talked about in the tailgate show, but real quickly, how does DeAndre Baker not playing affect Georgia?
Yeah, it hurts us, no question about it. You can't lose one of the best cornerbacks in the country. The good news, and it not hurt you, good news for the Dogs. We've got some great young talent. Need these guys to step up, though, today.
All right, Z, thanks very much. Georgia and Texas, the Sugar Bowl, coming up as we continue on the Ford Drive to Kickoff here on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
When you are the official sponsor of the comeback, adding a few feet to a drive matters.
First down.
So does shaving a tenth of a second off a lap. Top-rated surgery, physical therapy, and motion analysis by the sports medicine team at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta helps young athletes not only prevent injuries, but heal faster and return stronger, ready to win. Our more than 25 orthopedic and sports medicine locations are ready to assist your athlete's comeback. To learn more, visit choa.org/sportsmed.
Everybody knows that peanuts are the state crop of Georgia. But did you know that Georgia farmers contribute nearly $75 billion to the state's economy each year? That's not peanuts. Those billions are why Georgia Farm Bureau cultivates farmers, by promoting agriculture and offering access to benefits that save families money, like home and auto insurance. You can join online for just a few bucks a year. Peanuts.
The dogs are heard right here. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
As soon as we brought our son home from the hospital, I wanted to put him in a protective bubble. I'm Chastity Maney from Country Financial, and like most parents, I want to make sure my son is protected throughout his life. Fortunately, I know Country Financial will also be there to help his dad and me along the way, as he gets his license and first car, and as we pack that car to leave for college.
Find a representative near you at TakeSimpleSteps.com.
At PT Solutions Physical Therapy, we're proud to be an official partner of UGA. In sports, getting to the next level takes lots of talent and lots of work. At PT Solutions, we believe that every young athlete deserves the opportunity to chase his or her dream. That's why you'll find our therapists and trainers on the fields and sidelines at every level, helping athletes stay healthy and be at their best. We hope you'll visit us at over 40 Georgia locations or at ptsolutions.com.
This is the Ford Drive to Kickoff. Now back to Scott Howard and Eric Sire.
Sugar Bowl edition of the Ford Drive to Kickoff. The Ford F-150 works hard and never backs down, because when you're built Ford tough, the drive to win is in everything you do. The Ford F-150, the official truck of the Georgia Bulldogs. Well, the teams departed the field earlier than usual tonight due to some pregame things here at the Sugar Bowl. But our Chuck Dowdle on the Cook's Pest Control sidelines had a chance to catch up with Coach Kirby Smart before he went in. So let's go down to Chuck and see what the attitude of the coach is. Chuck.
Yeah, well, Scott, you're exactly right. I was able to catch Kirby as he went in just before the band took the field, and the pregame festivities that continue here underway at this Sugar Bowl. And I asked him, I said, you know, you get to a bowl game like this, there's always that fine line between making sure the kids enjoy it and then the business at hand. And I asked him how they had handled that. He said he thought they had handled it remarkably well. He says, but now they've got to go out and play and back up their actions. And when he said back up their actions, I had the distinct impression he meant more than just back up the way they play. I think he's meant we got a statement to make here tonight. We've got a statement to make to the nation. We've said a lot of things over the past few weeks about where we should have been, and we need to back that up tonight.
And, Chuck, I see behind you, we were talking about Jordan Davis a little bit earlier. He's no longer questionable. He's out. He's sitting on one of the seats in just a jersey. He's not dressing out tonight, so one of the big space eaters on that defensive front is going to be out for Georgia tonight.
No question about it. You know, there's several guys that are sitting over here on the sideline that I know would love to be playing tonight. I don't think anybody holds a grudge against DeAndre for not being part of this. I think everybody's made it clear to him and to everybody that Coach Smart backs the decision. And I think, you know, if in a similar situation, I'm not sure that we wouldn't make similar decisions.
All right, Chuck, thanks very much. This is the Ford Drive to Kickoff. We're less than 15 from Georgia and Texas here in the Sugar Bowl in New Orleans. Back in a moment on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Coach Kirby Smart here. Let's talk about the official healthcare provider of UGA Athletics, Piedmont Healthcare. Piedmont makes sure that our dogs are playing their best, but we know you don't have to be a college athlete to get bumps and bruises. With urgent care, same-day appointments, virtual visits from your smartphone or desktop, and Piedmont Quick Care at Walgreens, they've got the care you need when you need it. Booking an appointment is only a click away. So for game day and every day, get better at piedmont.org/UGA.
Recruiting is a vital part of team building. Recruiting also plays an important role in protecting my home from termites with Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system. Termites eat the bait in the Centricon stations, then eagerly recruit other termites to also feed on the bait, thus eliminating the termite colony. Discover how affordable it is to protect your home. Call Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
An unreliable network can cost you money. That's why you need Comcast Business. Our gig speed network is fast. And we go beyond fast with the complete reliability of 4G LTE backup, which means that even if something like construction knocks out the power, you can still upload that presentation and not take a hit to your company's bottom line. For a limited time, switch to Comcast Business and get an amazing deal on fast, reliable internet. Get 75 megabit internet for $49.95 per month for 2 years when you add 2 voice mobility lines and sign up for EcoBill and automatic payment. Just one more way Comcast Business goes beyond other providers. Call 1-800-501-6000 today. Comcast Business. Beyond fast.
Offerings 130-119. Restrictions apply. New business customers only. 2-year agreement required. Early termination fee applies. Equipment taxes and fees extra. Subject to change. Connection Pro backup limited up to 6 hours. Requires Comcast Business Internet. Offer price requires EcoBill. Pay for this billing and auto pay through Comcast Business My Account.
This is the Ford Drive to kick off. The Ford F-150 works hard, never backs down. When you're built Ford tough, the drive to win is in everything you do. The Ford F-150 is the official truck of the Georgia Bulldogs. It's 9-4 Texas, 11-2 fifth-ranked Georgia in the Sugar Bowl coming up. We'll give you the starting lineups next on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
If you're looking for smart ways to save money, just stop by your neighborhood Kroger. Right now, it's time for the Buy 5, Save 5 event. Just choose from a great selection of participating items. And when you buy any 5, you'll save $5 instantly at checkout. Choose from select items like Doritos, Ocean Spray Cranberry Juice, Pepperidge Farm Goldfish, and lots more. Go to Kroger.com or use the app for more info. The Buy 5, Save 5 event is on now. Fresh food, low prices at Kroger. Anyone can deliver a box of groceries, but when you consider the source, only Kroger can bring you the fresh, delicious food and quality products you already know and love. And no matter how you like to get your groceries, Kroger makes it easy with store pickup, delivery, and now you can have your order shipped right to your door. So now it's easier than ever to check out while you're chilling when you shop online with the Kroger app or at Kroger.com today.
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hey, Dog fans, it's Coach Smart. My friends at Georgia United Credit Union want to help you earn cash back while cheering on the Dogs. Georgia United's Visa Cashback credit card can help you earn cash back on tickets, travel, and dining. With no annual fee, you'll enjoy low introductory rates at 1.5% cash back on all your purchases. Georgia United, the official credit union of Georgia Athletics.
Apply today at gucu.org.
Get ready for kickoff at the UGA Bookstore, featuring the best Bulldog gifts and apparel. Shop all the great brands at the UGA Bookstore like Nike, Peter Millar, 47 brand, Tommy Bahama, Vineyard Vines, and Southern Tide. If it's red and black and you want it, they've got it at the UGA Bookstore in the heart of campus next to the Tate Student Center. Shop online 24/7 at UGABookstore.com. The UGA Bookstore, it's where dogs shop.
Bounce back, you have to stay hungry.
To get down and we block it! We blocked it! Here we go!
You gotta embrace it.
To rise to glory, you have to be motivated.
They're ready to take the challenge on.
We're gonna go out there and put it all on the line.
To finish, you have to fight.
We're ready to go.
Look at the sugar falling out of the sky.
It's time to prove we're one of the nation's best.
Straight to the end zone. 15, 10, 5, touchdown.
Rom drops back to throw to the left. He's got a man. Touchdown.
Leaping in the air is Holloman. He twists away. He'll be gone. Touchdown. Off the hands. This time it is picked off the 10, 15, 10, 5, pick 6. Georgia. Goes to the races. Wow. Turned on the Jets and just ran by everybody.
Georgia.
Swift's got room over midfield. 45, 40. There he goes. 30, 20, 15, 10. Near sideline. Touchdown.
Texas. This is the Sugar Bowl. Today's broadcast of Georgia football is brought to you by the AMCO Transmission Centers of Metro Atlanta, Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Sports Medicine, Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon System, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. Comcast Xfinity delivers the fastest internet with the best in-home Wi-Fi experience. Call, click, or visit an Xfinity store today. By Comcast Business, beyond fast. Georgia United Credit Union, the official credit union of Georgia Athletics. Southwest Airlines, low fares from Atlanta to over 90 destinations you love. By your local Sherwin-Williams. Painting questions? Ask Sherwin-Williams. State Farm. Talk to an agent today at 800-STATE-FARM. Barbasol. Here's a no-brainer. Barbasol is making razors. Try the Barbasol Ultra 6 Plus today. And by Georgia's own credit union. Banking on purpose. Now to the Piedmont Healthcare broadcast booth. Alongside former All-American Eric Zier, here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
Under the gun here in the Superdome. We're less than 10 minutes from Georgia and Texas here in the Sugar Bowl. Starting lineups brought to you by Georgia Power. And let's give you the Georgia Power team captains tonight because we're short of time. Jake Fromm, Elijah Holyfield, Jonathan Ledbetter, Lamont Gilliard are Georgia's captains tonight for their matchup with the Texas Longhorns. We'll continue right after this on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Scana Energy is a proud partner of UGA football, and every Dogs fan deserves to save money. Get fired up about our low natural gas rates and switch to Scana Energy by calling 877-GO-SCANA or visiting scanaenergy.com. Between the hedges and beyond, Scana Energy is a winning play. Call 877-GO-SCANA or visit scanaenergy.com to start saving on your natural gas today.
We Dogs are known for always giving 110%, both on and off the field. But no matter how hard we work, we can't deny that getting sick is easy. Luckily, getting care is too. As the official healthcare provider of the Georgia Bulldogs, Piedmont is committed to getting us better. With urgent care, same-day appointments, virtual visits from your smartphone or desktop, and Piedmont Quick Care at Walgreens, they've got the care you need when you need it. Booking an appointment is only a click away, so for game day and every day, get better at piedmont.org/UGA.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Nothing kicks off your game better than a handful of Georgia peanuts. Power-packed with protein, essential nutrients, and great taste, Georgia peanuts are the MVP for affordability, sustainability, and nutrition. To score life's touchdowns with recipes and fun facts, check out GAPeanuts.com. The perfectly powerful peanut is brought to you by the family farmers of the Georgia Peanut Commission.
Peanuts! Get your peanuts!
In the Southeastern Conference, we have a healthy appetite for more. More teams and more tournaments, all in the hunt for more hardware. Way more. That means more tackling, shooting, and putting for titles, more diving, cantering, and hurdling for trophies, and we have more national championships where the SEC goes head-to-head with the SEC. Now we'll take what we've earned and turn it into more. Yeah, in the SEC, it just means more.
Pyrotechnics here in the Superdome as both teams run through fire to get to their sideline. Actually between fire, not actually through it, but it's still pretty impressive. Georgia in red, Texas in white. We're almost ready for kickoff in the Sugar Bowl here in New Orleans on January 1st, 2019. Back in a moment on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Georgia Power is teaming up with UGA's Athletic Association for the annual Team UGA Award, an award honoring those in Bulldog Nation who have displayed a spirit of unselfish giving that's greatly benefited their community. Winners will receive 4 tickets to a home game this season, where they will also be recognized on the field. Nominate someone for their commitment to community today by visiting georgiapower.com/sports. Again, that's georgiapower.com/sports.
At Kubota, we believe a utility vehicle should do more than take you places. That's why our all-new Sidekick is built to do it all. Power, performance, and handling comes standard with Kubota's 48-horsepower gasoline engine and worry-free CVT Plus transmission. Climb more hills, tow more weight, and cover more ground faster. Cross over to more with the all-new Kubota RTV Sidekick. Head into your local Kubota dealership to test drive one today. Find your local Kubota dealer at gokubota.com.
The Dogs are heard right here. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hi, welcome to this Subway Simple 6 radio ad. How would you like to hear it?
From a game show host?
All right, let's play.
Thanks, Johnny. Tonight's contestants are playing for the fantastic Simple 6 menu. Their choice of 6 different 6-inch subs, chips, and a 21-ounce drink. With subs like the Spicy Italian and Black Forest Ham, this is one $6 deal that can't be beat. Subway, make it what you want.
At participating restaurants, additional charge for extras plus applicable tax. No additional discounts or coupons may be applied.
Inside the Train testing facility, our heating and cooling products go through endless torture tests. We drop them, slam them against a wall, shake them, and then expect them to run without an extra decibel in our anechoic sound chamber. We test so it runs.
From now until December 31st, you can own the most reliable heating and cooling system with no interest if paid in full within 15 months. Visit traininfo.com for complete program eligibility, dates, details, and restrictions. Valid on qualifying Train equipment, subject to credit approval.
It's hard to stop a train.
All right, the captains are at the middle of the field. Our officials tonight from the Pac-12 Conference, Michael Mothershed is our referee.
It is tails. Georgia won the toss. What's your choice?
Preferred kick towards our locker room.
Texas has won the toss and elected to defer their choice to the second half.
He said Georgia, and then he said Texas.
Which goal do you want to defend? Which way you want to kick?
Well, who won the toss?
Kick your backs right there. Texas
all right.
will receive at this
Georgia won the toss. Our Pac-12 referee got a little confused. That's not a good sign. Our coin toss brought to you by Georgia's Home Credit Union, banking on purpose. Let's go down to Chuck Dowdle, who was not allowed in the middle of the field for the coin toss, had to watch it from the sidelines like all the rest of us. Chuck.
Well, actually, I had a pretty good view of it, too. And it's always a good thing when the Dogs win it, they defer. So they'll start this one on defense against that high-powered Texas offense. We got a chance to make a statement right now. And, Scott, you know it's the final one of this season, but the first one of next season. So it's kind of a twofer here today. These guys wear burnt orange. We're going to show them what burnt looks like when we're finished with them after this game. Scott, let's get it on.
Thank you, Chuck. And the kickoff coming up, brought to you by Kubota. Head into your local Kubota dealership to test drive one today. Find your local Kubota dealer at gokubota.com. All right, just in time for kickoff. As Georgia, again, won the toss, deferred to the second half. The Dogs will be the designated home team, or at least they're wearing the red tonight. Silver breeches, red helmets. Texas all in white jerseys, pants, and helmets. They will receive the opening kick to our left. Rodrigo Blankenship will tee it off, measure it off, and kick it from the 35 from right to left as we will get this one underway here in just a few moments. It'll be Lil Jordan Humphrey. That's L-I-L' Jordan. Lil Jordan Humphrey, 6'4", junior receiver from Southlake, Texas, as the deep man to return the kick for the Texas Longhorns.
Today's first quarter broadcast presented by Napa Auto Parts. Quality parts, helpful people. That's Napa know-how. All right, Z, a lot of build-up for this one. We're finally ready to go.
Boy, no question about it. And all the talk coming into this game nationally was, is Georgia going to be ready to go play, or is the disappointment of not getting into the college football playoff, is it going to bleed over into this football game? I will tell you, the body language of this Georgia team, and just watching them through warm-ups and what they've done in their month of preparation, I think our boys are ready to go, and they're going to get tested right off the bat by this high-octane Texas offense.
We are underway with Blankenship's kick, a low-sailing, spinning sideways knuckleball that's going to land 8-9 yards deep in the end zone for the touchback, and Texas will begin 1st and 10 at their own 25. Another touchback for the junior kicker from Marietta, Rodrigo Blankenship. Southwest Airlines has low fares from Atlanta to over 90 destinations you love. All right, here comes the Texas offense, led by Sam Ehlinger, the 6'3", 230-pound sophomore quarterback from Austin, Texas. A 349-yard day passing in their Big 12 championship game against Oklahoma. Georgia with 4 down linemen. 1st and 10 from the 25 for the Longhorns. Shotgun snap to Ehlinger. He'll throw it out in the left flat. Caught at the 20. Up the numbers in the far side of the field to the 30, maybe the 31, is Trey Watson, the running back. Graduate transfer from Cal. Tackled by the linebacker, Jawan Taylor, and the noseman, Julian Rochester. The gain is 7 up to the 32-yard line. Texas goes quick. Ehlinger will pass complete to Humphrey on a quick slant from the near side, and the pile is moving Humphrey all the way up to the 50-yard line, across midfield and into Georgia territory at the 49.
Boy, super up-tempo right here by Texas. First play of the game, just a swing pass. Dogs played cover 1, showed cover 2. Dogs again went single safety on that slant pass, but we got beat inside quickly.
19-yard gain, tackle by McGee for Georgia. They'll run it now, this time trying to bounce outside far to the left is Trey Watson. And not a lot of space there, maybe 2 yards to the Georgia 47. Rochester and again Taylor on the tackle for the Georgia defense. As Z said, Texas going quickly here on this first possession of the ball game. They're staring at 2nd down and 8 from the Georgia 47.
Good job there for the Dogs of stretching that off-tackle play out. Had good pursuit. This is where the Dogs want to try to keep Texas in some 3rd and long situations. Important play on this drive.
We do not have our premier pass rusher in the ball game. DeAndre Walker was a question mark coming into this one. Ehlinger has all kinds of time, dumps it over the line of scrimmage, and not a lot of space there. He throws it straight over the line to Trey Watson. He made the catch, and then we tackle him quickly with Tate Crowder, who grabbed the leg and pulled him to the turf right around the 43-yard line. Tyler Clark in there as well to make the stop to set up a 3rd down for Texas. The Longhorns with a 3rd down, 3.5 from the Georgia 43-yard line.
Dogs sitting back in coverage right now. We've not brought pressure. Primarily single safety, but showing too deep right now.
Shotgun to Ehlinger. Throw it out in the left flat. They set up a screen. It's caught at the 45 to the 40 to the 35 to the 30 and twisted down to the turf. Tackle made by Richard LeCount at the Georgia 27-yard line. That was Keontae Ingram, a reserve running back, freshman from Carthage, Texas. He's actually one of their top rushers on the team. He and Watson are their 1-2 punch out of the backfield. It's a 1st down for Texas down to the Georgia 27-yard line. A gain of 16 on 3rd down that time.
Just a quick swing pass to the outside, but Scott, you're exactly right. That was designed all the way as a screen pass as Texas got big offensive linemen down to the 2nd level.
Out of the pistol, play fake, Ehlinger. He'll throw, caught left sideline at the 16-yard line. The receiver, Devin Duvernay, hops out of bounds on the far sideline, forced out on that far side by Tyson Campbell. Texas continues to move down to the Georgia 13-yard line. 14 more yards and a 1st down for the Longhorns, who are moving rapidly on this opening possession of the Sugar Bowl.
Fade stop there by Texas. Tyson Campbell got his shoulders turned around. No chance there to make a play on that ball.
Ehlinger in the shotgun, 1 setback, offset behind him a little bit to his left. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Tight end on the right side of the line of scrimmage for Texas. Now they shift. The back shifts to his right. Snap to Ehlinger.
He will hand it off. They'll run it with Ingram, and we will eat up Ingram near the line of scrimmage. Jonathan Ledbetter, the first to grab him behind the line of scrimmage, trying to sling him over to that far sideline in that direction. Ingram got almost a full 2 yards, they say, to the 11. It'll be 2nd down and 8 from the Georgia 11 for Texas. Up to the line, ready to go again. No huddle, moving quickly. Quarterback draw Ellinger. He's stutter stepping, looking for space. All he sees is red shirts. We eat him up near the 10-yard line. The Dogs defensed it well as Ellinger took the snap, took a step back, and then right towards the line of scrimmage, hit by Brenton Cox, Jawan Taylor, and Richard LeCount. As I said, all he saw was red shirts. We stop him at the 10. It's a 1-yard gain.
Great recognition there by the Dogs. That was a designed quarterback draw all the way with a lead blocker trying to get up to the linebacking core of Georgia, but Dogs sniffed that out all the way.
3rd down 7, Longhorns from the Georgia 10-yard line. They're in the red zone on their first possession. Ellinger in the shotgun. 3 receivers to the right. They snap it. He drops back on the 18. Here comes pressure from the edge. They throw it. Caught inside the 5. Got a first down on second effort down to the 2. That's little Jordan Humphrey. McGee and Stokes make the tackle, but Texas picks up the first down. It's goal to go at the 2.5 for the Longhorns.
Way too much time there for Ellinger to throw that football. We couldn't get any pressure. We were in bracket coverage.
Snap it to Ellinger. He's going to run it to the right, and he'll get into the end zone for the touchdown. Took the snap and just headed off to his right, angled in across the goal line for the first points of the ball game. Texas on the board with a 6-0 lead.
Boy, that was a clinic there by the Texas offense. Just moving down the field, really everything that they wanted to do. Throwing the football, they were able to get. Dogs pretty good there defensively against the run on that first series. But Ellinger and these big receivers having their way right now with Georgia, and the Dogs did not bring pressure, played a lot of single safety. Probably going to have to get some adjustments made there to get pressure on this Texas quarterback and create some disruption.
Cameron Dicker with the point after try. It's up and good for Texas, and it's 7-0 Longhorns. A 75-yard, 10-play drive for Texas to open up the Sugar Bowl. They lead Georgia 7-0. Timeout. Back in a moment. Bulldogs Sports Network.
Coach Kirby Smart here. Let's talk about the official healthcare provider of the Georgia Bulldogs, Piedmont Healthcare. Piedmont makes sure that our dogs are playing their best, and they're also there for the times they're not. But you don't have to be a college athlete to get bumps and bruises. With urgent care, same-day appointments, virtual visits from your smartphone or desktop, and Piedmont Quick Care at Walgreens, they've got the care you need when you need it. Booking an appointment is only a click away. So for game day and every day, get better at piedmont.org/UGA.
Getting your first real paycheck is like celebrating your own Independence Day. It's life-changing once it's deposited, which you can do using Regions Mobile Deposit in your Regions mobile app. Choose when and where to make the money available, take a couple of pictures, click a button or two, and boom, one major achievement in the record books. We get it. Some things are bigger than banking. Learn more at regions.com/mobile deposit. Regions, member FDIC, conditions and fees apply.
Georgia, Texas. This is the Sugar Bowl on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Inside the train testing facility, our heating and cooling products go through endless torture tests. We drop them, slam them against a wall, shake them, and then expect them to run without an extra decibel in our anechoic sound chamber. We test so it runs.
From now until December 31st, you can own the most reliable heating and cooling system with no interest if paid in full within 15 months. Visit traininfo.com for complete program eligibility, dates, details, and restrictions. Valid on qualifying train equipment, subject to credit approval.
It's hard to stop a train.
Hey, Dog fans, it's Coach Smart. My friends at Georgia United Credit Union want to help you earn cash back while cheering on the Dogs. Georgia United's Visa Cashback credit card can help you earn cash back on tickets, travel, and dining. With no annual fee, you'll enjoy low introductory rates at 1.5% cash back on all your purchases. Georgia United, the official credit union of Georgia Athletics.
Apply today at gucu.org.
This is the Sugar Bowl.
35-30, he's got a convoy, he's got to go, touchdown!
Live from the Mercedes-Benz Superdome, here's the voice of the Dogs, Scott Howard.
Welcome back to the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth, high atop the playing surface here at the Superdome in New Orleans. Texas with a 7-0 lead on Georgia as they prepare to kick it away to the Bulldogs. First quarter broadcast tonight presented by Napa Auto Parts. Quality parts, helpful people. That's Napa know-how. Dicker to kick it away from left to right for Texas. Mecole Hardman trots along the goal line to the far side to watch it land 9 yards deep and roll over the back of the end zone for the touchback. So we'll see what Georgia's offense is able to do after Texas went 75 yards in 10 plays and scored on a 2-yard touchdown run by their quarterback. Dogs have it 1st and 10 at our own 25-yard line.
Yeah, that first drive, Sam Ehlinger 5 for 5, 61 yards. The Longhorns only 14 yards on the ground, but had their way through the air.
14th rushing touchdown of the season for Ehlinger, which is the most in the Big 12, and that ties a school record as well. One of the guys that owns that record is Vince Young for Texas. 1st and 10, Georgia at the 25-yard line from the quarterback. We'll give it to Elijah Holyfield. He'll try to run it left guard, and Texas just stuffs it right there at the 25 at the line of scrimmage. Chris Nelson, the nose man, 315-pound senior, jammed up the gap, and Holyfield gets nothing. May have lost an inch or two. It'll be 2nd down, 10 plus an inch or so.
Yeah, good penetration there by the Longhorns. Dogs got no push on that one. Texas went single safety there. Dogs tried to spread it out. Here it looks like we're going empty set.
3 receivers to the left. One of them's Holyfield. One's the tight end Werner. Now we put him in motion across the formation to the right to join the 2 receivers on that side. Fromm on the near hash will throw it in the left flat. Caught by Holyfield at the 24. Up the field he goes for a handful more yards, close to the 30. Out of bounds, knocked down at the 29-yard line. Chris Boyd, the cornerback from Gilmer, Texas, on the stop. And the gain is 9. It'll be 3rd down and 1 at the Georgia 29. I'm sorry, the gain is 4. It'll be 3rd down and a little bit more than that. 3rd down and 6 from the 29.
Good quick decision there by Jake Fromm. Just getting that football out into the flat to your athletes, see if he can make somebody miss. Decent gain there to get 3rd and manageable.
Georgia works on the near hash, moving to the left. Shotgun snap to Fromm. He's got time. He surveys the field. He's got a man open at the 35. That is Terry Godwin on a crossing route from right to left. Made the catch close to the Georgia sideline. Got the 1st down and up to the 40-yard line.
Very aggressive there by Texas, bringing pressure. Dogs do a good job of picking that up. And the coverage was actually pretty good, but great patience and composure by Jake Fromm to let that play develop and find Terry Godwin in the flat.
Jones, a safety on the stop for Texas, but an 11-yard gain and a 1st down Georgia ball on our 40. Texas with a 7-0 early lead. Here's DeAndre Swift with his first carry, trying to fight off a man laterally, moving this way with a stiff arm, and Chris Boyd wrestles him down behind the line of scrimmage at the 38, forced it all the way to the near sideline. It's going to be a 2-yard loss. Swift not happy with what just transpired there from Chris Boyd, and it'll be 2nd down and 12 for the Dogs as Brian Harrion comes into the ball game. So we've seen Holyfield, Swift, and now Harrion here on this first series, Z.
And Boyd got up after that tackle on Swift and was in his face a little bit. That's what got DeAndre Swift a little bit riled up.
We go empty set, 3 to the right, 2 to the left for Fromm on the near hash. Looks to the right now. He'll pull it down and run. 41, and they will tackle him from behind. Gary Johnson, faster than Jake Fromm. Jake got about 3.5 yards maybe to the 41 as he went sliding on the artificial turf here. And it'll be 3rd down and 9 as Johnson, the linebacker and leading tackler for this Texas team, caught him from behind.
Right now, Texas very, very aggressive just in their looks. Showing a lot of multiple looks here defensively. A lot of fake blitzes. They brought pressure a couple of times, but dropping back into coverage as well. Just multiple looks.
Single safety. They walk up 1 to play against the run. Now here's Fromm. Hit, but stays upright, keeps the ball in his hand, rolls right and throws to the Texas sideline. And incomplete. The ball sailed over everybody's head. Fromm got hit, but just kind of stood there and took the shot, twisted away from the defender, and then rolled to the right with pursuit after him, and he chunked it into the Texas bench area, and it's an incomplete pass and 4th down for the Dogs from our 41-yard line.
Jake Fromm fortunate to hold on to that football. There was pressure around the outside, and the Longhorn defenders swatted at the football, but Jake able to hold on to it. and then just get rid of that football and not make a bad play worse.
Texas puts Humphrey back in a punt return situation. He hasn't returned any punts this year. Camarda fields a low snap for the Dogs and then bangs one, booms one. He kicked it all the way to Austin. It hits on the 3 and checks up, and the Dogs will down it inside the 10-yard line. Terrific kick by the freshman from Norcross, Georgia, Jake Camarda, and that might have been his best punt of the year. Down to the 7-yard line, a 52-yard punt in that situation. We've got Texas inside the 10. Horns ball when they come back. It's 7-0 Texas here in the Sugar Bowl on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Napa know-how. You're there every game. Same time, same spot, sporting your team's gear and flipping burgers like the diehard fanatic that you are. And while every vehicle at the tailgate deserves quality parts and Napa know-how, none deserve it more than yours, the perennial tailgate champion. And with Napa know-how, you and your ride can go the distance. Quality parts, helpful people, and proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
Hey Georgia, it's game day. What are you doing on the couch? With Southwest Airlines low fares to the places you love, you can get up, get pumped, and make every game feel like a home game. Low fares, no hidden fees. That's transparency. Book now at southwest.com.
Nothing like Toyotathon, Gary. Seeing people come together and get the best deals of the year.
But what happens after January 2nd when all the best deals are gone?
Live in the now, Gary. Live in the now.
Get 0% APR for 48 months on a new 2018 Toyota RAV4. Offer valid through January 2nd, 2019. Zero down for well-qualified buyers with approved credit and financing through Southeast Toyota Finance. $2083 monthly payment for every $1,000 financed. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
An EasyGo vehicle is more than just a golf car. It's a life car. Made to help you make the most out of every minute. Whether you're dropping the kids off at the practice field or cruising around the neighborhood tailgate party, EasyGo vehicles are made for life and all the fun that comes with it. Test drive an EasyGo vehicle at Fat Boys Golf Carts at 116 Commerce Road in Athens.
Hey Georgia, it's game day. What are you doing on the couch? With Southwest Airlines low fares to the places you love, you can get up, get pumped, and make every game feel like a home game. Low fares, no hidden fees. That's transparency. Book now at southwest.com.
Coach Kirby Smart here. Today's broadcast is live from the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth.
All right, let's pause station identification on the Bulldogs Sports Network. During the timeout, the officials went to the review booth, and it has been determined that Jake Camarda, when he fielded that low snap, his knee touched the turf when he was fielding the ball, and Texas will be awarded the football at the Georgia 27-yard line. After a tremendous kick and a nice job to catch the punt, it was determined that Jake got his knee on the turf, and at that point he's down, so Texas takes over at Georgia's 27-yard line with a 7-0 lead here in the first quarter.
And be careful here, quick change of possession like that for Texas to try to strike fast. Dogs primarily in single safety on that first series. We couldn't slow Texas down. See if we go more too deep now.
See if the Bulldogs can dodge a big bullet here. Ellinger in the pocket will throw, and incomplete. Tipped coming over the line of scrimmage by Georgia's defense, and that ball wobbled towards its intended target but landed incomplete. Somebody got a hand on it over the middle of the line there on this near hash. May have been Devontae Wyatt, the sophomore noseman from Decatur, Georgia. Second down and 10 on the incompletion. Batted pass. We needed that. We need a few more of those. Texas first and make it second and 10 on Georgia's 27. They lead 7-0. 3 receivers set, 1 back in the backfield. He'll get the carry here, and Georgia will hit him in the backfield. That's Watson, hit by Ledbetter first, I think, back at the 27. And Watson will wiggle his way close to the 25-yard line before we stop his forward progress there. Gain of 2 yards. It'll be 3rd down and 8 for the Longhorns on the Georgia 25. Tate Crowder, the second guy to hit him after Ledbetter made initial contact.
Dogs starting to mix up coverages a little bit. Went quarter, half on that first down play, and then we actually went bracket coverage on that second down play.
They run Watson out of the backfield, far to the left. They go empty set with Ellinger, the quarterback, in the shotgun. Dogs bring 5. Ellinger steps up in the pocket, avoids the rush. He's running 25, 23, 22, grabbed around the 21-yard line. It's going to be short of the first down, near the 20. Caught by Richard LeCount as the quarterback took off running up the field. And the ball just shy of the 20-yard line. Here comes Texas with their field goal unit. And the ball is lined up between the hash marks. They'll try a field goal to the right of about 37 yards, it looks like. Line of scrimmage is just shy of the Georgia 20. And Texas will kneel down. Bushevsky, the punter, will be the holder on this at the 27. And Cameron Dicker will try for the 37-yard field goal. The kick is away, and the kick is good. So by us touching the ground, fielding a low snap on the punt, Texas got 3 points out of it as they started at our 27. The defense holds them to a field goal. That's not a bad job. About all you could ask for there other than a turnover. 10-0. Texas leads. 6:05 in the first quarter remaining in the Sugar Bowl. Back in a moment on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Georgia Power is teaming up with UGA's Athletic Association for the annual Team UGA Award, an award honoring those in Bulldog Nation who have displayed a spirit of unselfish giving that's greatly benefited their community. Winners will receive 4 tickets to a home game this season, where they will also be recognized on the field. Nominate someone for their commitment to community today by visiting georgiapower.com/sports. Again, that's georgiapower.com/sports.
Nothing kicks off your game better than a handful of Georgia peanuts. Power-packed with protein, essential nutrients, and great taste, Georgia peanuts are the MVP for affordability, sustainability, and nutrition. To score life's touchdowns with recipes and fun facts, check out GAPeanuts.com. The perfectly powerful peanut is brought to you by the family farmers of the Georgia Peanut Commission.
Peanuts! Get your peanuts!
Dogs, Longhorns. This is the Sugar Bowl on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
And now, another AT&T Word of the Day. Today's word? Slocation. Definition: an area where AT&T advertises up to 50 megs of internet speed, but they can only sell you as low as 10 megs depending on where you live. Let's hear it in a sentence.
AT&T advertised internet with speeds up to 50 megs, but they only offered 10 megs in my location. Sorry, my slow-cation. Signing up with AT&T was a big mistake. I am miserable. Because the megs, get it? No, I should have stuck with slocation.
Yeah. Let us handle the vocabulary around here. Slocation. Know it so you know how to avoid it. Don't fall for AT&T. Xfinity delivers the fastest, most reliable internet. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store to switch today.
Georgia, Texas. This is the Sugar Bowl.
First quarter of our broadcast tonight presented by Napa Auto Parts. Quality parts, helpful people. That's Napa Know-How. We are here in the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth in the Superdome in New Orleans, where Texas has an early 10-0 lead on the Dogs. First quarter with 6:05 remaining. But Georgia's defense did a nice job after what could have been a disastrous play. Texas taking over at the Georgia 27. We hold them to 6 yards on that possession, a 4-play, 6-yard possession, and a 37-yard field goal by Dicker for Texas. Here's the kickoff, and it's going to land out of bounds on the far sideline at the 3-yard line. That means Georgia will start with good field position as Miko Hardman hustled over there to make sure that ball was not going to be returnable. And that'll be a flag on Texas for kicking it out of bounds. Georgia will get the football at the 35-yard line to begin this possession. Georgia Power brings the energy for every game day into your community, too. Visit georgiapower.com/sports to learn more. Let's go down to Chuck Dowdle, Cook's Pest Control Sideline Report. Chuck.
Yeah, Scott, in a strange way, that that actually worked out to the Dogs' benefit, and that it gave them a real shot in the arm as the defense did such a great job, held them to 3 points after the turnover there on 4th down with the low snap and the knee on the ground. So let's see if the Dogs can capitalize.
Indeed, 1st and 10 from our 35. Work on the far hash, moving left. We'll run it with Holyfield, and he'll be patient behind the line of scrimmage, waiting for some blocks to develop, and that results in a 5-yard net gain for Holyfield, almost a full 5 yards. They put it back on the 39.5, just shy of the 40-yard line. Joseph Osai, linebacker for Texas, a freshman from Conroe, Texas, makes the stop. Call it a 4.5-yard gain. It'll be 2nd down, 5.5 for the Dogs, trailing 10-0 here to Texas.
Just a zone run there by the Dogs. Great push up front, right behind Trey Hill and Lamont Gilliard for the Dogs on that one. Very positive 1st down play.
Kinley and Hill, the guards. There's a lot of size. Here's Holyfield. He runs at left guard. He's tackled down low, and as his knees are touching the ground, he got walloped in the torso and bent back the other way. Brandon Jones, the safety, made one of the hits for Texas. Holyfield, a gain of a couple up to the 42-yard line. It'll be 3rd down for the Dogs. 3rd down and 3 from our 42. DeAndre Swift back in. We're using the backs frequently. We've had all 3 of our lead backs in. Holyfield, Swift, and Harrion have been in for at least a snap here in this 1st quarter. Fromm's in the shotgun on 3rd down. He'll throw it out to the right. It's caught by Swift. He catches it at the 38. He tries to give a man a move over there, but there's too many white shirts that came to that guy's rescue. 1-on-1, you like Swift's chances, but 1-on-8. DeAndre Swift's going to be stopped at the 39-yard line. Omenahu, the all-Big 12 defensive lineman of the year, leading the charge for Texas. Ball's on the 39, and it's 4th down now for the Dogs.
Well, Swift was the check down there. We had a slant route on the outside that was very well covered that Jake wanted to go to. That was covered up. He had to kind of flip it out to DeAndre Swift, and the coverage was just all over it.
Camarda to punt it away, and he shanks it off the right side of his foot this time. Oh, my goodness. Humphrey was back deep to return the punt. It didn't get within 30 yards of him. Let's see where they mark it out of bounds, right at midfield. And Texas will have the ball in this possession. So they've had a 75-yard drive to start the game. Then they got the ball on our 27. We held them to a field goal there. Now they'll start this possession at the 50. It was an 11-yard punt. Texas will have the ball when play continues. Georgia's yielded its most points in this opening quarter this season. It's 10-0 Longhorns with 3:59 to go here in the 1st quarter in the Sugar Bowl. Our 1st quarter broadcast presented by Napa Auto Parts. Quality parts, helpful people. That's Napa know-how. Along with Eric Zier, Scott Howard with you from the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth here in the Superdome in New Orleans. So, Z, not the start that Georgia had hoped for, but certainly plenty of time remaining. And now, but you've got to go back out there and hope that your defense has another strong performance with Texas starting at midfield.
Yeah, a lot of football left in this game, obviously, as you just mentioned. But one thing is evident, the intensity that Texas is bringing to this football game. The Dogs have got to match that pretty quick, or else Texas is going to open up a commanding lead that we're going to have to claw back from. This is going to be an important series, still very, very early in this game. A good defensive series by the Dogs on that last series to hold the Longhorns to just 3 points. Dogs need another one right now, and we'll see if we can ratchet up our intensity to match what this Texas Longhorn team is bringing to the table.
So when play comes back in, Texas will have the ball 1st and 10 on the 50. The Champions for Charity game is on. Every time Georgia wins, Camp Twin Lakes, the Salvation Army, and Children's Healthcare of Atlanta win. Walton Gas has donated $1,000 for every regular season victory. For today's Sugar Bowl, Walton Gas will increase its donation to $5,000 with a bowl victory. Everyone's a winner with Walton Gas. So Ellinger to start the ball game for Texas. Their talented sophomore quarterback, 5 of 6 throwing the football, 61 yards. He's rushed for a 2-yard touchdown. And that's the lone touchdown of the ball game so far. Dicker has a 37-yard field goal for the Longhorns. Georgia in a hole on the rushing side of things, -6, and that's because of the lost yardage on our punt when Jake Camardo was fielding a low snap, and accidentally touched his knee down to the turf while trying to field it at Georgia's 27-yard line. To make matters worse, he got off a tremendous punt, and we had Texas backed up inside their own 10-yard line, but after the official review, they determined that Camarda had touched the turf with his knee, and Texas got the ball. Now they lead it 10-0, and here we go, 1st and 10 for the Longhorns. They're all in white, Georgia in red, silver breeches, red helmets. They work from the 50-yard line, moving right on the far hash. Ellinger and company in the pistol. Now they move back the tight end from right to left. He lines up in a wing on the left edge. Ellinger with a play fake. He looks and throws, and it's caught. Coming back to the line of scrimmage at the 46 is Duvernay. He curls into the field and to the 42-yard line or so. Jawan Taylor, the linebacker for Georgia, will make the stop at the 42. The gain is 8. It'll be 2nd down and 2 for Texas.
Cat and mouse there before that play. Dogs showed cover 2. Ellinger checks out of the initial play that they were in. Dogs in, just went to cover single safety, ended up getting back into cover 2.
Snap to Ellinger, play fake out of the pistol, throws it to Humphrey, open in the left flat, and up to make the tackle is Reed, fellow Texan J.R. Reed from Frisco, Texas, tackles Humphrey at the 36-yard line. The gain is 6. It's a 1st down for the Longhorns on the Georgia 36.
Longhorns right now doing a good job pushing the football downfield vertically at times, but getting the football out on the edges with screen passes, getting their athletes in space, and their big receivers doing a nice job blocking downfield.
They shift the back, and now we'll run a little option to the near side to Ingram. The pitch is made by Ellinger. Ingram looking for room on this side, and we'll hit him around the 33-yard line or so and jam him up right there. And some words being exchanged after the whistle blows. Eric Stokes on the initial contact on this near side for Georgia. So we hit them on the option play at the 32-yard line. The gain was 4. It'll be 2nd down and 6.
Yeah, just too much there for the Longhorns on 1st down if you're a Dogs fan.
From the 32, there's the snap. Whistle's blowing to kill the play, and a flag down. It's going to be a false start on Texas. First penalty, 2nd penalty actually. They kicked the ball out of bounds. That was a penalty on Texas.
False start. Number 47, offense. 5-yard penalty. 1st down.
And this is their 2nd one, technically their 2nd, although they don't show it on the statistics. Andrew Beck, the tight end, moved. And the ball back to the 37-yard line.
2nd down. 2nd down.
It is 2nd down and 11 from the Georgia 37 for the Longhorns, who lead it 10-0. 2:12 clock moving here, opening quarter of the 2019 Sugar Bowl. Out of the pistol, 2 receivers left. Split out, 2 to the right. They slide a man in motion. They fumble the ball on the handoff exchange. Ellinger may have fallen on it. I think he did. But it's going to be a loss back at the 38-yard line.
Ball was fumbled and recovered by the quarterback, number 11. 3rd down.
Ellinger and Ingram run into each other on the exchange of the football. The ball ended up on the turf, and the Texas quarterback fell on it before the red shirts could get to it. The loss is back to the 38. It's only a 1-yard loss, but it makes it 3rd down and 12 now.
Yeah, just a bad mesh there. Ellinger was trying to pull that football out of the belly of his running back. He got caught on his elbow a little bit. Fortunate to be able to fall back on that one.
3rd and 12, they go with an empty set. Ellinger drops back on the hash, stands and looks. He throws it high, it's tipped, incomplete. The ball was tipped in the air by Colin Johnson, and Richard LeCount almost dove and was able to scoop it up off the turf just a bit out of his reach. It lands incomplete on the high throw. It'll be 4th down now for the Longhorns from the Georgia 38-yard line. Decision time as the offense stands in the middle of the field and looks to the Texas sideline across the way.
Eric Stokes was in coverage on that one and actually slipped and fell down. Fortunate for the Dogs, that was a bad throw, just too high. And then fortunate for the Longhorns that we don't pick off that tip football as it was just floating in the air waiting for somebody in the red and black to go get it.
You know it was a high throw to Colin Johnson. He's 6'6", and with a leap in the air with those arms extended high to the roof, he still couldn't bring it in as it was off his hands.
Delay a game. Offense. 5-yard penalty. Still 4th down.
So Texas lets the play clock tick down to give themselves a little more room for punting here as they'll back it up to the 43-yard line. And Texas will send Ryan Buchevsky A 6-foot freshman, 185-pounder from Sydney, Australia, on to kick it for the first time in this opening quarter. 10-0, Texas with a lead, 1:16 to go in the first frame. Dogs will send Terry Godwin back deep. He'll stand on the 10 to possibly field this punt. Buchevsky has 14 kicks inside the 20 this season. Only one touchback. He'll try to kick the Dogs in a hole here. He gets the punt off. Back spinning right to Godwin, who had shifted over to the near side and caught the ball between the sideline and the numbers right on the 10. That's where Georgia will have the football. The punt was 38 yards on the fair catch by Godwin. No return. Georgia with a lot of green in front of them to try to move this football 90 yards to the other end zone and trailing 10-0 with 65 seconds to go in the quarter.
And as Hondo just pointed out, the Dogs have given the Longhorns tremendous field position on 2 consecutive series, yielded only 3 points. So the scoreboard not in favor of the Dogs right now, but really a nice job by the Georgia defense to slow this Texas offense down after that first series and keep this game within reach, because it could have gotten ugly.
Fromm under center, Swift in the backfield. Play fake and a throw by Fromm to Ridley right through his hands at the 22 on the far side of the field.
Dogs had exactly what we wanted, single safety. Ridley just ran a curl route. That ball put on his outside shoulder, should have been caught right through his hands.
Fromm throwing it from near the closest hash mark all the way across the field. Yeah, it should have been about a 12-yard gain on the catch and a first down, but Ridley had to go right through his hands. Incomplete, 2nd down and 10 from our 10. Georgia trailing by 10. Minute to go in the quarter. Fromm directing traffic behind the line of scrimmage. It's a play clock, gets under 10 seconds. Swift in the backfield, draw play. DeAndre, big hole at left tackle, steps over a diving man. Ball is loose on the ground. Texas has covered it. Texas recovers the fumble as DeAndre Swift stepped over a man around the 13-yard line. When he got in the air on the other side, they hit him.
It's a fumble recovered by the defense. First down, Texas.
He coughed up the football, and Texas has it at the 12-yard line. Gerald Wilbon, the nose man, 310-pounder from St. Rose, Louisiana, recovers it for the Longhorn defense, and the Dogs are in a jam again on their own 12-yard line. Texas will send the offense back out there with 52 seconds to go in the quarter.
Well, it was a great check at the line of scrimmage there by Jake Fromm to get to the draw. Clearly a fumble. That ball got stripped out of DeAndre Swift's hands. Oh, was it Graham that got it out? Graham from Texas got it out.
Here they go. They've got the offense back out there ready to snap it. No huddle. Quick snap to Ellinger. They'll run a reverse from Wilson to the near side. Throw it to the quarterback. We hit him at the 12. He stays upright inside the 5. Well, not the outcome. They ran with a trick play. Humphrey was the guy that threw the ball. They pitched it to Watson, then over to Humphrey. He rolled this way and threw to Ellinger, the quarterback. But we stayed with it pretty good. Hit Ellinger around the 7 or the 6 and then down at the 4. 2nd down and a couple. Play fake Ellinger. He wants to roll to the left. He moves and he stands there and gets clobbered at the 9. Dogs sack Ellinger at the 9-yard line. He was looking way too long and he had nowhere to go. Devontae Wyatt, Malik Herring get the sack of the Texas quarterback at the 9-yard line to make it 3rd down and about 7 yards to go for Texas. They can get a first down at the 2. They're inside the Georgia 10, leading it 10-0. That's going to be the last play of the first quarter. Dogs with a nice defensive play to win the quarter. We need a couple more to keep it right where it is. It's 10-0 Texas. 15 minutes in the books. Sugar Bowl action continues after this from New Orleans on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Whether you're an elite athlete, in youth sports, or a weekend warrior, the Northside Hospital Sports Medicine Network keeps you in the game and ready for action. Our team of experts offers a full range of sports medicine services to prevent and treat injuries and improve performance. With 10 locations in the Atlanta region, the Northside Hospital Sports Medicine Network is in your neighborhood. For details, call 1-855-NH-SPORT. That's 1-855-NH-SPORT.
Napa know-how.
You're there every game. Same time, same spot, sporting your team's gear and flipping burgers like the diehard fanatic that you are. And while every vehicle at the tailgate deserves quality parts and Napa know-how, none deserve it more than yours, the perennial tailgate champion. And with Napa know-how, you and your ride can go the distance. Quality parts, helpful people, and proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hey dog fans, I'm consumer investigator Dale Cardwell with Trust Dale. Timeouts on the football field are a chance for a team to regroup, diagnose the situation, and fix the problem. Don't take chances with your family's safety. When you hear a funny noise or the check engine light comes on, make the right call and pull into your local AMCO transmission dealer. Their team of expert technicians are trained to fix your car's problem the first time. I've done the research and I know. I've trusted AMCO transmission with my family's cars for over 15 years, and you can too. That's AA MCO. Go Dogs.
Hey, it's Chuck Dowdle here. As you probably know, no one likes to root for the home team more than me. That's why I'm proud to be a member of Georgia's Own Credit Union. Whether it's a mortgage loan, auto loan, credit card, or checking account, Georgia's Own has always been able to save me money. Best of all, they are local, which means they support the people, places, and teams we have all grown to love. Take my advice. Check them out at georgiasown.org today. I'm Chuck Dowdle, and I'm one of Georgia's Own.
Federally insured by NCUA, Georgia's Own is an equal housing lender.
Dogs. Longhorns.
Bounces out right, still running. 10, 5, pylon, touchdown!
This is the Sugar Bowl.
Back in the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth in the Superdome, we go to quarter number 2 with Texas leading Georgia by a score of 10-0. Let's check in with Chuck Dowdle on the Cooks Pest Control sidelines. Chuck?
Guys, you know, with Mel Tucker going to Colorado, Kirby Smart's had to take on a lot of the defensive coordinator duties. Well, let me tell you, he just called the entire defense over, had them kneel down. He knelt down the middle. There was no chalkboard talk. This was straight inspiration.
They're going to need a little here on third down at the Georgia 9-yard line. Texas with a football. Third down coming up. Moving to the left now. Ellinger takes the snap. Pocket being squeezed. He got out of it somehow. Running straight. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown.
Boy, we had him too. We had him hemmed up. Somehow we stepped up in the middle of about 4 Bulldogs. Escaped. And everybody else was back in coverage.
Wow. 15th rushing touchdown for Ellinger this season. We had him jammed up. The pocket was just closing, and he found a little crease by stepping up in the pocket and running towards that end zone, and then kind of weaved his way down 9 yards for the score.
Boy,
and it's 16-0.
Yeah, Devontae Wyatt was right there, I think, and just missed him. Adam Anderson was there as well.
Point after try by Dicker is up and good. And it's Texas now with a 17-0 Sugar Bowl lead here with 14:53 remaining in the second quarter. Well, the fumble cost the Dogs. The turnover by DeAndre Swift recovered at the Georgia 12. Texas cashes in for 7. And they're building a big fat lead here early on in the Sugar Bowl. College sports fans at Sirius XM, you get it all, and all at the press of a button. Listen to your kind of music, commercial-free, plus everything entertainment, every kind of comedy, and, of course, coverage of every major sport, including Georgia football. So tune in to the best of the best.
Well, the Dogs have got to answer here. Dogs actually fortunate only to be down 17. When you think about the fumble, the muffed snap where we gave it to them, gave it to the Longhorns on the 27-yard line, the shank putt. All of those things, only to be down 17 right now. Dogs pretty fortunate, but need to answer right now.
Yeah, I would say just about everything that could go wrong has gone wrong, but I won't say that. As the ball is kicked off by Texas from right to left and bounces right on the 1-yard line, just barely squeezes inside the pylon into the end zone and out of bounds on the left side of the end zone for a touchback. Miko Hardman was right there, and as I'm watching that, I'm praying that don't let Miko get hit by that bouncing ball. But fortunately, it got in the end zone around the pylon for the touchback.
Right, and it did hit him, but he was about 6 inches into the end zone.
All right, Dogs need to do something, obviously, here with the football. And on 1st and 25, we have no points and have had very little offensive production through that first quarter. 17 to nothing.
Yeah, 8 yards of total offense in the first quarter.
Georgia on the 25. We hand it to Holyfield. Holyfield runs behind blockers Kinley and pushes his way up close to the 29-yard line, about a 4-yard gain. Joseph Osai, linebacker for Texas, on the tackle. Dogs working with the football on the far hash, moving to the right here in the Mercedes-Benz Superdome in New Orleans, trailing 17 to nothing here on their 10th appearance in the Sugar Bowl.
And Texas playing with nothing to lose here, pinning their ears back and bringing pressure.
Fromm in the shotgun, Holyfield in the backfield. Play fake, Fromm flips it out to the tight end Werner, and it's caught around the 34. They go low on him and tackle him. P.J. Locke, the nickel back, going low on the Dogs' big tight end to get him down to the turf at the 34-yard line. Need a yard for a first down. It's 3rd and 1.
And pressure again from the Longhorns. That time corner fire. Good job by Elijah Holyfield to pick that up. But Texas right now impressive with their open field tackling. Dogs getting very little yards after catches and after initial contact.
Gain was 5. Texas looks like a 5-2. They bring pressure. We hand it off, and they hit the gap that we're running through. It's Brian Harrion, but Harrion gets the first down with some power running right there. That's a Scana Energy first down by the veteran Brian Harrion across the 35 to the 36.5. It wasn't a long run, but it was productive, and it gives the Dogs a new set of downs.
Yeah, right now nothing easy. We've got to put a couple of chinks in this Texas Longhorn defense and just loosen them up a little bit. They are bringing pressure almost on every down right now.
Harrion nearing 300 yards in rushing this season in a reserve role. He'll get the carry here. Oh, he runs over a man at the 43-yard line. Keeps turning those legs. Wow. Brian Harrion. He's not big, but he'll put you on your can. Oh, my goodness. As he ran through Brandon Jones, the safety, up to the 44-yard line.
Boy, great run right there. Great first down play. Finally, Dogs get into a spot where they've got the entire playbook at their disposal. 2nd and 2.
It was an 8-yard pickup. Ball just shy of our 45. Shotgun snap to Fromm. Whips it out to the near side. Caught by Riley Ridley. Almost stepped out of bounds. He does not. He gets a few more yards after the Texas defender misses a tackle to the 44-yard line. That is another Scana Energy first down on the throw to Ridley. Down to the Texas 44. He broke the tackle of Chris Boyd. And then Gary Johnson, the roverback, made the stop.
Quick hitch on the outside. Longhorns went high to tackle him. He's too big and strong for that.
12-yard pickup for the Dogs in Texas territory for the first time. 1st and 10 at the Longhorns' 44-yard line. Dogs moving to the right, trailing 17 to nothing here early in the second quarter. We hand it off to Holyfield. Puts the ball in the right arm and takes off running with abandon to the near side. And twisted out of bounds inside the 40 to the 37-yard line by Boyd, the cornerback. Holyfield running wild to the right side, trying to get to the edge. He got to the 37 for a 7-yard gain. And it'll be 2nd down and 3 for the Dogs from the Texas 37.
Good read there by Elijah to bounce that one outside. That play designed to go up the middle, but the Longhorns did a good job of pushing at the point of attack there and just stopped that initial burst. Elijah, though, able to get outside.
Give it to Holyfield again. This time, big hole up the middle behind Gilliard and Mays and Kinley, the guards. Cade Mays is in at right guard. They opened up a crease, and Holyfield hits it down to the 28-yard line. Joseph Osai with the tackle for Texas, but Holyfield churns out another Scana Energy first down. 1st and 10 at the Texas 28. We run it quickly, looking for room with Swift. He's trying to bounce along the line of scrimmage, nothing to the right, and he will go down at the 30-yard line, stopped by the Texas defense as they kept stretching it out. They had plugged all the holes. 2nd down, it's a loss on the play of almost 2, and we'll call it a full 2. 2nd and 12, ball back close to our 30, or the Texas 30, excuse me.
Yeah, Dogs tried to really move the tempo up there, give Texas a little taste of their own medicine, but again, the penetration by the Longhorns up front, very, very good and tough for the Dogs to run against.
We go with a strong side left. Play fake Swift. Fromm avoids the rush. Will take off running to the right. tries to cut up at the numbers, and he'll slide down around the 28 or the 29-yard line. Malcolm Roach, the defensive end, was the guy chasing Fromm and made the tackle. They give Jake a 1-yard gain to the 29-yard line, but it will be 3rd and long for the Dogs. On the Texas 29, it's 3rd and 11.
This Texas defense, 91 tackles for loss coming into this game and 30 sacks. They can get into the backfield. They're very disruptive, and you're seeing it right now.
3 receivers to the wide side, near side of the field for the Dogs. Now Fromm walking up to his center. Lamont Gilliard perhaps changing the blocking scheme. Here we go. Shotgun snap to Fromm on 3rd and 11. Quick throw to the right. Wide open is Ridley. Caught at the 24 to the 20. He angles past the first down marker to get the first down at the 28-yard line and running out of bounds. He got it by about a half a length of a football. That is a big Scana Energy first down for Riley Ridley.
Again, the 3rd down magic from Jake Fromm on display there. And the way he manages a football game. Saw the blitz look that Texas wanted to bring, very calmly goes up, changes protection to get what he wants, and then just a quick hitch on the outside as Texas was sloughing off in coverage.
We're on the Texas 17.5-yard line, trailing 17-0, 9:47 to go. First quarter, we'll run it up the near hash, and not a lot there as DeAndre Swift yet to break free tonight. They stack it up again. The Texas defense is keeping an eye on number 7. He may have gotten back to the line of scrimmage and maybe an inch or two beyond it, but not much more. They were going to call it no gain, I think. 2nd down and 10 for the Dogs on the Texas 17.
Dogs right now just losing the battle at the point of attack on the line of scrimmage. Texas being able to get into gaps right now and give the Georgia running backs very little running room.
We've got Harrion and Holyfield in the backfield. We split them. Play fake to Holyfield running left. He fires to Harrion out of the backfield. Caught at the 8. Touchdown. Touchdown, Brian Harrion. Tremendous play call.
Boy, what a beautifully designed play. We had an inside post and a takeoff on the outside, and then you had Harrion on a seam route that was just behind everybody else. So the second level defenders for Texas got lost with our first 2 guys, and then Harrion sneaks out from the backfield and able to find a soft spot in that Texas zone.
Boy, was that beautifully executed by Georgia. 17-yard throw from to Harrion for the touchdown to get the Dogs on the board. That touchdown sponsored by Southwest Airlines. Low fares from Atlanta to over 90 destinations you love. Point after try, Rodrigo Blankenship. It's up and it's good. The streak continues for Rodrigo. 152 consecutive extra points. It's Georgia 7, and now Texas, well, they were already 17. That's her score, 17-7. Georgia trailing Texas. Sugar Bowl second quarter. Take a break. Back in a moment on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hey, Georgia, it's game day. What are you doing on the couch? With Southwest Airlines low fares to the places you love, you can get up, get pumped, and make every game feel like a home game. Low fares, no hidden fees. That's transparency. Book now at southwest.com.
Coach Kirby Smart here. Let's talk about the official healthcare provider of the Georgia Bulldogs, Piedmont Healthcare. Piedmont makes sure that our dogs are playing their best, and they're also there for the times they're not. But you don't have to be a college athlete to get bumps and bruises. With urgent care, same-day appointments, virtual visits from your smartphone or desktop, and Piedmont Quick Care at Walgreens, they've got the care you need when you need it. Booking an appointment is only a click away. So for game day and every day, get better at piedmont.org/UGA.
Hey, Georgia, it's game day. What are you doing on the couch? With Southwest Airlines low fares to the places you love, you can get up, get pumped, and make every game feel like a home game. Low fares, no hidden fees. That's transparency. Book now at southwest.com.
Bulldogs, Longhorns. This is the Sugar Bowl on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
The holidays. At BMW, we want to remind you of some excuses to enjoy the ride home a little longer. If you're in the all-new BMW X5 with the upgraded navigation within iDrive 7.0, consider the detour excuse.
Hey, Dad, ran into construction. Gotta take a detour.
Make the most of the road home. Hurry in to the BMW Road Home sales event to receive exceptional offers on select models now through January 2nd. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Proud sponsor of Georgia Athletics. Visit BMWATL.com for great offers. Go Dogs.
Termite infestation. At Breda Pest Management, they don't use bait stations spread apart by 20 feet each.
At Breda, we stack the line of scrimmage and leave no gaps in coverage by liquid treating with Termador. Plus, Breda locks in their termite renewals for under $200. So if you're paying over $300 every year for termite protection, you're paying too much. Get better termite protection and more value, all for a better price with Breda Pest Management. BREDA Pest.com.
This is the Sugar Bowl.
35-30, he's got a convoy, he's got to go, touchdown!
Live from the Mercedes-Benz Superdome, here's the voice of the Dogs, Scott Howard.
High above the field here in the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth. Georgia gets on the board. It's 17-7. Texas, Blankenship's kickoff, high, hanging, end over end, going to land very deep in the end zone. Texas will walk away from it, and it becomes a touchback. Longhorns will have the ball on their own 25-yard line. Here's your Georgia Metals drive summary. From a doghouse to a dog's house, Georgia Metals has got you covered. Dogs go 12 plays, 75 yards, 5:50 on the game clock. Capped the drive with a 17-yard scoring pass from Jake Fromm to Brian Herrion for the touchdown. Herrion's first receiving touchdown of his career. His very first touch as a Georgia Bulldog was a running touchdown against North Carolina a couple of seasons ago. Now he's got his first touchdown reception as Texas goes 1st and 10 from the 25. And Ellinger will throw it out to Hurd on the near side. He makes the catch in the left flat. Tackle made by Reed and LeCount up at the 30 for a gain of 5. And the Longhorns with a quick 5, and they will line up and go quickly again. 2nd down and 5 from their 30. Handoff to Watson, running behind a couple of his big linemen and following them through the hole. Watson goes across the 30 to the 34-yard line. Jonathan Ledbetter, our senior defensive end from Tucker, pulling Watson down to the turf at the 34. Gain of 4. 3rd down and 1 for the Longhorns. Working on the near hash, moving left. Give it to Watson. He gets across the 35 for the 1st down. Then we knock him back the other way with Tay Crowder, and LeCount was over there to make the stop. But Texas gets the 1st down, and the gain is a couple to the, they're going to give a forward progress to the 38. Natrez Patrick in on the stop as well for the Bulldog defense. Ball's at the 37 for the Longhorns. They lead it by 10, 17-7.
And Texas right now, a lot of passes just to the outside. Bubble screens, quick swing passes to the outside. Not a whole lot getting pushed down the field right now.
Shotgun snap to Ellinger. Not a lot of pressure. Now here it comes. Ojulari missed him from behind. Ellinger ducked under it. Now he's off and running to the near side. Scampers all the way across the 50 into Georgia territory, out of bounds at the 46-yard line.
Boy.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, missed tackles there. That was a blow-up shot that we just completely whiffed on right over the top of him. And Ellinger somehow able to feel that and duck down. And you know he can run 418 yards on the ground by him this year. Second time not in a row, but second time here this game where we had him hemmed up and couldn't bring him to the turf.
17 yards and a 1st down. That was a blindside sack waiting to happen, and we missed it. Texas in Georgia territory, where they've started most of this half, by the way. They're on the Georgia 46-yard line. Handoff, running at left tackle. We hit him in the hole, but they keep driving. And it's going to be a positive run to the 41-yard line. Tay Crowder was the first guy to hit Trey Watson. And Azeez Ojulari was the second guy. And we were told Ojulari really made some progress in those bowl practices back in Athens this month. Pass by Ellinger is going to be caught at the 35, hit there immediately by Devad Wilson as he makes the tackle on little Jordan Humphrey at the 35-yard line, but it's enough for a 1st down. Texas moving the ball again. They're down to the Georgia 35, leading it 17-7 here. 6:35 to go in the 2nd quarter. 2 receivers to the near side. That's the wide side of the field. Ellinger claps his hands, now walks up towards the line of scrimmage, calling out signals to his linemen. Watson switches from right to left and then gets the handoff. We hit him and miss the tackle. Watson bounces outside, 30, 25, 20, and out of bounds at the 15-yard line. Richard LeCount hit him in the backfield, didn't wrap him up, missed the tackle, and Watson made us pay down to the 15-yard line.
Boy, and if there's a story to this game, outside of the starting field position and mistakes, it is yards after contact. Texas is just piling them up. Dogs, not so much.
1st and 10, Horns at the 15. They move everything to the right on the run. Ellinger throws into the end zone. Nobody there, incomplete. They moved everything to the left on the snap of the football, did Texas, and Ellinger ends up just throwing an incompletion to no one in the left corner of the end zone. Threw it out of bounds in the corner of the end zone. It'll be 2nd down and 10 now for the Longhorns from the Georgia 15-yard line. They already have a 17-7 lead here, starting to get a little bit late in the quarter.
Yeah, just a little half roll there by Texas, moving Ellinger's launch point, trying to give the Georgia defense a couple of different wrinkles and a couple of different looks, but really good coverage on that play.
Bring a man in motion to line up behind and to the left to Ellinger, and they'll run the option with Ingram. Pitch it to him. Ingram, the freshman back, stretched all the way to the near side. He never got to turn downfield. J.R. Reed, first guy to hit him. Devad Wilson also in there to push him out of bounds on this near sideline. As that play never got to move forward, it was stretched out laterally all the way to the sideline, and back on the 17-yard line is where the tackle was made out of bounds. A lost yardage play. It'll be 3rd down, 11 and a half, almost a full 12 for the Longhorns from the Georgia 17.
Yeah, good job there initially by Malik Herring. Forced that pitch and still able to get in on the play.
Run a man out of the backfield in motion. That's Ingram. Texas with a 3rd down coming up. Now whistles and a timeout, Georgia.
First charge timeout, Georgia. It's a 30-second timeout.
So the Dogs stop the clock with a timeout at 5:27 to go in the second quarter, trailing 17-7. We'll take a break. Back in a moment. Sugar Bowl action continues after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
You've reached the voicemail of Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron, Gabe, your sports agent. I have some news about your State Farm agent, Patrick. Turns out you're not his only customer. More on Patrick. Guy spends his day helping other people. I saw him changing some lady's tire, and I'm like, why is he helping her? That's not Aaron Rodgers.
Hey Aaron, it's Patrick with State Farm. Yes, we'll cover your new car. Also, Gabe's been lurking around my office. It's weird.
No, it's not.
For agents who are there for you, go with the one that's here to help life go right. State Farm.
Napa know-how.
You're there every game. Same time, same spot, sporting your team's gear and flipping burgers like the diehard fanatic that you are. And while every vehicle at the tailgate deserves quality parts and Napa know-how, none deserve it more than yours, the perennial tailgate champion. And with Napa know-how, you and your ride can go the distance. Quality parts, helpful people, and proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
In football, it's important to call the right play. In life, it can be even more important to make the right call, especially regarding termite protection. To protect my home, I call the unbeatable combination for termite protection, Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system. Discover how affordable it is to protect your home with the Centricon system. Make the right call. Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
Strong, dependable, ready for anything. The University of Georgia Bulldogs know what it takes to make a great team, and your local Massey Ferguson dealers are proud to support them. Take on the season with Massey Ferguson compact and utility tractors. They mow, load, handle hay, and more, all while delivering more of the power and versatility you've come to expect from Massey Ferguson. Experience the compact and utility tractors that will take you through the season strong. Visit GeorgiaMasseyDealers.com to learn more.
Coach Kirby Smart here. Today's broadcast is live from the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth.
If you know someone who makes an impact on their community, Team UGA, presented by Georgia Power, is accepting nominations for members who demonstrate an unselfish giving attitude. Submit your nominations at GeorgiaDogs.com. Let's go down to the Cook's Pest Control sidelines. Chuck's got an update. Chuck.
Yeah, Scott, I'm being told that I did see Tyreek McGee go in the tent, and I'm being told he's out for now. No reason being given. And as you've noticed, we're playing a couple of guys in this game that have played very, very little this season.
Yeah, Devad Wilson in the game in the secondary, and he was battling through injuries most of the year. Stokes is in there in the secondary. Of course, the usual safeties, Reed, and I see Mark Webb out there, and Richard LeCount, and
Tyson Campbell. 3rd down and 12 for the Longhorns on the Georgia 17-yard line. They run a screen to the left. It's caught on a low pass on this near sideline, scooped up off the turf practically. And Ingram, running behind blockers, gets inside the 15, down to about the 13-yard line. Adam Anderson, a freshman linebacker, and Jawan Taylor, a senior linebacker, make the stop. Not a productive play much at all for Texas to the 13-yard line. They got 4 yards out of it, and we are going to force another field goal try, Z.
Yeah, good pursuit there by the Dogs, and Dogs bend there but don't break. Well done. After the missed sack, that was the big play there by Texas. Able to bow their backs a little bit. The Dogs were defensively, hold, and hopefully keep.
30-yard try here by Cameron Dicker. A little bit of an angle from the left side. The kick is away, and the kick is good by Texas. So the Horns collect 3 more points, and they lead Georgia now 20-7, 4:37 to go in the first half. Back for more second quarter action in the Sugar Bowl. Georgia trailing by 13 here on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
This is Kirby Smart, head coach of the Georgia Bulldogs. The game of football requires serious discipline, remarkable talent, and a ton of effort every day. It's the same with the truck I drive. Ford F-Series works hard, plays hard, and gets the job done right. That's why it's been America's best-selling truck 41 years straight, leading the truck game year after year. See your local Ford dealer for big savings on F-150, the official truck of the Georgia Bulldogs. And me, Kirby Smart.
At Kubota, we believe a utility vehicle should do more than take you places. That's why our all-new Sidekick is built to do it all. Power, performance, and handling comes standard with Kubota's 48-horsepower gasoline engine and worry-free CVT Plus transmission. Climb more hills, tow more weight, and cover more ground faster. Cross over to more with the all-new Kubota RTV Sidekick. Head into your local Kubota dealership to test drive one today. Find your local Kubota dealer at gokubota.com.
Georgia, Texas. This is the Sugar Bowl on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Strong, dependable, ready for anything. The University of Georgia Bulldogs know what it takes to make a great team, and your local Massey Ferguson dealers are proud to support them. Take on the season with Massey Ferguson compact and utility tractors. They mow, load, handle hay, and more, all while delivering more of the power and versatility you've come to expect from Massey Ferguson. Experience the compact and utility tractors that will take you through the season strong. Visit GeorgiaMasseyDealers.com to learn more.
Have you ever felt like the big banks didn't have time for your business? At Piedmont Bank, you're exactly who we want to do business with. We're founded by a group of local business professionals who believe our community needs a bank committed to serving the needs of businesses and residents of our community. We believe banking is very much a people business, and we look forward to serving you. Experience the difference at Piedmont Bank. Visit us today at piedmont.bank.
Georgia, Texas. This is the Sugar Bowl.
All right, we're back here in the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth here in the Superdome. Scana Energy is a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. For every touchdown the Dogs score, Scana Energy will make a $500 donation to the University of Georgia General Scholarship Fund. Let's pause 10 seconds. Station identification, Bulldogs Sports Network. Texas to kick it away after another field goal. It's 20-7 Longhorns. Dicker will kick it from right to left. It'll land 5 or 6 yards deep in the end zone. Nicole Hardman will let it bounce over his head. We'll take the touchback and crank it up again. 1st and 10 from our 25. We're down 13 with 4:37 to go in the half. And the Dogs will get the ball to start the second half. And Eric Zier has devised a plan, a successful plan for Bulldogs.
It is. We need to go on a 4-minute, 36-second drive, get 7 points,
yes,
and then we're going to get the football back at the start of the third quarter, go on one more drive that really just demoralizes the Longhorns. We'll have the lead, and they'll be demoralized. That's the plan.
All right, I like that plan.
Let's see if we can execute it. 1st and 10 from our 25. Dogs moving to the right. Play fake from to Swift. Throws a deep ball. Man-to-man coverage. And just out of the reach on a long sideline pass around the 32-yard line was Jeremiah Holloman. He was fighting with Devontae Davis, a senior cornerback on that far side. They were shoulder to shoulder just about, and the ball looks like it may have glanced off the fingertips just barely of Holloman. Pass was a little long in his effort to reach the football. It did hit him in one of his hands anyway. It was an incompletion.
Coverage very good there by Davis, but we had one-on-one coverage there. Good read by Jake Fromm. Can't throw it any better than that. Probably should have been caught.
2 receivers to the far side of the field for the Dogs. 2 to the left. 2nd and 10 from the 25. We give it to Holyfield. Runs straight, bounces out. He's got room there to the 30, to the 32, angling into the Texas bench area. Around the 34, I think. Yeah, about a yard shy of the first down. And Davis is the guy that shoved Holyfield out of bounds on that far side. A 9-yard run for Elijah Holyfield. 3rd and a yard for the Dogs.
Boy, another good read there by Holyfield. Bouncing that one outside. Not a whole lot was there in the interior of the line of scrimmage where that play was designed.
Holyfield, 6 carries, 27 yards. He's our leading rusher. He stays in the backfield. Fromm will go under center on 3rd and a yard to go. We bring a man in motion in tight from the 34. Hand off Holyfield. They grab his leg behind the line of scrimmage. He pulls away, gets the first down, and a couple more. Tackled at the 37-yard line. He broke away from Gary Johnson, their leading tackler, and then Chris Nelson, the nose man, made the stop.
Good job up front there by Solomon Kinley and Andrew Thomas, and a good hard run by Holyfield there, breaking that initial tackle and then getting behind those 2 good blocks.
Actually, it was Johnson who made the stop. He broke away from Nelson behind the line of scrimmage. He was trying to grab him around the leg. They're going to run it again, this time with Swift. Oh, he's hit and the ball is loose. He got hit and spun around a 360. The ball went flying in the air. Bodies fly for it. Georgia has recovered the 2nd fumble by DeAndre Swift in this ball game. Lamont Gilliard, the senior center, alertly diving on the football back at the 34. Swift got hit when he was spinning in the air, and that ball just went flying out of his right arm. And Gilliard has recovered the fumble for Georgia and saved the possession. Gilliard may be shaken up. He's going to stay in the ball game, but he might be favoring a leg or 2.
Dogs fortunate there.
He's only got 2.
That was a helmet right on the football of Swift.
2nd and long, Fromm to throw. Looks this way, passes to the near side. It's caught at the 43, and Ridley still running, even though it looked like they tackled him, but the whistle never blew. Ridley all the way down to the Texas 42-yard line. I guess his body never touched the turf.
Boy, no idea how he stayed up there. Just a quick hit to the outside. Looked like he was going down for sure, but just rolled over the top.
He tackled. Davis was tackling him, and he just sat on top of him, never touched the ground.
That's exactly what he did. Rolled right on top of Davis, never hit the ground. Great heads-up play there by Ridley.
24 yards on the alert run after the catch by Riley Ridley down to the Texas 42-yard line. Georgia in business with 2:16 to go, trailing 20-7. Shotgun snap to Fromm with time. He throws. Hardman is the intended target near sideline, incomplete around the 21-yard line. Hardman spinning at the end of his route, trying to jump up in the air and catch that football around the 21, but ran out of room, and the pass was a little bit high as well. Incompletion will stop the clock with 2:07 to go. It'll be 2nd down and 10 for the Dogs back on the Texas 42.
Tight coverage there again by the Dogs. I believe that was Davis in coverage as well. Fromm trying to go back shoulder to Mecole Hardman. Didn't have much room on the outside, but if that ball would have been a little bit lower, Mecole could have turned around and snatched it.
Run out of the pistol now. Holyfield behind Fromm in the formation. 2nd down and 10. Play clock down to 3. There's the snap. Handoff Holyfield. Runs right. Texas guy loses a helmet, and Holyfield will plow ahead to the 38-yard line. And that's Keandre Colburn, a reserve lineman, a freshman. Is he the guy that lost the hat or the guy that made the tackle? He was both, yes. He made the tackle and lost his helmet to boot. And the gain was, again, to the 37-yard line. About 4.5 yards or so. 3rd down for the Dogs coming up.
Yeah, right behind the backside there, Cade Mays and Isaiah Wilson. Good, strong run. to get into third and medium here.
Texas wants a timeout, and they will get one with 1:41 to go in the second quarter.
Texas.
Timeout here in the Sugar Bowl. Second quarter action, 101 seconds remaining. Texas 20, Georgia 7. Back after this, Bulldog Sports Network.
If you're looking for smart ways to save money, just stop by your neighborhood Kroger. Right now, it's time for the Buy 5, Save 5 event. Just choose from a great selection of participating items. And when you buy any 5, you'll save $5 instantly at checkout. Choose from select items like Doritos, Ocean Spray Cranberry Juice, Pepperidge Farm Goldfish, and lots more. Go to Kroger.com or use the app for more info. The Buy 5, Save 5 event is on now. Fresh food, low prices at Kroger. Anyone can deliver a box of groceries, but when you consider the source, only Kroger can bring you the fresh, delicious food and quality products you already know and love. And no matter how you like to get your groceries, Kroger makes it easy with store pickup, delivery, and now you can have your order shipped right to your door. So now it's easier than ever to check out while you're chilling when you shop online with the Kroger app or at Kroger.com today.
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hi, welcome to the Subway Simple 6 radio ad. How would you like to hear it?
From a game show host?
All right, let's play.
Thanks, Johnny. Tonight's contestants are playing for the fantastic Simple 6 menu. Their choice of 6 different 6-inch subs, chips, and a 21-ounce drink. With subs like the Spicy Italian and Black Forest Ham, this is one $6 deal that can't be beat. Subway, make it what you want.
At participating restaurants, additional charge for extras plus applicable tax. No additional discounts or coupons may be applied.
The Starlight Lounge presents An Evening with the Progressive Box.
Adios, old friend. Yeah, I've got no secrets and no regrets. Well, a lot of regrets, but the point is I've got nothing to hide. Kind of like the way Progressive shows you their competitors' rates. You gotta put it all out there, baby. Excuse me, miss. Does this heart belong to you? Would you like it anyway?
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Comparisons not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Dogs. Longhorns.
Bounces out right, still running. 10, 5, pylon, touchdown!
This is the Sugar Bowl.
Third down for the Dogs on the Texas 38-yard line. Third down and 6 for Georgia. We're trailing 20-7 with 1:41 to go in the second quarter. Gilliard up over the football. Fromm in the shotgun. There's the snap on the 40. He's got time. He'll throw. It's caught near the 30. Curling back towards the sideline is Riley Ridley. Made another nice grab. Got the first down and out of bounds at the 31. Pushed out there by Chris Boyd, the Texas cornerback.
Really a different look there by Texas. They had 2 guys with their hands in the dirt. Ended up rushing 5. But really nothing pre-snap there to get any kind of read for Jake Fromm. But good job of recognition as soon as that ball was snapped and where they were going.
It was a 7-yard gain and a first down. We throw it wide to the far side of the field. Holloman coming back towards the football. Drops it as he falls to the turf. He was trying to catch it as he was going down, and he ends up falling face down and dropping the football. Incompletion. Not terribly bad on that because you didn't catch it. It wasn't a long game, but it does stop the clock with 1:19 to go. It'll be second down and 10 from the Texas 31-yard line for the Dogs.
Holloman just on an in route right there. Looks like he got his feet tripped up a little bit in the turf, lost his balance.
Georgia's working on the near hash mark, moving to the right here in the Superdome, trailing 20-7. Second down and 10 coming up from the Texas 31. Snap to Fromm on the hash, looking to the left. He throws it over the middle. Reaching grab is incomplete. Holloman was open. He had to leap high in the air around the 1 or 2 and tried to bring it down, but it's off his hands and incomplete. Ball bouncing into the end zone.
Yeah, and that one's on Jake Fromm. Holloman wide open on a post route. If that ball is just thrown lower and across the field, he goes and gets it and is waltzing into the end zone.
Boy, you're not kidding. That was right there. This is a half of missed opportunities for Georgia, both offensively and defensively. Minute 12 to go. Clock stopped after the incompletion. Third down and 10 for the Dogs from the Texas 31-yard line. Fromm's in the game. Swift's in the backfield.
Hardman in motion from left to right. Here comes the blitz by Texas, and Fromm's going to be sacked back on the 43-yard line. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, they brought the house, and we had nobody there to pick it up. Needed to be a side adjustment, and that sack just kicked us out of field goal range.
Boy, you're not kidding. All the way back, they're going to mark it where? Around the 40 or so. Texas has the players shaken up on the play. That's B.J. Foster, freshman safety. They spot the ball at the 40, but 3 or 4 white-shirted defenders hit Fromm on that blitz. And now the Dogs 4th and forever back on the Texas 40. Minute 7 remaining on the clock here in the second quarter of this Sugar Bowl.
Boy, and that one's tough to take because we had a for sure touchdown on the play before, and the ball by Fromm not thrown accurately, incomplete pass, and then the sack there takes us out of field goal range.
Prior to the injury. That's their second.
Our official out of the Pac-12, Michael Mothershed, tells us that Texas had used a timeout prior to the injury. Stay tuned for the Amco Transmissions halftime report with Neil Williamson. That's coming up in just a moment, presented by the Amco Transmission Centers of Metro Atlanta. Georgia sends on the punt unit. Jake Camarda back on our 45. The line of scrimmage is the Texas 40. Humphrey, the deep man for Texas, stands on their 10-yard line. There's the snap to Camarda. He's going to try to pin him in deep. Backspin on the high hanging punt, end over end, reverse end over end spin. Humphrey shifts to his left, makes the fair catch at the 9. Texas has 61 seconds remaining in the half, and they'll start on the 9-yard line on a 31-yard pooch punt by Jake Camarda. Enjoy the road home this holiday season in a BMW through tomorrow, January 2nd. Take advantage of the up to $3,000 holiday credit. Visit BMWATL.com for details. Minute 1 to go. Texas will send the offense back out, starting at the 9-yard line. Boy, there's about 6 or 7 plays in that first half, Z, that Georgia would love to do over again.
Boy, there's no doubt about that. We've had it in all phases of the game. Defense, offense, and specialty teams.
They're going to run it with Watson on a handoff. He slides to the turf, trying to get away from a tackle by Tay Crowder. Crowder knocked him down anyway behind the line of scrimmage at the 8. Loss of a yard. Watson running on an angle to the left, and Crowder came flying in from his linebacking position. And Watson kind of slammed on the brakes and then slid under the tackle attempt of Crowder. And Texas letting clock tick down. Play clock at 18, game clock at 31. Texas just eyeballing it, content with letting time tick away here on 2nd and 11 from their own 8-yard line. Out of the pistol now, Ellinger will take the snap. Watson's lined up behind him. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Snap a little bit high. They hand it off to Watson. Got a little bit of running room between the tackles. Runs straight up the field into Juwan Taylor's arms, the Georgia linebacker, up to the 16. And that apparently will be the last play of the half. No, Georgia calls a timeout. Okay, Texas was getting ready to head to the locker room. They were walking away after that to the 16-yard line.
14 seconds on the clock. 14 seconds. Thank you.
Georgia stops the clock with a little time remaining, and the official says we want 14 seconds on the clock, so that's what they put on it. Texas will have the ball on 3rd down from the 16-yard line. Georgia Power brings the energy for every game day into your community, too. Visit georgiapower.com/sports to learn more.
The Dogs still with 1 timeout left now, so we get a stop here. Want to try to force a punt.
Never know, maybe they fumble a snap or something
exactly
like that.
Right.
They're not going into the victory formation, so they run out of the pistol. Ellinger takes the snap, handed off to Watson. He runs wide to the right, looking for space. Defense stretches it out all the way close to the sideline on the far side of the field. Watson tackled around the 14. Tay Crowder, another stop for the Georgia junior from Hamilton, Georgia, and Julian Rochester. And the Dogs will use another timeout, so they'll force a punt here on 4th down with 8 seconds to go. You would think a punt at this location on the field anyway.
Yeah, good job of coaching there by Kirby Smart. You've got 2 timeouts to burn. You do exactly that. Wouldn't be surprised here if we see the Dogs really try to come after this punt, maybe get a block and pick up a cheap one.
4th down and 4 for Texas. Ball at the Longhorns' 15-yard line. They lead it 20-7. And 9 seconds remain on the clock here in the first half of this 2019 Sugar Bowl. Mecole Hardman will go back to receive a punt if Buchevsky can get it away. He's on the 1 for Texas. Freshman punter from Australia. Snap. Couple of steps to the right. Booms one. Low line drive. Going to bounce and stay in the playing field. It hit close to the sideline. Bounced on the 47. Now we got a flag back behind the play. Way behind where the punt was down. Hang on. Some guys are running to the locker room already, but there's a flag back on the Texas 42. Might be on Georgia the way it looked. A couple of guys getting tangled up back there while the punt skidded along the turf. Z stayed in bounds and kept rolling and finally downed at the Georgia 33-yard line. And the time has already hit 0 here to end the first half. They've already got the halftime clock up on the scoreboard.
After the play, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 87, receiving team. That 10-yard penalty will be enforced on the kickoff to start the third quarter.
So you can move penalties from half to half now.
Apparently you can.
I don't think I've ever heard of that. All right. That's not a good way to start the second half. Tyler Simmons was flagged on that last play of the half, so that ends it. The first 2 quarters here in the Sugar Bowl with our score Texas 20 and Georgia 7. And we're going to try to get some comments with head coach Kirby Smart here in just a second. But Georgia with some work to do in that locker room to prepare for the final 30 minutes, see?
Boy, indeed they do. One of the sloppiest halves of football we've played all year. I go back to the LSU game, anything even close to similar defensively. Actually did a pretty good job holding this explosive Texas offense in check, only 178 yards. Part of that, though, is they've worked on such short fields. They've had nowhere really to go, but Dogs still have done a nice job defensively for much of this game, but just mistake after mistake after mistake, and Dogs fortunate to only be down 13.
We're trying to catch up with the coach. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get to him or not. He already got up into the tunnel.
Hey, Scott,
and
ask him to come down.
We'll see. All right, there's Chuck as this alleged interview was brought to you by the Georgia United Credit Union. And, Chuck, you were able to, I guess, get a word or two as he went by you.
No, I couldn't get that. He never saw. He went straight. Let me tell you something. I did catch a glimpse of his face as he went in. That last call, now you know how this second half is going to start. And like you said, that's not a good way to even start the second half. He knows the same thing. He wants to get in there. He is not happy. As you pointed out, as Z has pointed out, there have been mistakes, offensive, defensive, special teams. There are enough mistakes to go all over here. So there's plenty of blame. Very fortunate to only be down 13 points.
All right, Chuck, thanks very much. That segment brought to you by Georgia United Credit Union, the official credit union of Georgia Athletics. So Texas will be able to kick off from the 45. It was a 10-yard penalty, right? That's what
right.
They said, 10-yard penalty, so the 45-yard line to start the third quarter. Georgia will get the ball. First half is in the books here in the Sugar Bowl. It's Texas 20, Georgia 7. Neil Williamson's next with the Amco Transmissions halftime report after this timeout on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Of course you know that if your car battery's dead, you can reach for a AAA membership card to come to your rescue. But did you know that a AAA card has you covered with more than roadside assistance? Like with a cruise or vacation package, a savings account, discounts at thousands of locations, plus auto, home, and life insurance, free identity theft protection, and more. So get a AAA card and expect something more. To learn more, go to AAA.com or visit your local AAA office.
Hey Bulldog superfans, your job isn't all pride and glory. Being a superfan can have its price. 1 minute you're starting up the wave, the next your back gives out. Get back in the stands sooner with a wide range of health plan options from United Healthcare. United Healthcare is a proud sponsor of Bulldog football. Visit uhc.com for terms and conditions.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
At PT Solutions Physical Therapy, we're proud to be an official partner of UGA. In sports, getting to the next level takes lots of talent and lots of work. At PT Solutions, we believe that every young athlete deserves the opportunity to chase his or her dream. That's why you'll find our therapists and trainers on the fields and sidelines at every level, helping athletes stay healthy and be at their best. We hope you'll visit us at over 40 Georgia locations or at ptsolutions.com.
Hey dog fans, I'm consumer investigator Dale Cardwell with Trust Dale. Timeouts on the football field are a chance for a team to regroup, diagnose the situation, and fix the problem. Don't take chances with your family's safety. When you hear a funny noise or the check engine light comes on, make the right call and pull into your local AMCO transmission dealer. Their team of expert technicians are trained to fix your car's problem the first time. I've done the research and I know. I've trusted AMCO transmission with my family's cars for over 15 years, and you can too. That's AA MCO. Go Dogs!
"30 minutes are in the books. This is the AMCO Transmissions Halftime Report. Here's your host, Neil Hondo Williamson.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to New Orleans. You know, there's the story about the optimist versus the pessimist, right? And the optimist on Christmas morning, since we're here in the holidays, and the little boy who comes downstairs and he's the eternal optimist, and he looks around and he sees a big pile of poop on the living room floor. And he looks around left and looks around right, and he's so excited. His parents say, well, why are you excited when that's your Christmas present? He says, because I know there's got to be a pony around here somewhere.
That's right. That's right.
Man, we got to be optimists here going into the second half, but that was one rough first half by the Bulldogs. It's the AMCO halftime, AMCO Transmissions halftime report.
Yeah, so, Hondo, it was a first half full of mistakes and missed opportunities for the Georgia Bulldogs, that's for sure. And the good news is we're only down 13. And when you look at the field position that Texas had throughout the first half, this game easily could be out of hand right now as our defense really bowed their backs and kept this game in check. We had the turnover, we had the shank punt, we had the muffed snap on the punt. And then we've had missed opportunities on the offensive side as well. The poor throw by Jake Fromm that would have been a sure touchdown. Just mistake after mistake after mistake that have added up. And you look on the scoreboard, we're only down 13 points, and we get the ball coming out at halftime. But it has been a game of sloppy play by Georgia, and give Texas credit. They have brought a level of intensity that we've got to step up and match. We've started to match it as the game has worn on some, but at the onset of this football game, they won that battle.
Yeah, they have, and the time of possession is kind of equal because, I was looking at some of the stats while we were going here, and I saw that we only had 29 rushing yards, and there was a sack there towards the end of the first half for a -9, but I can't think of any other sacks. The punt, that's it. Okay. So offensively generated rushing yards, we got to be in the 40s, low 40s, right?
Yeah, so, we're going to be probably mid-40. You take out the sacks, we're going to be, right at about 50 yards. So for this Georgia team, not great.
Yeah.
For sure. You add in those big lost yardage plays, that's problematic as well. So haven't been able to generate much on the ground. Texas has done a good job up front with their defensive line. Texas is bringing a ton of pressure right now. Mm-hmm. A lot of linebacker pressure. They brought safety pressure as well. A lot of those are run blitzes, which is why we've had some success throwing the football. Jake Fromm, 9 out of 15 for 89 yards. Again, a couple of big deep shots that we've taken. One that probably could have been caught that was dropped. Another one that was a poor throw. All of a sudden you hit on a couple of those, and the outlook of this game changes. But one that we've got to force that change coming out at halftime.
Okay, so, Coach, what are you doing here in the second half?
I think defensively you're pretty good. I think you go in right now and you just calm everybody down. It is we got punched in the face a little bit here early on. We played sloppy. You take away those self-inflicted wounds and those mistakes that we've given ourselves, and all of a sudden that there's a different outlook. You really talk right now about execution on this first drive. How this first drive goes, these first couple of series, going to be critically important. If we get stopped very quickly and Texas comes down and score, boy, we've got a big mountain to climb. But if we can come out, get some kind of points on the board, and then stop Texas on that initial drive, we're right back in this football game.
Yeah, I think even if we score and we don't stop them, I think we're in the football game.
Sure, I do too.
I think we're right there. But I agree with you. We have got to make some impact here on this first drive. Didn't help ourselves with the penalty. There is time expired on the final punt of the game, of the first half rather, final play of the first half, which was a punt by Texas, and Georgia will be penalized by 10 yards. But these days, they're probably, even if they pooch punt it, your guy can call a fair catch, and we're going to get the ball out at the 25 at worst.
That's exactly right.
So it doesn't hurt you that much. All right, thank you, Z. Go grab yourself a Coca-Cola, and we'll come back with more halftime, Amco Transmission's halftime report for you from the Superdome, where it's 20-7, Texas leading Georgia. For more than 50 years, Amco Transmission centers of Metro Atlanta have become one of the most trusted and recognized experts in the diagnosis, service, and maintenance of transmissions. Locate a service center today. AA beep beep MCO. More from Nolans after this. Bulldogs Sports Network.
Well, the Oranges really need to capitalize here if they want to win the Family Room Championship. There's the snap. Hyper Blue is going for the blitz. Here's Energetic Orange, dropping back, looks long, throws, and touchdown! SW6887 Naval with a 39-yard catch to defeat the Blues.
Ask Sherwin-Williams and bring home the color of your team spirit. Visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store today.
Whether you're an elite athlete, in youth sports, or a weekend warrior, the Northside Hospital Sports Medicine Network keeps you in the game and ready for action. Our team of experts offers a full range of sports medicine services to prevent and treat injuries and improve performance. With 10 locations in the Atlanta region, the Northside Hospital Sports Medicine Network is in your neighborhood. For details, call 1-855-NH-SPORT. That's 1-855-NH-SPORT.
The Dogs are heard right here. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hey dog fans, I'm consumer investigator Dale Cardwell with Trust Dale. Timeouts on the football field are a chance for a team to regroup, diagnose the situation, and fix the problem. Don't take chances with your family's safety. When you hear a funny noise or the check engine light comes on, make the right call and pull into your local Amco transmission dealer. Their team of expert technicians are trained to fix your car's problem the first time. I've done the research and I know. I've trusted Amco transmission with my family's cars for over 15 years, and you can too. That's AA MCO. Go Dogs!
Have you ever felt like the big banks didn't have time for your business? At Piedmont Bank, you're exactly who we want to do business with. We're founded by a group of local business professionals who believe our community needs a bank committed to serving the needs of businesses and residents of our community. We believe banking is very much a people business, and we look forward to serving you. Experience the difference at Piedmont Bank. Visit us today at piedmont.bank.
Now, more of the Amco Transmission's halftime report. Let's get a check of the college football scoreboard presented by Comcast Business. Comcast Business, beyond fast.
Neil Hondo Williamson, along with Zach Jewell, Tony and Chris Schiavone, Scott Howard, Chuck Dowdle, and Eric Zier. Halftime here in New Orleans, Superdome, the Sugar Bowl. Dogs trailing 20-7 against Texas in a very, very sloppy first half for the Red and Black. And checking that Comcast business scoreboard, as the announcer man just said. Let's see. Earlier today, Iowa knocked off number 18 Mississippi State in the first ever meeting between those schools, 27-22. Hawkeyes the winners. LSU defeated defending national champion Central Florida. UCF, the Golden Knights, came in ranked 8th and undefeated. Lost to the 11th ranked Bayou Bengals 40-32. 38-32. That was in the Fiesta Bowl. In the Citrus Bowl, 14th-ranked Kentucky over number 12 Penn State, 27-24. And today in the Rose Bowl, Ohio State built an early lead and then hung on to defeat number 9 Washington, 6th-ranked Buckeyes, winning it 28-23. Well, that's your Comcast scoreboard update. Comcast Business is built for business, and also want to remind you that for more than 50 years, AMCO Transmission Centers of Metro Atlanta have become one of the most trusted and recognized experts in the diagnosis, service, and maintenance of transmissions. Locate a service center today, AA beep beep MCO. And stay tuned for more of the AMCO Transmissions halftime report. 20-7, Longhorns lead it. This is the Bulldogs Sports Network.
I'm John Addison, a lifetime Bulldog fan, Georgia graduate, and the chairman of distribution for Primerica, the largest independent financial services marketing company in North America. Primerica is a Main Street company for Main Street families. We help people from all walks of life achieve their goals and dreams by offering common sense financial solutions to today's challenges. As a Georgia-based company, Primerica is proud to continue to sponsor Georgia football. Go Dogs!
I'm attorney Ken Nugent, and I'm here with former Bulldog quarterback and radio host Buck Bellew.
Ken's going to donate $500 to 2 members of the military every Bulldogs football game this season.
If you're a member of the military, go to attorneykennugent.com to enter.
And 2 people are going to win $500 every game.
1 click.
That's it.
Ken Nugent, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Call 1-800-CALL-KEN, 1355 Peachtree Street Northeast, Suite 1000, Atlanta, Georgia 30309.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
For the past 100 years, generations of men have trusted Barbasol shaving cream to deliver a close, comfortable shave. Barbasol continues this legacy with the Barbasol Ultra 6 Plus razor. With 6 ultra-thin, open-flow blades and a crafted metal handle, Barbasol is proud to offer a razor that lives up to the exceptional quality and honest value that you've come to expect. Get yours today, in stores or online at Barbasol.com.
Barbasol. No one comes to the Southeastern Conference looking for less. This is where you gladly step up, sign up, and raise your hand for a heaping helping of more. More ways to challenge and push yourself, more people from more countries to meet and learn from, more opportunities to impact your community, both locally and globally. Oh, we celebrate championships like no other, but that's nowhere close to the whole story. Yeah, in the SEC, it just means more.
Welcome back to the AMCO Transmissions halftime report with Texas leading Georgia 20-7 at the Superdome. Time now for us to check your Sherwin-Williams halftime statistics. Painting questions? Ask Sherwin-Williams. Man, if you just looked at the numbers, you'd say, well, the game's got to be pretty close, right? Because Texas has managed only 178 yards today. Georgia with even less at 118 yards of total offense. Passing yards are pretty much even. The Longhorns with 98, the Dogs with 89. Dogs have been unable to get the running game uncorked. 20 carries for Georgia for 29 net yards, but as Eric Zier pointed out, and as our engineer back in the Bulldog studios, Zach Jewell, pointed out to me, Georgia has 49 rushing yards. Then you have to take away, well, actually we have 45 rushing yards because DeAndre Swift has -4 on his carries for today. But the 14 yards that we lost on the punt when Jake Carmada fielded the low snap down on a knee, and then 6 yards in sacks gives us a yield of a net of 29 rushing yards for the Bulldogs so far today. Besides that punt that ended up not being punted because Jake Camarda ended up on one knee, he also shanked one, so he's punted twice today for 21 yards total. Georgia has lost the only turnover of the game, DeAndre Swift fumbling on that. So you add all that up and you can see why the Dogs are in a hole here at the break. Individual stats, Elijah Holyfield, the leading rusher for Georgia thus far, 9 carries for 43 yards for Elijah. Brian Herrion with 2 totes for 10 yards. Passing, Jake Fromm is 9 of 15, passing for 89 yards and a touchdown. That was a throw to Brian Harrion. Nifty little play out of the backfield to Brian. Leading receiver today is Riley Ridley, 4 catches for 55 yards. And that's it for your Sherwin-Williams statistics here at the half. It's 20-7. Texas leads. Georgia will receive the second half kickoff. Scott Howard, Eric Zier, Chuck Dowdle will bring you all of the second half play-by-play as the Dogs stage an epic comeback against the Longhorns to finish the season in the top 4 in the nation. Stay tuned for more. This is the AMCO Transmissions Halftime Report on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Georgia Power is teaming up with UGA's Athletic Association for the annual Team UGA Award, an award honoring those in Bulldog Nation who have displayed a spirit of unselfish giving that's greatly benefited their community. Winners will receive 4 tickets to a home game this season, where they will also be recognized on the field. Nominate someone for their commitment to community today by visiting georgiapower.com/sports. Again, that's georgiapower.com/sports.
Recruiting is a vital part of team building. Recruiting also plays an important role in protecting my home from termites with Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system. Termites eat the bait in the Centricon stations, then eagerly recruit other termites to also feed on the bait, thus eliminating the termite colony. Discover how affordable it is to protect your home. Call Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
The Walton Gas Champions for Charity game is on. That means every time the Dogs win a regular season game, Walton Gas will donate $1,000 to these local charities: Camp Twin Lakes, the Salvation Army, the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. And for every bowl game the Dogs win, Walton Gas will donate $5,000. Everyone wins with Walton Gas. Always low rates, always great service. Put your game face on and be a champion for charity. Vote for the charity of your choice at waltongas.com/UGA.
There's a common misconception that all chicken sandwiches from the South are the same. Cue Zaxby's new buttermilk and hand-breaded Southern Sweet and Smoky and Southern TLC chicken sandwiches. One has sweet pickles, lettuce, smoky backyard sauce, and a potato bun. The other, a perfected classic with lettuce, tomato, and mayo. Both served with crinkle fries in a 22-ounce tray. The Southern chicken sandwich will never be the same. Order ahead on Zaxby's.com or use our app to skip the wait. Friends, family, flavor. Zaxby's.
Along with Eric Zier, Scott Howard back with you here at the Sugar Bowl Superdome in New Orleans, Louisiana on this New Year's night. 20-7 is our score. Texas leading Georgia. It's time for our Northside Hospital Impact. Northside Hospital Atlanta is a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs and congratulates Coach Kirby Smart, his players, and his staff on another memorable football season this year. And the 16,000 employees of Northside Hospital wish Dog fans a memorable holiday season. You can learn more about Northside at northside.com. All right, 20-7 is our score as we have 2 more quarters to go in this football season. And Georgia's already back on the sidelines, as is Texas. Going through a few warm-ups here, quarterbacks loosening up. And Z, once you can get past all the stuff that probably went on in that locker room with the loud volume, I would imagine that there was some noise in there from the coaching staff perhaps. What adjustments do you see Georgia trying to make for the second half to come from 13 back?
You know, I think more than adjustments, it's just calming down and going to play and regaining some composure. You look at this game, we should be down much more than 13 points with the mistakes that we had that just continue to add up and add up and add up. So assuming we get those cleaned up and get back to playing Georgia football, got to stay committed to running the football. In this first half, only 29 yards on the ground. That's a little bit misleading because of a couple of sacks and then the botched punt that we had when we took a knee. That negative yardage went against this rushing total, but still roughly right around 50 yards running the football. Got to stay committed. We've got to get back to owning the line of scrimmage on the offensive side of the ball. We're throwing the football pretty well. We've had a couple of missed opportunities, 1 or 2 drops in the mix as well. But then on the defensive side of the ball, I really like what we're doing. After that first drive, We're starting to mix up coverages just a hair more. We're starting to take away some of the quick game outside, getting up and being more aggressive, and need to continue doing that. Where Texas hurt us is getting the football out in space. We've got to be disruptive and make sure that the quick game on the outside is taken away.
Dogs put the ball on the ground a couple of times, lost one. And then the punt situation where Camarda's knee hit the turf while he was trying to field a low and away snap.
Sure.
Turned into a turnover, basically. They got the ball where we were kicking it from at the 27-yard line. So that, first half is done. All right, we've got 15 minutes to go. We were down, Jay pointed out that in Pasadena last year, we were down 14, although we went into the locker room with a little bit of momentum after that 55-yard Blankenship field goal and ended up beating Oklahoma in overtime last year. Now Texas to kick from the 50. They shift their kickoff team from right to left, and they'll try an onside kick here. A high bounce, scramble for the ball at the Georgia 40 is recovered by the Bulldogs, so why not? Trey Blunt with good hands on the far side of the field, recovers the ball at the Georgia 41-yard line. So Texas shifted the kickoff team, and they kicked it to the right, angled it to the right on the onside attempt, and why not after it was a 15-yard penalty. I thought the official said a 10-yard penalty at the end of that first half.
To 14-59.
So
14-59.
Kicked off from the 50-yard line instead of the 45, and Georgia recovers at the 41-yard line. So pretty good starting field position for Georgia as we watch it from the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth here at the Superdome in New Orleans. Georgia 1st and 10 from our 41, moving to the right, trailing 20-7 as we start the second half. Here's Holyfield getting out for running space on the far sideline, and he runs out of room after getting a first down, I believe. He got 11 yards and then stepped out after that, tight roping it on the far side in front of the Texas Longhorns bench to the 48-yard line. That's a Scana Energy first down on the 11-yard scamper, and the Dogs one play, and we're in Texas territory at their 48.
Good blocks right there by Andrew Thomas, Solomon Kinley, and Isaac Nana and Holyfield. If he could have tightrope that sideline a little bit, would have been off to the races, but a great job up front by those guys to get Holyfield to the second level quickly.
Jones was the guy who pushed him out of bounds. We give it to Holyfield again. This time Texas eats him up behind the line of scrimmage. Elijah tried to sidestep one tackler and find a hole left of center, but not there at all. Charles Omenahu, the all-conference lineman for Texas, makes the stop back at the Georgia 49. It's a loss of 3. It'll be second down and 13 now.
Boy, just too many times today we've started behind the chains. Tackles for loss. Texas very good coming into this football game. 91 tackles for loss, and they've added to that total substantially here this afternoon as well.
Brian Harrion into the ball game out of the pistol formation. They'll snap it to Fromm, hand it to Harrion. Looking for running room. Texas with terrific penetration upfield, and they hit Harrion around the 50-yard line. Only a 1-yard gain as the pile moves slowly towards the Texas sideline across the way. The whistles blow and stop the play. Harrion's run of 1 will put the ball on the 50-yard line, and it'll be third down and 11 to go for the Dogs.
Yeah, third and a long way to go. Look for Texas here. They've been bringing pressure periodically when they get in these third and long situations. See if they do it here. Dogs on the afternoon so far, on the night, 5 out of 8 on third down.
They actually moved the ball closer to the Texas 49, so Georgia crossed the midfield stripe here on third and long. Snap to Fromm. Here comes pressure from Texas. Fromm steps up, rolls to the right, throws it deep down the field, and it's picked off by Texas at the 16-yard line. Intercepted by Locke up the middle of the field and returns it back to the 38 or the 39-yard line. Fromm hung it up down there. He was trying to go, I think was Ridley down there deep. We've got a player hurt, Isaiah Wilson. Our right tackle is laying down face first on the field at the 48 where the tackle was made, and Texas with an interception will have the ball right around that area at the 38 or 39-yard line when play comes back in. But right now play is stopped for an injury with Georgia's Isaiah Wilson.
Yeah, and couldn't see exactly what happened to Isaiah on the pick there, but anytime that ball gets intercepted and defenses can turn into blockers, you've got to have your head on a swivel. Not sure if he got a shot, or what happened there?
12th interception for Texas, first for Locke. Timeout, 12:50 to go in the third quarter. 20-7 Longhorns over Georgia. Back in a moment, Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hey, it's Chuck Dowdle here. As you probably know, no one likes to root for the home team more than me. That's why I'm proud to be a member of Georgia's Own Credit Union. Whether it's a mortgage loan, auto loan, credit card, or checking account, Georgia's Own has always been able to save me money. Best of all, they are local, which means they support the people, places, and teams we have all grown to love. Take my advice. Check them out at georgiasown.org today. I'm Chuck Dowdle, and I'm one of Georgia's Own.
Federally insured by NCUA, Georgia's Own is an equal housing lender.
Georgia Power is teaming up with UGA's Athletic Association for the annual Team UGA Award, an award honoring those in Bulldog Nation who have displayed a spirit of unselfish giving that's greatly benefited their community. Winners will receive 4 tickets to a home game this season, where they will also be recognized on the field. Nominate someone for their commitment to community today by visiting georgiapower.com/sports. Again, that's georgiapower.com/sports.
Bulldogs, Longhorns. This is the Sugar Bowl on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
At PT Solutions Physical Therapy, we're proud to be an official partner of UGA. In sports, getting to the next level takes lots of talent and lots of work. At PT Solutions, we believe that every young athlete deserves the opportunity to chase his or her dream. That's why you'll find our therapists and trainers on the fields and sidelines at every level, helping athletes stay healthy and be at their best. We hope you'll visit us at over 40 Georgia locations or at ptsolutions.com.
The holidays. At BMW, we want to remind you of some excuses to enjoy the ride home a little longer. If you're in the all-new BMW X5 with the upgraded navigation within iDrive 7.0, consider the detour excuse.
Hey, Dad, ran into construction. Gotta take a detour.
Make the most of the road home. Hurry in to the BMW Road Home sales event to receive exceptional offers on select models now through January 2nd. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Proud sponsor of Georgia Athletics. Visit BMWATL.com for great offers. Go Dogs!
Georgia, Texas. This is the Sugar Bowl.
Texas 1st and 10 at the 39, their own 39. The pass to Humphrey is incomplete near the 50-yard line. Ellinger rearing back and firing one a little bit low, and they're unable to scoop it up, so it's an incompletion. 2nd down and 10. Texas going quickly. They'll throw it to Beck, the tight end, out to the right with a blocker or so. And Beck makes the catch and up across the 40, close to the 45, hit by J.R. Reed and Devad Wilson at the 44-yard line. So the gain is about 5. It's 3rd and 5 for the Longhorns. They're up at the line of scrimmage at their own 44 and ready to go on a 3rd down try. Now they take their time and look to the sideline. 20-7. They lead Georgia. 12-15. Clock ticking here, 3rd quarter. Texas just intercepted the ball on a deep throw by Jake Fromm. Returned it to the 39-yard line. Now Texas 3rd and 5 from their own 44. Ellinger with time on the hash, bounces, looks, downfield, escapes the pocket, running straight up the field across the 45, and tackled where at the 47-yard line by Devontae Wyatt, sophomore lineman from Decatur, Georgia. Short of the 1st down, it'll be 4th and 2 for the Longhorns from their own 47-yard line.
Well, it looked like a good, favorable spot there for the Dogs as well, although our angle up here in the stratosphere is not that good. But a favorable spot going to force what we would presume is a punt here, although not a bad position on the field for a fake. Dogs are in punt safe.
Terry Godwin will go back deep. As he mentioned, punt safe. Godwin is the punt safe receiver normally. Here's Buszewski. He'll kick it left. Trying to angle it away from Godwin. It's a low line drive wobbler, and Terry makes a fair catch going down to the knee at the 15-yard line. 38-yard punt, no return. Dogs ball when we come back. Texas 20, Georgia 7. 3rd quarter action in the Sugar Bowl when we continue on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
At Kubota, we believe a utility vehicle should do more than take you places. That's why our all-new Sidekick is built to do it all. Power, performance, and handling comes standard with Kubota's 48-horsepower gasoline engine and worry-free CVT Plus transmission. Climb more hills, tow more weight, and cover more ground faster. Cross over to more with the all-new Kubota RTV Sidekick. Head into your local Kubota dealership to test drive one today. Find your local Kubota dealer at GoKubota.com.
Napa know-how.
You're there every game, same time, same spot, sporting your team's gear and flipping burgers like the diehard fanatic that you are. And while every vehicle at the tailgate deserves quality parts and Napa know-how, none deserve it more than yours, the perennial tailgate champion. And with Napa know-how, you and your ride can go the distance. Quality parts, helpful people, and proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
Whether you're an elite athlete, in youth sports, or a weekend warrior, the Northside Hospital Sports Medicine Network keeps you in the game and ready for action. Our team of experts offers a full range of sports medicine services to prevent and treat injuries and improve performance. With 10 locations in the Atlanta region, the Northside Hospital Sports Medicine Network is in your neighborhood. For details, call 1-855-NH-SPORT. That's 1-855-NH-SPORT.
SiriusXM brings you SEC college hoops like no one else. We've got 24/7 talk and analysis on SiriusXM SEC Radio from experts like Peter Burns and Chris Doring, as well as live play-by-play. So catch every dagger, diamond drive in your car, online, or on the SiriusXM app. Or try us out for free with a streaming trial subscription and take your team with you anywhere you go. Get a free streaming trial at SiriusXM.com/SECSXM.
Coach Kirby Smart here. Today's broadcast is live from the Piedmont Healthcare Radio booth.
20-7, Texas leading Georgia, third quarter here in the Piedmont Healthcare Radio booth. Georgia Power brings the energy for every game day into your community too. Visit georgiapower.com/sports to learn more. Let's go down to the Cooks Pest Control sidelines. Chuck Dowdle standing by with an update. Chuck.
Yeah, well, this may be the only good news we've had here to start the second half, but the good news is Isaiah Wilson, who was down on the field earlier and then had to go into the tent, came out, rejoined his teammates over on the bench, now has his helmet and back out and in the lineup. That's good news.
All right, Chuck. Yeah, I see big number 79 out there in the huddle. Thank you very much. Dogs on their own 15-yard line. Our first possession of the second half didn't go very well, ending in an interception, our second turnover of the game. But Texas forced to punt. So 11-11 to go, third quarter. We're down 13. And with the ball back on our own 15-yard line, 1st and 10. Holyfield in the backfield with Fromm, who's in the shotgun. Two receivers to the wide side, one to the near side. Handoff, Elijah Holyfield. Across the 15 to the 20, jumps over a man to the 26-yard line. Picked up the first down. Gary Johnson, the rover back, makes the tackle for Texas. But Holyfield with a nice run. He comes to the near side as he goes over 1,000 yards with that carry. DeAndre Swift comes into the ball game, already over 1,000 this season.
Inside trap play there right behind Lamont Gilliard and Solomon Kinley. Very well-designed run and a good start to this drive.
11 yards for Elijah Holyfield. Back-to-back seasons with two guys over 1,000 yards for Georgia. Chubb and Michelle last year, and now Swift and Holyfield. DeAndre with the carry, covers up the football, cuts back at the 30, spins away at the 35, down to or up to the 37-yard line. That's Swift's best run of the evening, I believe, as he gets it up to the 37-yard line, and another Scana Energy first downs, back-to-back Scana Energy first downs for the Georgia offense with 10:20 to go in the third quarter.
Good block there by Miko Hardman on the outside as well to help seal the edge and allow DeAndre Swift to cut that one inside. And before that run, DeAndre Swift was averaging negative yardage per run.
Play fake to Swift. Fromm whips it out to the near side to Ridley. Two men on him. He makes the catch anyway in front of the Georgia bench at the 42-yard line or so. Chris Boyd, the cornerback, makes the stop. He was in coverage, and the ball is at the 42. The gain is 6 for the Dogs. Second down and 4 for Georgia from our own 42-yard line.
It's the third or fourth time today that we've thrown that little hitch in front of Boyd. Wouldn't be surprised later on as this game progresses that we do a little pump and go on the outside as Texas is getting more and more aggressive coming up on these quick pass routes.
5th catch of the game for Ridley. No other Georgia receiver has more than one. Swift, lone setback, takes the handoff, makes one man miss, can't get by the second. Pushes the ball forward to the 45-yard line. Gain is 3. B.J. Foster, safety, up to make the tackle as Swift got by the first wave but couldn't get by the second. It's 3rd and about a yard and a half. Brian Harrion is checking into the ball game now for Georgia's offense.
Boy, penetration, one of the storylines of this game by Texas's defensive line. They've been in the backfield far too often of Georgia.
Our guards right now are Mays and Kinley. Gilliard's the center. Wilson back in after being shaken up at tackle, and Thomas is the left tackle. We go with an empty set. Fromm throws it right side on an angle. He finds the back, Harrion, who makes the catch at near the 50 and scampers out of bounds on the near sideline for a Scana Energy first down. They will mark the ball where? Back inside the 50, actually at the 48-yard line, and it's going to be close to a first down. Do they say it is, or are they going to measure? They say it is a first down. Ball's on our 48.
Coach Chaney just a master at personnel groupings and formations to get the matchup that you want. That one designed the entire way to go to Harrion in the flat.
Harrion the lone setback as Fromm goes under center this time. 1st and 10 from the 48. We run a fake trap. Fromm fakes and throws down the middle of the field, and it is incomplete. Wanted to go to Terry Godwin as he was running like a corner route as he started down the middle of the field, but then veered over to the right, and the ball lands incomplete downfield around the 20-yard line or so.
Yeah, it was a deep over route from the other side of the field. And again, if Jake Fromm pulls him down that stem a little bit and throws it more on the line, that's a 25, 30-yard completion. Just a poor pass there by Jake.
Fromm in this ball game now 11 of 19, 98 yards, a touchdown and a pick. 2nd down and 10. Will hand it off and run it straight up the gut. Across midfield goes Brian Harrion running hard. Harrion lost his helmet after he got bopped around a couple of times by Texas defenders.
Number 35 for Georgia must leave the game for one play due to the helmet coming off.
Michael Mothershed, the referee out of the Pac-12, will send Brian Harrion to the sideline after he lost his helmet. DeAndre Swift will come into the ball game. The gain was about 5 for Harrion to the Texas 47-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 5. Georgia 6 for 10 on 3rd down tries tonight. Swift offset to Fromm's right. Now Hardman goes in motion, curls around the quarterback. Here comes pressure from the edge. The throw to the near side, out of the reach of Swift in front of the Georgia bench, incomplete. Fromm throwing it quickly, missed his target, and it's 4th down for Georgia.
Man, he had to get rid of that one quick. Texas brought pressure that was not picked up. I think the side adjust on that was going to be, I think it was Mecole Hardman that went in motion around him. Fromm didn't see it and tried to go to the other side of the field. DeAndre Swift pretty well covered up. Not really a place that you could throw that football.
Dogs will send out the punt unit here from the Texas 47. Camarda will hang it up, try to pooch it in deep. It's going to bounce on the 5 and check up there at the 6 or the 7. Hardman will touch it down. And the ball will be marked right around the 6-yard line, I believe, as Camarda gets his job done. And Texas will be in a hole from their own 6-yard line. A 41-yard punt by Georgia's freshman punter. 7:41 to go, 3rd quarter. Timeout here in New Orleans. It's Texas 20, Georgia 7 on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hey, it's Chuck Dowdle here. As you probably know, no one likes to root for the home team more than me. That's why I'm proud to be a member of Georgia's Own Credit Union. Whether it's a mortgage loan, auto loan, credit card, or checking account, Georgia's Own has always been able to save me money. Best of all, they are local, which means they support the people, places, and teams we have all grown to love. Take my advice. Check them out at georgiasown.org today. I'm Chuck Dowdle, and I'm one of Georgia's Own.
Federally insured by NCUA, Georgia's Own is an equal housing lender.
When you look around, you might feel pride is in short supply these days. Everything's being disrupted. But Ford has been around for 115 years, and we know the only constant is change. So, disruption? Yeah, it's what we do every day. You see, we still take pride in what we build and how we build. We even take pride in taking pride. And the world could use more of that right now. Because if you don't believe in what you're doing, why do it at all? Build Ford proud.
Georgia, Texas. This is the Sugar Bowl on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hey dog fans, I'm consumer investigator Dale Cardwell with Trust Dale. Timeouts on the football field are a chance for a team to regroup, diagnose the situation, and fix the problem. Don't take chances with your family's safety. When you hear a funny noise or the check engine light comes on, make the right call and pull into your local AMCO transmission dealer. Their team of expert technicians are trained to fix your car's problem the first time. I've done the research and I know. I've trusted AMCO transmission with my family's cars for over 15 years, and you can too. That's AA MCO. Go Dogs!
Whoever said less is more hasn't spent enough time in the Southeastern Conference. Here, it's all about more. More techie, more frenzy, more friendly, more rowdy, more quirky, non-negotiable traditions, more time of your life, more ways to turn 120 credit hours into all kinds of open doors. More of everything the college experience is all about. Yeah, in the SEC, it just means more.
Piedmont Healthcare is our radio booth sponsor here in the Superdome, and thank you for that. The Champions for Charity game is on every time Georgia wins. Camp Twin Lakes, the Salvation Army, and Children's Healthcare of Atlanta win. Walton Gas has donated $1,000 for every regular season win, and for tonight's Sugar Bowl, Walton Gas will increase its donation to $5,000 with a bowl victory. Everyone's a winner with Walton Gas. Second time in the game, Texas will start inside their 10-yard line. 1st and 10 on their 6. Snap it out of the pistol to Ellinger, and we clobber their running back. Ingram got the handoff, started to run to the left. Jonathan Ledbetter blew it up. He got in the backfield in a hurry and dropped the Texas running back for a 2-yard loss back to the 4. Texas up and ready to go with their all-conference center, Zach Shackelford, over the ball and ready to snap it to Ellinger, who stands in the end zone. He's going to run it out of the end zone, tiptoeing his way to the 5, then surging across to the 10, maybe the 11-yard line. He got about 7 or 8 yards on that quarterback run. Aziz Ojolari, the freshman linebacker from Marietta, and Jawan Taylor on the tackle. Texas up to the 11-yard line. They're looking at 3rd and 5 from their own 11. They snap it. Ellinger will throw. It's caught. Clobbered. Humphrey hit hard and driven into the turf at the 17, but hangs on to the ball. And he got the first down, hit by Jawan Taylor, who liked the hit, but it was a little too late. They got the first down anyway. 1st and 10 Texas at the 17.
Just a quick slant there by Texas. Dogs way off there in coverage. That was just too easy of a pitch and catch for the Longhorns to get the first down.
Well, they get out of the hole a little bit. They're on their own 17 right now. They shift the tight end back in the backfield. He's more of an H-back there. They throw it to the right, almost dropped by Ingram out of the backfield. He's able to maintain possession, get up across the 20 on the far side of the field to the 23. Hit by J.R. Reed there. Let's pause quickly, 10 seconds. Station ID, Bulldog Sports Network. Texas will keep it on the ground. They'll run it straight ahead with Ingram. He will run on the far hash up across the 25 to the 31-yard line. Get the first down. Devontae Wyatt, Richard LeCount up to make the stop for the Georgia defense as we sub some fresh bodies in there now. Rochester and Clark and Cox coming back in on that defensive front. But it's 1st and 10 Texas on their own 31-yard line. They lead at 20-7 here in the third quarter of the Sugar Bowl. Give it to Watson. Watson at right guard and right tackle will explode for about 6 or 7 yards, angling towards the Texas sideline. Tate Crowder on the stop, and Richard LeCount finished it. Crowder made first contact, and then LeCount came in to apply the pressure to put the running back on the ground at the 37, but too much on first down. It was a big 7-yard gain. 2nd down and 3 now for the Longhorns from their own 37.5-yard line. They work on the far hash, moving left and go rapidly. They throw it this way to the near sideline in the flat to Watson. He's never able to get upfield. We stretch it out with Cox and with Campbell stretching it all the way to the sideline. And out of bounds goes the Texas running back, Ware, at the 39-yard line.
And we've seen Texas go to that little swing pass. They release offensive linemen to get it downfield.
Here's Ellinger going to find a big hole on 3rd and short and get the first down right of center. He just waits patiently for those blocks to create, and then he finds the seam and gets in there. J.R. Reed and Richard LeCount make the tackle on the Texas quarterback in the secondary. He got almost all the way to midfield to the 49-yard line. 10-yard pickup and a first down Texas. They're moving quickly, coming off their own 6-yard line. Ellinger going deep ball, near sideline, leaping effort, one-on-one coverage, incomplete. Trying to go to Colin Johnson, one of their top receivers down there, covered nicely by Tyson Campbell, who helped break up the ball down around the 10 or 15-yard line.
Well, that's one of the first and few times Texas has pushed the football downfield vertically. Texas right now horizontally getting the football out into space to their athletes, and then just runs right in the interior part of the line of scrimmage where they're chewing up yardage.
It was Duvernay and not Johnson, my mistake. Second down and 10 for Texas. They'll throw it to the right side to Ingram out of the backfield. Makes a man miss at the 49 into Georgia territory, far side of the field. Natrez Patrick will make the stop on the Texas running back on the throw to the right at the 47-yard line. They're on Georgia's 47th, third down. And a little more than 5 to go for the Longhorns. 11th play of the possession for the Longhorns. Chewing up clock, 4:19, 4:18 in the third quarter. They started this drive on their own 6-yard line. They're to the Georgia 47 with 3rd and 5 coming up, leading by 13 points. Snap, empty set for Texas. Ellinger looking, flags down. He throws it downfield, and it is 2 men down there. Who caught it? Did Texas catch it? We intercepted it down around the 10-yard line. J.R. Reed, one of the 2 guys back there, took it away from the Texas receiver, possibly. We're so far away from it, I can't tell, but we had 2 red shirts down there that went for the ball. We came out of there with it, but check flags back on the Texas end of the field. Could be a holding on the Longhorns.
Holding, number 77, offense. That penalty is declined. The result of the play is an interception. First down, Georgia.
Georgia will get the ball, Z, after Texas moved rapidly, quickly off the 6-yard line into Georgia territory, and they turn it over on a deep throw down around the 10. So the Dogs in a hole, but at least we've got the ball back.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Great coverage by the Dogs downfield, and a good job with a controlled rush by the front 4 defensive linemen for Georgia. We've seen Ellinger time after time today be able to get out of any kind of pass rush and hurt us with his legs. Not so much that time.
I think they're going to review this play.
Ruling on the field is a catch and an interception. The previous play is under further review.
It was J.R. Reed and Devad Wilson, the 2 deep men covering for Georgia. And that ball may have hit the turf as they're going to take a look at it. And if that's the case, I'm being told it did. I haven't seen the replay yet, but apparently it did hit the turf, so that's going to come back. And so at that point, I guess you
take the penalty.
Can you say, okay, we don't decline the penalty?
We want the penalty now, so move that back.
Move them back. So Texas will still have the football, but minus the yardage on a holding penalty is what we are expecting after the review of this play here in the Sugar Bowl. 4 minutes to go in the third quarter. It's Texas 20 and Georgia 7. And if you know someone who makes an impact on their community, Team UGA, presented by Georgia Power, is now accepting nominations for members who demonstrate an unselfish giving attitude. Submit your nominations at georgiadogs.com. Stadium kind of quiet here except for the video playing on the big board as we watch this from high atop the Superdome. They've changed the press level a few years ago. Seems like the last time we were here, we were down mezzanine level.
We were.
I mean, if you stood up in your seat, we'd see the top of your head from our radio booth. Now we're up in the rafters and the speakers, and I think they built suites down there is what I was told. There was more money to be made where the press was.
This is kind of the vogue thing to do now, is to put us up into the stratosphere where you can barely see the field.
Well, at least we're not in the end zone like we kind of are in Atlanta Stadium. All right, let's go down to the sidelines as they continue to review the play here.
Yeah.
Let's go down to Chuck on the Cook's Pest Control sidelines. Chuck?
Yeah, Scott, I was just going to tell you guys, for the first time, I can really see the field great. I'm right here with it. And I'm sorry you guys are up there so high, but just remember all those times when I'm out in the rain and you guys are in there where it's dry and warm, and you got the hot tubs and the valet parking.
Okay, we'll remember that.
I don't
remember any of those.
I don't either, and I don't feel bad at all.
I was told immediately that was an incompletion. I guess they're trying to figure out all the stuff on the back end now.
The ball hit the ground. It's an incomplete pass.
Okay. There's part one.
The penalty for holding number 77 will still be declined. Fourth down.
Oh, fourth down. Okay, now they'll punt it, allegedly. So there you go. They figured all of that out. And the line of scrimmage, since the penalty was declined, will be, the Georgia 47-yard line. College sports fans at SiriusXM, you get it all at the press of a button. Listen to your kind of music, commercial free, plus everything entertainment, every kind of comedy, and, of course, coverage of every major sport, including Georgia football. So tune in to SiriusXM, the best of the best. Fourth down for Texas, 4th down and 6 for the Longhorns. The ball is on the Georgia 47-yard line, and they have the punt unit on. Ball's on the far hash. Texas kicking left with Buchevsky. He'll angle this one to the right, try to kick it away from Georgia's deep man, and that is Terry Godwin, who moves in that direction toward the sideline, makes the fair catch at the 11-yard line. So the Dogs get the ball about where they would have had it on the interception. 36-yard punt by Texas. We actually, I think, gained a yard on that exchange with the interception not actually being one as it touched the ground. And then the Dogs get the ball anyway back at their own 11-yard line.
Well, the Dogs have got to find a way here to put together a drive to get some points on the board. Want to get into the fourth quarter, or at least early into the fourth quarter, where you've shaved this lead down just a little bit. Currently 13 points, still plenty of time left, but an important drive here for the Dogs.
Yeah, you can make it a one-score game going into the final 15. That would be productive. Fromm with a pump fake and a throw and a sideline pattern by Holloman, and he had the ball in his hands when he got popped, and it's incomplete. Foster with the hit for Texas. Yeah, J.J. Holloman running down the sidelines, an over-the-shoulder effort by the Georgia receiver, and he was hit, and the catch was not made.
Well, that's the hitch and go that we have talked about, with Texas beginning to really press very quickly on those short underneath routes. Only problem there is the Longhorns able to shift into a too-high safety look and get the safety over the top to break up that pass.
Foster got an arm in there to strip the ball away from Holloman, who had it in his hands. Here's Swift now running straight up the middle, up the hash from the 11 to the 14 and a half. P.J. Locke, the nickelback senior from Beaumont, Texas, on the stop. Ball just across our 14-yard line. 3-yard gain for DeAndre Swift. Georgia's one of our 1,000-yard rushers this season, but a tough night for Swift running the football. That's only 9 yards on 7 carries for the sophomore from Philadelphia.
Boy, Scott, big third down here. Want to get a first down, if anything, just to be able to flip the field.
Fromm on third down with time in the pocket, runs now 15, 17, 18, 19. Short of the first down, he'll go down shy of the 20. Fromm unable to escape completely from the pocket in the pass rush by Texas. Boyd and Johnson, their cornerback and linebacker, on the stop. And Georgia again will be forced to punt.
Boy, Texas there able to get pressure, only rushing 3. They dropped 8.
My goodness.
Everybody was covered up downfield, and then the pressure just became too much and had to flush Jake Fromm out.
Here's Camarda on to kick it away. He receives the snap on his 5 and then booms one. A long, high, hanging kick. Fair catch called for by Humphrey for Texas as he backpedals a couple of steps to make the grab at the Longhorns' 30-yard line. 51-yard punt. No return for Texas. Longhorns will have the possession again. 2:26 to go, third quarter, and the score remains Longhorns 20, Georgia 7. And this reminder that Georgia Power brings the energy for every game day and to your community too. Visit georgiapower.com/sports to learn more.
Boy, huge punt there to flip the field. Dogs unable to get a first down, but the punt saved the day, at least on that series.
Monty Rice is in the ball game now for Georgia's defense. Ellinger in trouble in the pocket, moving around, nowhere to go. And he finally steps up and tries to run forward, get back to the line of scrimmage. Don't know if he was able to. Devontae Wyatt tackles him down. They say he did get back to the line of scrimmage, maybe lost a half a yard or a half a length of a football. Rochester and Wyatt on the stop for Georgia. Does that constitute as a sack? I don't think he got to the line of scrimmage. Yeah, it's a sack for the Dogs. As Georgia had everybody covered up, Z, downfield. Ellinger had nowhere to go with the football.
Well, Texas again tried to go to that little swing pass where they peel out some offensive linemen. Dogs had that one covered up finally, and then nowhere for Ellinger to go with the football.
2nd and 10 and change. They will run it with Watson. Watson takes off around the right edge, up the sideline, across the 40, gets the first down, a little bit more. Belted out of bounds into the Texas bench by Eric Stokes, a redshirt freshman corner from Covington, Georgia. But Watson up to the 43-yard line, 13-yard gain. 1st and 10 Texas with 90 seconds to go in the third quarter.
Yeah, Beal got caught inside on that one, lost contained for one of the few times tonight.
Shotgun snap, Ellinger play fake, pressure from behind. He gets rid of the football, throws it deep, and an adjustment made and a catch for Texas inside the Dogs' 25. Colin Johnson adjusted to the football, outside shoulder. The throw went towards the sideline. He made the adjustment against our defensive back and makes the catch at the Dogs' 20. They put it down at the 24, and then they move it to the 22.
That was Eric Stokes in coverage, and he was actually in good position, turned around and got a little lost.
30-something yards on that last one as they snap the ball and run another play quickly before I can do the math in my head. And down to the 18-yard line, Texas with Trey Watson. It was a 35-yard gain on the previous play. Watson picks up about 4.5 more at the 18-yard line. 2nd down from the Georgia 18 for Texas. Snap to Ellinger. He'll play fake and throw it out. A little screen out to the right to Colin Johnson. He made the catch and tried to sneak in there behind his blockers, but we drive him out of bounds on the far sideline around the 16 or 17-yard line. Brenton Cox and Natrez Patrick defending the play along with Eric Stokes. Ball's on the 16, 3rd down and 3. Quickly, Texas up and ready to go. Now whistles will kill the play. Georgia has to call a timeout. Texas is going so fast.
Prior to the snap, first charge timeout, Georgia. It's a 30-second timeout.
Wow, just something to change the oil on the skates that we've got on our feet right now. We're just being shoved backwards by this rapid-fire Texas offense. The ball's on the 16-yard line of the Dogs. Texas 3rd down play coming up with a 20-7 lead. 18 ticks left to go in the third quarter. Kirby Smart racing down the sideline here on this near side, Z, to call the timeout just to stop the action for just a moment.
Yeah, and clearly evident here that the Dogs have got to keep Texas out of the end zone. A touchdown here makes it 27-7. Need to have 3 scores. We're going to be into the fourth quarter by the time the Dogs get the football back again. So every snap now critical.
Southwest Airlines has low fares from Atlanta to over 90 destinations you love. 3rd down and 4 for the Longhorns. Ball's on our 16-yard line. Texas moving to our left from our vantage point. Ellinger going to take it, roll to the right, looks to pass, now keeps it, and we clobber him out of bounds before he gets to the first down marker with Patrick, and Clark was over there, but Natrez, I think, is the guy that laid the hit on the quarterback. Knocked him out about a yard shy of the first down, and it will be 4th down from the 13-yard line. Texas will go for it. They'll keep the offense on the field. They'll go empty set. 4th and 1. From the 13, Ellinger will take it and run it straight up the gut, get the first down to the 10, and it should be goal to go.
Yeah, easy there for Texas. Good push by the offensive line. Natrez Patrick in on that tackle, but that's a designed quarterback run out of the shotgun the whole way.
So Ellinger, well, they moved the ball back to the 11, but it's still a first down. And that's the final play of the quarter. Texas threatening again with 15 minutes to go in the Sugar Bowl. It's the Longhorns 20, Georgia 7. Back in a moment on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Whether you're an elite athlete, in youth sports, or a weekend warrior, the Northside Hospital Sports Medicine Network keeps you in the game and ready for action. Our team of experts offers a full range of sports medicine services to prevent and treat injuries and improve performance. With 10 locations in the Atlanta region, the Northside Hospital Sports Medicine Network is in your neighborhood. For details, call 1-855-NH-SPORT. That's 1-855-NH-SPORT.
You've reached the voicemail of Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron, my man, it's your favorite sports agent, Gabe. Listen, I may have ever so slightly dinged your side mirror pulling out of your driveway. Give me a shout. Bad news, your side mirror's broken. Good news, the other dents are so bad you won't even notice the mirror. Ciao.
Hey Aaron, Patrick with State Farm here. Sounds like we have ourselves another Gabe situation. No worries though, State Farm's got you covered.
For agents who are there for you, go with the one that's here to help life go right. State Farm.
Recruiting is a vital part of team building. Recruiting also plays an important role in protecting my home from termites with Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system. Termites eat the bait in the Centricon stations, then eagerly recruit other termites to also feed on the bait, thus eliminating the termite colony. Discover how affordable it is to protect your home. Call Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
Well, the Oranges really need to capitalize here if they want to win the Family Room Championship. There's the snap. Hyper Blue is going for the blitz. Here's Energetic Orange, dropping back, looks long, throws, and touchdown! SW6887 Naval with the 39-yard catch to defeat the Blues.
Ask Sherwin-Williams and bring home the color of your team spirit. Visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store today.
This is the Sugar Bowl.
35-30, he's got a convoy, he's got to go, touchdown!
Live from the Mercedes-Benz Superdome, here's the voice of the Dogs, Scott Howard.
15 minutes to play in the Sugar Bowl, and Georgia trails Texas 20-7 as we watch it from the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth here high above the Superdome in New Orleans. 15 minutes to go in the college football season for these two teams, and Texas with the decisive advantage at this point. They're up 13, and they're sitting there with the ball on Georgia's 11-yard line. 1st and 10 coming up when play resumes. The Champions for Charity game is on. Every time we win, Camp Twin Lakes, Salvation Army, and Children's Healthcare of Atlanta will win. Walton Gas has donated $1,000 for every regular season victory this year. And for tonight's Sugar Bowl, Walton Gas will increase its donation to $5,000 with a bowl victory. Everyone's a winner with Walton Gas. All right, the Dogs in a pickle here as the Longhorns have it 1st and 10 on the 11. Our defensive line shifts, and their tight end jumps off sides, or he moves false start. And a flag on Texas will back them up 5 yards. Our defensive line shifted from right to left, and when we did, their guy jumped.
Number 47, offense. 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
Let's do that about 8 more times. We'll get them back on the other side of the 50. 1st and 15 for Texas now from the Georgia 16-yard line. Ellinger in the shotgun. Will lob it up to the right corner of the end zone, and it's in and out of the hands of Colin Johnson. He had one-on-one coverage with Stokes. They kind of had their backs to us. I couldn't see if Stokes got an arm in there to strip it away, but Colin Johnson unable to hang on to the football in the end zone. It's incomplete.
Yeah, he absolutely did. Was able to read Colin Johnson and his eyes and his hands, and Stokes just punched his hand right through the two hands of Johnson.
Nice play by Stokes for Georgia to break up what would have been a touchdown pass in the corner. Here's Ellinger now going to run it and trying to find some space on the right side of the line of scrimmage. He pushes his way forward back to the original line of scrimmage to the 11, and it's 3rd and 10 from there.
Boy, just yards after contact, though. Ellinger hit 4 yards before he went down.
Longhorns with a football on the Dogs 11. They haven't made progress here in the 4th quarter. We're a little more than 30 seconds in. They lead it now 20-7. In the shotgun with Ingram, the running back, in the backfield with Ellinger. Shackelford, the center. Now our defense moving around and switching, and Shackelford turns around and talks to his quarterback. There's the snap. Ellinger looks with time, rolls to the left. There's nobody there. 10, 5, middle of the field, 2, hit there, and they try to drive him into the end zone, but we stop him around the 1, but it's probably going to be a first down right there. There was nobody on that side, that far side of the line of scrimmage for Ellinger to be stopped by, and he just kind of tiptoed his way inside the 10, then switched gears to the middle of the field, but couldn't get in the end zone. However, it's a first down. It's goal to go at the 1 for Texas.
Boy, and again, even after all of that, we hit him at the 2-yard line and can't bring him down, and he gets a push from a couple of offensive linemen enough to get the first down.
He'll probably run it here. Ellinger, there he goes, takes the snap, looking for space. We clobber him on the right, but he gets into the end zone anyway. No, they're going to say down, shy of the goal line. We got a pretty good pop on him on this right side. I think it was LeCount. It was the sophomore safety from Riceboro. Hit Ellinger at the 1. He ended up in the end zone, but the officials whistled it down immediately. Ball's about a football length shy of the goal line.
Well, they may look at this one. I find that one hard to believe that he didn't get in.
Ellinger's a big dude, 6'3" and 230. I mean, that's a big body, and they are going to look at the play on replays.
The ruling on the field is that the runner was short of the goal line. The previous play is under further review.
Kirby Smart was kind of escorted back to the sidelines by one of the officials. He kind of went out with something on his mind out there. I don't know if he's going to talk to an official or his team, but one of the officials kind of intercepted him and pushed him back towards the sideline. Now they're huddling up around the 25-yard line while they look at this play. 13-19 to go in the game. It's Texas 20, Georgia 7 for the moment. If they overturn the call on the field, it'll be a Texas touchdown.
We just got a chance to look at it on replay. Actually, maybe a good call. It looks like his backside was down and the ball's about on the 2 or 3 inch line.
Look at that view on the replay from ground level. That's the pylon cam. You really see a good view there. There may not be enough evidence to overturn the call. We'll see. Let those guys sort that out. Right now, 1 in 4 car batteries is about to fail. Think ahead and have yours tested for free at your local Advance Auto Parts. If you purchase a new battery, they'll install it at no cost.
The ruling on the field stands as called. First down.
Check your battery now because Georgia fans don't stall out on game day. Think ahead, think Advance at Advance Auto Parts and participating CarQuest locations. See store for details. So if you heard the official over the top of that, second down for Texas. Second and goal from inside the 1. They're on the near hash, moving to the right into the end zone that says Texas from left to right. And look for Ellinger again, probably. They like to do that. He's got 14 rushing touchdowns. No, 15, I think now, right? 15 rushing touchdowns this season. He's going to take the snap on the 5 in the shotgun. He's going to run to the right with blockers, and he ducks in there and gets into the end zone, I think. Or no signal yet. No, they're going to mark him down shy again.
Well, that's another one that might be reviewed as well.
Wow. Gee. Yeah, they put it on the nose of the football is almost touching the goal line.
Well, they're lining up.
Third.
Going up tempo here quickly.
3rd and inches. Snap to Ellinger again. We hit him behind the line. He didn't get in again. He lost yardage this time. Tyler Clark leading the charge, making the contact behind the line of scrimmage for the Dogs defense. What a goal line stand.
Boy, indeed it has been. And Texas here will let this clock tick down some, but it looks like they're keeping their offense on the field, at least for now.
Well, they might want to try somebody else. Ellinger might be just worn out. That's their bread and butter around the goal line, is letting that guy get that big body in. They're 10 for 13 on 4th down tries this season, and they're going to allegedly go for it here on 4th and goal from the 1. Ellinger in the shotgun. Snap. He's going to run it again. He missed what man miss. We've got a guy by the leg, and he got in the end zone. He got his body falling across the end zone. We had his leg at the 1, and he fell his 6'3" body across the goal line and gets the touchdown on 4th and goal from the 1.
Boy, we had great penetration on that play too, but he was able to slip the initial onslaught of Georgia Bulldogs and then just very patiently find his way. Oh, he may be down. They're going to review that one too. His knee went down. I think he's going to be down on the 1 inch line.
Richard LeCount came in and they got a block from Vahe, their left guard, just enough of LeCount that allowed Ellinger to cut inside and proceed towards the goal line.
The previous play is under further review.
As we look at the replay, I can't tell who that is. It has Ellinger's leg that may have made the tackle and saved a touchdown on 4th down. That's Ledbetter. Jonathan Ledbetter may have a touchdown-saving tackle right there as they go to the replay monitor again.
The only problem that we might have is the ball was covered up by a bunch of bodies when his knee went down. Is it going to be enough to overturn it?
We take a look at the replay. They're showing it from the pylon cam again. On this view that we're seeing, the knee is down, but you can't see where the ball, well, you kind of can. You can see the back edge. You can see the stripe on the ball. Still in his arms and not quite across the goal line. But is that enough to overturn the play as our Pac-12 officials are taking a look at this? The replay official is Terry Layden. Our referee is Michael Mothershed. And he's got the headset on, standing at the 20-yard line and communicating with the replay booth. He's taking the headset off, and here we go.
After review, the ruling on the field stands as called. Touchdown.
Yeah, and from his terminology, they probably couldn't get the evidence that they need to decisively overturn the call.
You just couldn't tell where the football was ultimately the problem there. I think that if they had if that play would have been called down at the 1-inch line, they wouldn't have overturned it either. Just couldn't have done it.
So a 14-play, 5.5-minute drive, 70 yards for Texas, extends the lead to 26-7, and they're going to line up and go for 2. Snap to Ellinger. He'll throw it for the far corner of the end zone, and it is caught for the 2-point conversion. Colin Johnson in man-to-man coverage with Tyson Campbell, and Johnson wins that battle, and Texas converts the 2-pointer, and it's 28-7. 11:49 to go in the game here in the Sugar Bowl. Timeout. Back in a moment. Bulldogs Sports Network.
Napa know-how.
You're there every game. Same time, same spot, sporting your team's gear and flipping burgers like the diehard fanatic that you are. And while every vehicle at the tailgate deserves quality parts and Napa know-how, none deserve it more than yours, the perennial tailgate champion. And with Napa know-how, you and your ride can go the distance. Quality parts, helpful people, and proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
When you are the official sponsor of the comeback, adding a few feet to a drive matters.
First down.
So does shaving 1/10 of a second off a lap. Top-rated surgery, physical therapy, and motion analysis by the sports medicine team at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta helps young athletes not only prevent injuries, but heal faster and return stronger, ready to win. Our more than 25 orthopedic and sports medicine locations are ready to assist your athlete's comeback. To learn more, visit choa.org/sportsmed.
Dogs. Longhorns. This is the Sugar Bowl on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
If you're looking for smart ways to save money, just stop by your neighborhood Kroger. Right now, it's time for the Buy 5, Save 5 event. Just choose from a great selection of participating items. And when you buy any 5, you'll save $5 instantly at checkout. Choose from select items like Doritos, Ocean Spray Cranberry Juice, Pepperidge Farm Goldfish, and lots more. Go to Kroger.com or use the app for more info. The Buy 5, Save 5 event is on now. Fresh food, low prices at Kroger. Anyone can deliver a box of groceries, but when you consider the source, only Kroger can bring you the fresh, delicious food and quality products you already know and love. And no matter how you like to get your groceries, Kroger makes it easy with store pickup, delivery, and now you can have your order shipped right to your door. So now it's easier than ever to check out while you're chilling when you shop online with the Kroger app or at Kroger.com today.
Longhorns.
Bounces out right, still running. 10, 5, pylon, touchdown!
This is the Sugar Bowl.
Texas freshman kicker Cameron Dicker will hang this one up. It's returnable for Hardman at the 5 to the 10 to the 15, near sideline, near hash 20. Veers away from a defender at the 25, still on his feet, knocked out of bounds in front of the Georgia bench at the 34-yard line. One of the top kick returners in the Southeastern Conference, with a nice return of about 29 yards from the 5 to the 34. They move it back to the 33-yard line. Mecole Hardman getting the ball in decent field position for Georgia. That's where the offense will go back as we watch it from the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth here in the Superdome. Georgia is going to need a comeback of epic proportions, however, as they trail by 3 touchdowns now with 11:40 to play. 1st and 10 from our 33 for the Dogs. Fromm's in the shotgun. Swift's in the backfield. We've got 3 receivers to the wide side right. 1 receiver to the left. Play fake Swift. Fromm with time. Throws it down the middle, and it is caught by the tight end, Charlie Werner, at the 50. He kind of was spinning around, went low below the knees, pulled that ball up and brought it in and into Texas territory to the 45. Malcolm Roach with the tackle. Georgia moving quickly. They're up to the line, snapping the football. Fromm in the pocket, dumps it over the line. As it was being squeezed, he throws it to his safety, Swift, from right to left on a crossing route. Swift makes the grab, chased out of bounds at the Texas 40 for a 5-yard pickup. Quickly, 2nd down and 5 Dogs on the Longhorn 40-yard line.
Well, what a great catch on that inside seam route by Warner to get this drive started.
Fromm to throw again, looks to the right, now to the left, throws it to Swift in the flat, sidesteps a man, and down the field near sideline to the 35, hit sideways and knocked a yard farther downfield. Malcolm Roach makes the tackle, but Swift picks up the Scana Energy 1st down at the 34 of Texas. Dogs on the move. Trailing 28-7, 11:02, clock ticking here, 4th quarter. Texas taking their time, getting a couple of big linemen off the field to the sideline as they substitute, so the center judge is holding up the snap. 1st and 10, Georgia at the Texas 34. Fromm throws far side, sideline, one-on-one coverage, and out of the reach and incomplete. Terry Godwin leaping high in the air around the 5-yard line. Couldn't quite get to that ball. It was a high throw, and they had one-on-one coverage with Locke on Godwin on the far corner of the field here, and the pass is incomplete. It'll stop the clock with 10:43 to go, and it's 2nd and 10 Dogs from the Texas 34.
Again, the Dogs had exactly what we wanted. Single safety, man-to-man, had an inside fade route from that slot position, and Jake Fromm just a hair off tonight. That one again, back shoulder a little bit lower, could have been completed.
Fromm throws it, crossing route to Holloman. He makes the grab at the 30, far sideline, 20, 15, 10, cuts in at the 5 and terps up there. They tackled him inside the 5. They'll spot it at the 3.5. He was just caught by Josh Thompson, the nickelback. That saved the touchdown for Holloman. Dogs have it goal to go at the 3-yard line, a 31-yard pickup for the Dogs. Dogs line up quickly, snap it to Fromm, quick throw, right corner, Hardman, touchdown! Touchdown in the right corner, just a quick snap throw out, and he caught it right in front of the pylon, see?
Great job there by the Dogs going up tempo, just a quick out route from the slot position by Hardman. We outflanked the Texas defense. Good job there by Jake to deliver that football quickly and on time, and Dogs still with some breath in them.
My goodness, that was fast. We don't need no stinking huddles. Hardman's first catch of the game is a touchdown, and Georgia needed that, and we need a couple more, as a matter of fact. Here's the point after try by Rodrigo Blankenship. Snap a little bit high. Camarda brings it down, puts it on the turf. Blankenship kicks it up and through good. It's 28-14. That touchdown brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Low fares from Atlanta to over 90 destinations you love. 28-14, Texas leading Georgia, 4th quarter in the Sugar Bowl. We're back in a moment. Bulldog Sports Network.
Hey Bulldog fans, with Aaron's, having what you want is much easier than you think. Because now you can lease to own all the brands you love in furniture, electronics, and appliances. Yes, all those things you've always dreamed of. At Aaron's, you don't need credit, and you have flexible payment options so you can pay little by little until you own it. Plus, delivery and setup are free, so you can just focus on enjoying. Visit us in-store or at aarons.com and discover for yourself how easy it is to have what you want. Certain restrictions apply. See store for details.
How do you make a Barbasol shave even better? Use the Barbasol Ultra 6 Plus razor. With 6 ultra-thin, open-flow blades and a crafted metal handle for easy control, it's sure to give you that trusted, close, comfortable shave you've come to expect from Barbasol. Even better, you can now save time and money when you join the new Barbasol Shave Club. Go to Barbasol.com and use promo code SHAVE to save $3 off your order today.
Barbasol. I'm attorney Ken Nugent, and I'm here with former Bulldog quarterback and radio host Buck Bellew.
Ken's going to donate $500 to 2 members of the military every Bulldogs football game this season.
If you're a member of the military, go to attorneykennugent.com to enter.
And 2 people are going to win $500 every game.
1 click.
That's it.
Ken Nugent, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Call 1-800-CALL-KEN, 1355 Peachtree Street Northeast, Suite 1000, Atlanta, Georgia 30309.
Welcome back to Sports View. Today's topic, who's the greatest of all time? For my money, it's Progressive's Home and Auto Bundle. It literally saves you money. Gentlemen, your thoughts?
Look, it's simple.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Add up all the heroes, take away the zeros, and what you got? One big trophy and me saying, I told you so.
I disagree.
Thanks, fellas. Took the words right out of my mouth.
There's really no debate. Progressive's Home and Auto Bundle is a winning combination. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Coach Kirby Smart here. Today's broadcast is live from the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth.
Dogs go 67 yards in 6 plays, minute 15 on the clock. A 3-yard touchdown pass, Jake Fromm to Mecole Hardman, makes it 28-14 here in the fourth quarter of the Sugar Bowl. That's the Georgia Metals drive summary. From a doghouse to a dog's house, Georgia Metals has got you covered.
Boy, go back on that drive. That first catch by Charlie Warner. That football thrown a little bit behind him. He goes down low, turning his body and twisting to make that catch, and it really is what got the Dogs rolling on that drive and exactly what the Dogs needed. Had to score quick. Still life in the red and black at the moment.
There's 10:25 to go. We're 2 touchdowns down. 28-14. Blankenship prepares to kick it away from right to left. Humphrey, the deep man for Texas. He stands on the goal line. Rodrigo approaches and booms it away. A low knuckleball going to sail into the end zone, and it'll be whistled dead for the touchback. And Texas will get the ball at the 25-yard line. Enjoy the road home this holiday season in a BMW through January 2nd. That would be tomorrow. Just a short time away from now, actually. Take advantage of the up to $3,000 holiday credit. Visit BMWATL.com for details. Dogs tonight staggered a little bit on defense, but holding their own despite the fact, Z, that we're missing David Marshall and DeAndre Baker and DeAndre Walker, and who else is out? Jordan Davis, our space eater in the middle. 4 key players not getting many snaps tonight. Monty Rice hasn't played that much at all as Texas will line up and throw the football, and it's incomplete on the far sideline. Andrew Beck was the target around the 34-yard line. And the incompletion will bring up 2nd down and 10 back on the 25. Stops the clock as Beck just dropped the football. It was a low throw, but had it drop right through his hands. 10:21 on the clock, fourth quarter. That helps a little bit, save some of that time. 2nd and 10 for the Longhorns.
Absolutely. Every second counts right now. Beck looks like he got his feet tangled up a little bit and was moving backwards and away from that throw.
Out of the pistol, Watson will take the handoff, run it straight ahead. Wow, to the 30 and running right behind a lineman, just shoved the pack to the 35. Did the ball come out? Ball's at the 36. There's a pile there. My goodness, they ran right behind Samuel Cosme, the right tackle, a freshman, and they were just driving our defense back all the way up to the 37-yard line. They get the first down on a 12-yard run, and they got about 7 of that after contact.
Boy, and yards after contact just all game long. Texas has been getting them. We haven't been able to get them on the ground immediately. Different story for the Dogs on offense.
They'll stay in the pistol, and Erlinger will give it to the running back again. This time we pile it up shy of the 40 as they try to run it left guard. And that was Ingram this time. Keontae Ingram, a freshman from Carthage, Texas. Tackled by Devontae Wyatt in the middle for Georgia, a sophomore from Decatur. He's made a handful of tackles tonight. Our defensive front with Wyatt and Rochester. Aziz Ojolari is on the right edge. Malik Herring on the left edge. Linebackers are Crowder and Taylor. And we got Campbell at a corner. And LeCount and Reed are the safeties. And then Devad Wilson is the other corner on the near side, along with Eric Stokes. Actually, Wilson's a nickel. Play fake. Erlinger rolls bootleg to the left, outrunning LeCount to the far sideline, and he slides feet first at the 43-yard line on the Texas sideline. He got about 3 yards. Clock moving, 8:48. Now it stops, and then it ticks off 2 seconds at once.
Ellinger probably could have gotten the first down or gotten closer to it there, but wanted to keep the clock moving.
He's at the 43-yard line. Texas taking their time. This is the slowest they've moved all game. They're on their own 43. Ellinger, 20th carry of the ball game, which Jay Black tells me is a season high. Now he's going to be sacked back on the 36-yard line. He dropped back, looking downfield. Nothing materialized. The pocket just squeezed, and he just took his punishment. He didn't try to get out of there. It didn't look like, and he goes down at the 36, 37-yard line. A Wyatt shoving the pocket back in his face, and the Dogs get the sack back at the 37-yard line. 4th down and 10 for Texas. They'll have to punt.
Dogs brought linebacker pressure there. Absolutely collapsed that pocket. Nothing Ellinger could do. He's been able to find spaces all night long inside the oncoming rush for Georgia, but not so much there as we brought somebody in every gap.
Buszewski runs to the right, almost got it blocked as he booms one deep. Hardman was back deep to try to return something. He angles it out of bounds away from Mecole Hardman, the leading punt return man in the Southeastern Conference. He gets the ball out of bounds on a bounce on the near sideline at the 15-yard line. That was a heck of a punt with a guy coming in trying to block it. 48 yards by the freshman from Australia. Timeout with 7:30 to go in the Sugar Bowl here in New Orleans. Texas, they've led all night. It's 28-14. Longhorns over the Dogs on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Getting your first real paycheck is like celebrating your own Independence Day. It's life-changing once it's deposited, which you can do using Regions Mobile Deposit in your Regions mobile app. Choose when and where to make the money available, take a couple of pictures, click a button or two, and boom! One major achievement in the record books. We get it. Some things are bigger than banking. Learn more at regions.com/mobile deposit. Regions. Member FDIC. Conditions and fees apply.
Hey Bulldog fans, it's time to wash your car at Swifty Car Wash, the official car wash of UGA Athletics. Now it's even easier than ever to keep your car clean with Swift Pass Unlimited Washes. For as little as $9.99 a month, you can wash as much as you need. No contracts, cancel anytime. Swifty Car Wash in Athens, Winder, and Atlanta. Find all locations at SwiftyCarWash.com. Score on every drive with Swifty Car Wash and Swift Pass Unlimited Washes, official car wash of UGA Athletics.
Coach Kirby Smart here. Let's talk about the official healthcare provider of UGA Athletics, Piedmont Healthcare. Piedmont makes sure that our dogs are playing their best, but we know you don't have to be a college athlete to get bumps and bruises. With urgent care, same-day appointments, virtual visits from your smartphone or desktop, and Piedmont Quick Care at Walgreens, they've got the care you need when you need it. Booking an appointment is only a click away. So for game day and every day, get better at piedmont.org/UGA.
Gear up for the season with the best Georgia gifts and apparel from the UGA Bookstore. At the UGA Bookstore, you'll find the biggest selection from top brands like Nike, Southern Tide, Vineyard Vines, Peter Millar, and 47 Brand. Dress for the part with the latest game day styles at the UGA Bookstore in the heart of campus next to the Tate Student Center. Online 24/7 at UGABookstore.com. It's where dogs shop.
Georgia, Texas. This is the Sugar Bowl.
We continue from the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth here in the Superdome. Georgia Power brings the energy for every game day into your community too. Visit georgiapower.com/sports to learn more. 7.5 minutes to go. Texas 28, Georgia 14. The Dogs need to drive and get inside the Massey-Ferguson red zone again. They're 2 for 2 in the Massey-Ferguson red zone tonight. Let's make it 3 for 3, but a long way to go. We start on our own 15-yard line. Lamont Gilliard up over the ball. The senior playing his final game in a Bulldog uniform. Fromm in the backfield, snaps it to the quarterback, and Texas hits Fromm at the 9. He stays on his feet, moves forward to the 10, falls to the 11. We lost 4 yards on the Texas sack. Nelson and Johnson, nose man and roverback, make the tackle for the Texas defense. That did not help us.
No, Longhorns brought a swill dog there. Strong side linebacker, weak side linebacker. Weak side linebacker came right over the A gap. Nothing Fromm could do.
Snap to Fromm, pressure again. He gets clobbered as he releases the football. They drive him into the turf back on the 1. Chris Boyd with a corner blitz. And the pass is incomplete. Wanted to go to Tyler Simmons around the 21-yard line. Fromm throwing it to his left. That's where the blitz came from, and he got drilled.
Boy, did he ever. Helmet right in the chest. Those are the kinds that you feel for months after the hit. Fromm, as tough as they get, though, pops right back up.
That may have been Foster on the sack. 3rd down and long, 3rd down and 14 from the 11 for Georgia. There's the snap to Fromm. Stands in the pocket, throws a deep ball. They hit him on his incomplete, by the way. Simmons was hit by the Texas defender around the 25-yard line as he tried to break out of his route and go deep. I don't guess the ball was in the air then. There's no penalty flag for pass interference, but he was definitely altered around the 25-yard line in front of our bench. The Dogs go 3 and out. It's 4th and long. We'll have to kick it away.
Well, Texas just dialed up blitz after blitz there, and no answer from Georgia.
Ball's on the 11. Carmano will stand in the end zone to punt it. And Humphrey is the deep man, I think. Yes, he is. As I peer down with my telescope down on the field at the 40. Carmano's punt. High, wobbly spiral. Going to back up Humphrey to around the 35. The big, tall receiver calls for a fair catch. Makes the grab at the 35-yard line. 6:43 to go after a 54-yard Jake Camarda punt. Texas 28, Georgia 14. 4th quarter action in the Sugar Bowl continues after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Napa know-how.
You're there every game. Same time, same spot, sporting your team's gear and flipping burgers like the diehard fanatic that you are. And while every vehicle at the tailgate deserves quality parts and Napa know-how, none deserve it more than yours, the perennial tailgate champion. And with Napa know-how, you and your ride can go the distance. Quality parts, helpful people, and proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
Hey Georgia, it's game day. What are you doing on the couch? With Southwest Airlines low fares to the places you love, you can get up, get pumped, and make every game feel like a home game. Low fares, no hidden fees. That's transparency. Book now at southwest.com.
Georgia Power is teaming up with UGA's Athletic Association for the annual Team UGA Award, an award honoring those in Bulldog Nation who have displayed a spirit of unselfish giving that's greatly benefited their community. Winners will receive 4 tickets to a home game this season, where they will also be recognized on the field. Nominate someone for their commitment to community today by visiting georgiapower.com/sports. Again, that's georgiapower.com/sports.
At Kubota, we believe a utility vehicle should do more than take you places. That's why our all-new Sidekick is built to do it all. Power, performance, and handling come standard with Kubota's 48-horsepower gasoline engine and worry-free CVT Plus transmission. Climb more hills, tow more weight, and cover more ground faster. Cross over to more with the all-new Kubota RTV Sidekick. Head into your local Kubota dealership to test drive one today. Find your local Kubota dealer at gokubota.com.
Hey Georgia, it's game day. What are you doing on the couch? With Southwest Airlines low fares to the places you love, you can get up, get pumped, and make every game feel like a home game. Low fares, no hidden fees. That's transparency. Book now at southwest.com.
Schedule your next visit with a new online booking tool at piedmont.org/UGA. Piedmont Healthcare is the official healthcare provider of the Georgia Bulldogs. 6:43 remaining in the season here in the Sugar Bowl. 6:43 in the fourth quarter. Texas 28, Georgia 14. Longhorns with the ball on their own 35, 1st and 10. They will run it straight ahead with Watson, Trey Watson, who's been a busy ball carrier tonight. He works his way for 5 yards between a lot of traffic. Michael Barnett, Jawan Taylor on the tackle for the Georgia defense. 5-yard gain, 2nd down and 5 for the Longhorns. And they'll jam on the brakes on this offensive track meet that they've been running tonight. They have just been fast, and now they will chew up that clock.
They have been in yards after contact again. 3 more there. We hit Watson. Would have been a 2-yard gain if we could have wrapped him up and brought him down.
Get another try. Ellinger giving it to Watson. He tries to avoid Tyler Clark, but can't do it. Clark with a wrap around the legs and tackles the running back around the 40-yard line. No gain on the play. It'll be 3rd and 5. As Watson with his 16th carry of the evening.
Georgia. It's a 30-second timeout. Timer, please reset the game clock to 5:53. 5:53. Thank you.
So the Dogs will stop the clock with the 30-second timeout. Down 2 touchdowns are the Dogs. And let's take a look at some of the numbers from tonight's ball game. 326 total yards for Texas, 237 for Georgia. Dogs have been held under 100 yards rushing tonight. The SEC's leading rushing team this season, only 72 yards on the ground tonight, as this Big 12 defense of Texas has jammed up the Dogs' running game.
Boy, indeed they have. DeAndre Swift, 8 carries, only 12 yards. Coming into this football game, never would I have imagined that stat to be there.
3rd down, about 4.5 for Texas. Here comes pressure by Georgia. Quick throw, Ellinger to Humphrey. Sliding effort at the 47. Did he catch it or is it incomplete? He caught it on the slide at the 47-yard line for the 1st down.
And Dogs only 1 timeout left. Obviously every 1st down here just seals the fate a little bit more.
Richard LeCount was in coverage as Humphrey caught it before he hit the turf, and then he hit a slide after he had possession of the football. Texas on their own 47 now, 1st and 10. 2 receivers to the left side, 1 to the right. They work out of the pistol. And Watson behind Ellinger in the formation. They'll give it to the running back. He runs straight ahead. And we hit him with Ledbetter and Barnett and Herring. Malik Herring hit him first. He came in low, the sophomore from Forsyth, Georgia. The 49-yard line, 2-yard gain. Texas continues to take their time now. Watch that clock melt away. Under 5 minutes to go in the ball game, and Georgia down 2 scores, 2 touchdowns. It's 28-14.
Texas 174 yards on the ground tonight. Ellinger 17 out of 25 for 150 yards throwing the football.
Only the 5th meeting between these 2 programs ever, and Texas has won 3 of them, and they're on the verge of a 4th win in the series. Ellinger will hand it to the back. Ingram, he sidesteps one man, a nice spin move to get across the 50 to the Georgia 49-yard line. Tackled by Malik Herring on the other side of the 50.
It's a 30-second timeout. Their final.
3rd down for the Longhorns on the Georgia 49-yard line. And 4:20 to go as we stop the clock for the final time with a timeout anyway. 28-14 Texas. Stadium starting to thin out a little bit with the some of the Georgia fans. Most of the burnt orange and white are still in attendance.
And Texas came into this football game a program on the rise, looking really to get to where Georgia has been, and had an awful lot of motivation and a lot to play for as they've come off of a season here that it was a little bit above maybe their expectations coming into the year. And they've got a good football team. There's no question about it. And they had a level of intensity, especially early in this football game, that the Dogs had to work to match, and then just compounded with problems.
3rd down 6, Texas on the Georgia 49. Ellinger with no pressure throws it. A little screen to the right. We hit Humphrey. He stays upright. He's off and running. To the 40, to the 35. Spinning away from another tackle. Reed couldn't get him on the ground, and the big guy finally out of bounds on the Texas sideline. He bounced off about 3 or 4 different Georgia players. Brenton Cox finally got him out of bounds, shoving him out at the Georgia 33-yard line. Easily a 1st down on a 16-yard throw, if you will. It was a short throw, but Humphrey did all the work on the other end. He got the dirty work done, bouncing off red shirts and picking up the 1st down.
Yep, yards after contact again. The number of times we've made contact where plays would have been minimal gains that have turned into big plays, just amazing to see tonight.
Ball's on the Georgia 33, 1st and 10, less than 4 minutes to go. Dogs can't stop the clock with a timeout anymore. They'll run it. And Ingram works his way to the 30 of Georgia. 3-yard gain. Devontae Wyatt, the tackle. 3:26, clock ticking down here in the Sugar Bowl. And maybe when Bevo, the Texas Longhorn mascot, almost gored Uga in the pregame, that was kind of a prelude to what we should expect tonight.
Boy, it has been a eerily similar story in the game from that pregame episode that you just mentioned, hasn't it?
Yeah, that beast got out of his temporary corral over there, which is not really a corral. It's just some banners in a rectangle shape over next to the Texas fan. He came after Uga in the pregame. Fortunately, the dog got out of there. Texas will run it with Trey Watson. Angles to the right. Didn't quite get to the 30. Jammed back by Natrez Patrick and Brenton Cox around the 31-yard line. We drove him back to about the 37, but the whistle blew and the forward progress is given at the Dogs 31. 3rd down for the Longhorns. 2:29, 2:28 on the clock. Dogs are 2 touchdowns back of the Longhorns. 2:18 going. Clock moving. Texas meandering around, taking the time. Longhorns on the verge of their 10th win this season. Would be 10-4. Georgia with a loss would be 11-3. Ellinger will throw it on a crossing route, caught by Colin Johnson. From right to left, he goes across the field, catches it around the 30. Tackled by Eric Stokes at the 28-yard line. Gain was a couple, maybe 3, not enough for a 1st down. It's 4th down and 5 for the Longhorns at the Georgia 28. Minute 45, clock continues to move. Ellinger asking for some noise from the Texas side of the stadium. And the Longhorn fans oblige over there on that side of the field. Both teams just kind of standing there waiting on something to happen now as the clock ticks down. Play clock's at 5. And Texas will let it run down a little bit more and then call for a timeout with 1 second remaining.
First charge timeout, Texas. It's a 30-second timeout.
Ball's on the Georgia 28. 4th down for the Longhorns. They use a timeout. We'll pause for 10 seconds. A station identification break for our affiliates here on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. Texas will send the field goal unit out. And Cameron Dicker to try a 45-yarder from the far hash, kicking to the right with 1:15 to go. Try to put Texas up by 17 points. Dicker ready to go. There's the snap and the hold. The kick is away, and it is end over end, reaching and no good. Missed it to the right, I believe, from this angle. Looked like it was off to the right. So the score remains 28-14. And Texas coach Tom Herman with his arms up in the air as what happened? Why'd you miss that?
Yeah, I think that he wanted running into the kicker. We bumped him a little bit, and then as kickers are prone to do, the soccer flop ensued.
All right, Dogs will get the ball at our 27-yard line with 70 seconds to go, down 2 scores. 2 touchdowns, that is. Jake Fromm in the huddle. DeAndre Swift in the backfield. We'll send Ridley out to the right. Hardman in the slot. Holloman, the receiver, out far to the left. Tight end Isaac Naughta's in the game on the left edge too. 1st and 10 from the 28-yard line. Fromm, not any pressure at all. Texas drops everybody. Throw it to Naughta, makes his first catch at the 30. He's hit, flagged down. They may call targeting on Texas. Hit by Devontae Davis, the senior cornerback, around the 30 to 31-yard line. That's where the flag was dropped immediately as soon as the hit was made. That flag was on the field.
Personal foul, targeting, number 18, Texas. 15-yard penalty. That's an automatic first down. The previous play is under further review.
He definitely came in with the crown. He had his head down, leading with the crown of his helmet, but couldn't tell on that replay as we look at it if he made contact above the head and shoulders. He did. He hit him in the helmet. Hit him kind of on the side of the helmet. And we'll see how the replay booth views this one.
Well, definitely not a dirty play by any stretch. Naughta was kind of going down as well. It looked like he was trying to get him and lead with the shoulder, but no question the helmets collided.
So this play is under review with 62 seconds to go. It could be a targeting. Well, it's already been called a targeting on Texas. We'll see if it holds up. And Devontae Davis would be disqualified for the last minute and 2 seconds of the Sugar Bowl. There haven't been a whole lot of penalties in this ball game tonight. Just 1 on Georgia and 3 thus far on Texas. This Pac-12 crew continues to look at the video replay. Now here's the referee, Michael Mothershed.
After review, the ruling on the field is confirmed. Number 18 is disqualified.
And they'll mark off the 15-yard penalty and put the Dogs at the 46-yard line with 62 seconds left. So Davis is out for the remainder of the ball game. And the Dogs will go back to work with 62 seconds left, down 2 touchdowns. Dogs go empty. 3 receivers to the near side, 2 to the right. Fromm in the shotgun. There's the snap from Gilliard. Drops back. They bring pressure from the edges. Steps up. Fromm runs to the 50, to the 45. Slides feet first, and they hit him going down there. Oh, gosh. Wow, it's a flag party. Look at that. Like 6, 7, 8 flags came out. And now they're mixing them up. They hit Fromm after he went into a slide. And don't get another. There's another flag. Oh, jeez.
I think that one might be on them as well.
Flags came flying in from every direction. Let's count how many are on the field. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe. Some guys may have picked up one and taken it back to the sideline for Texas as a souvenir. Now all the officials are huddling up at the Texas 42-yard line. Anthony Cook, the guy that hit Fromm as he was going into his slide, may have already been in the slide.
And Jake,
see the guy that hit, he came in for Davis.
Yeah, Jake clearly gave himself up. An easy call as every ref on the field saw it for sure.
Looking at the replay, and Fromm was already on the ground into his slide, and he had telegraphed that about a yard or 2 earlier by jumping into the slide like he was going into second base. And then Cook into the game for Davis, who was just ejected for targeting, took the opportunity to lay one on Fromm as he was into the slide.
And then Gary Johnson threw a punch.
Ooh,
Texas, I think he's probably going to get disqualified as well. Too bad they didn't get disqualified.
There are fouls on both teams. Holding, number 79, offense. Personal foul, targeting, number 4, defense. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 33, defense. That 15-yard penalty will be enforced. Because of the targeting, the previous play is under further review.
So the first two should cancel out. Is that my understanding? They'll look at the targeting, could toss the guy out, but would get a 15-yarder on the dead ball foul.
No matter what. That's correct. That's correct. And I'm surprised they don't throw Johnson out of the game because of the punch that he threw.
So we'll walk back to the other end of the field, and the referee will put on the headset, and he'll talk to the video replay booth again. And we'll see if the Dogs can move. Well, they will move 15 yards closer to the goal line on the left end of the field here, but whether or not Anthony Cook, who just came in for Davis, who was ejected for targeting, we'll see if he stays in the game or if he's disqualified for targeting. 54 seconds remain in the ball game. Georgia's down 28-14. And that's really the first time that we've noticed, anyway, any kind of chippiness in this ball game and any kind of tempers flaring, at least to that extent. Where they get a couple of licks on our quarterback and then you throw punches.
Yeah, it's been a clean game up until this drive.
So the game has kind of come to a screeching halt here in the last few seconds with the targeting calls and the flag. Boy, flags came from every direction on that last hit on Fromm. As they continue to look at the play and discuss this with the replay official here in the booth, Terry Layden, out of this Pac-12 officiating crew. Dogs have only been penalized twice in this ball game. Those will offset, so I guess it doesn't go into the official record book as a penalty for Georgia. The two that offset, and then the one that they'll mark off against Texas, the dead ball foul, be a 15-yarder in Georgia's favor. Here's the referee.
After review, the holding foul is a live ball foul on number 79. That 10-yard penalty will be enforced from the previous spot. After the play, personal foul targeting number 4 defense, unsportsmanlike number 33 defense. By rule, those penalties are canceled. However, number 4 is still disqualified. That's the first unsportsmanlike conduct foul on number 33.
I'm not sure if I followed that logic. Did he say 2 penalties on Texas and they cancel the targeting and the unsportsmanlike? You can't cancel out 2 penalties against the same team.
No, that's correct. So I'm not sure.
That's what he said, right? I mean, he said the 10-yard penalty on Georgia was a live ball foul, will be enforced. And then the targeting call and the unsportsmanlike call, he said they canceled out, but they were both on Texas.
But they've got the ball placed the way that he originally called it, which should be the accurate way. That's the accurate way.
Question on the dead ball foul.
Here he goes.
The targeting foul will be enforced 15 yards, and the unsportsmanlike foul, that is declined. But that still will count as his first unsportsmanlike conduct foul. It was automatic first down.
He's not real sure what he's talking about. I feel like I'm in statistics class again.
He just
what did he just say?
He's just ready to get out of that call is what he's trying to do.
Oh, my goodness. The more he talks, the deeper it gets. Wow. All right. Is he going to talk again? The official's coming back towards the sideline. Well, the ball is going to be put on the Texas 39 after all of that. I'm not exactly sure what the shakeout is of all those penalties. There were 3 fouls on the play. Somebody got penalized and somebody didn't, and somebody got ejected.
And now Jake's talking to him about, are you going to start the play clock or is the clock going to start upon the whistle?
They're moving the ball again, Z. They're putting it on the 34. No, are they going to mark it off from there? No, they put it down on the 34 now.
So I think they moved it forward 10 yards originally.
Wow. Well, we were going along swimmingly until this last couple of minutes here, and flags started coming out, and guys started targeting, and it got kind of messy. But we'll pick up and go from here. 54 seconds to play. 1st and 10 Georgia at the Texas 34. That's where we are. Fromm wants the ball. There's the snap. He drops back on the 44. Looking, throws, left side. And it is caught, juggled in the air, then on the ground. Holloman couldn't bring it in. The pass was up high around his face mask, a little higher than that. He was battling for it. He had a guy trying to tackle him and strip the ball. Brandon Jones for Texas at the same time. The ball ended up getting away from Holloman and hitting the turf for an incomplete pass, stopping the clock with 46 seconds to go. And all of that action took place down around the 15-yard line.
Texas in a 3-cloud coverage here, dropping 8. Not a whole lot of windows. Going to have to throw into some tight spots.
28-14 is the score. Texas by 2 touchdowns. Fromm in the backfield. Swift's back there with him off to his left. There's the snap. Fromm. Here comes pressure. Jake gets away from the first guy. There's a flag. He dumps it off to the right. The pass is incomplete, I believe. Yes, it is. Tried to go to Isaac Nauta. That was incomplete at the 31, but it's probably going to be a holding on the Dogs back at around the 42-yard line.
Yeah, Texas able to get pressure, just rushing 3, just a speed rush to the outside. Isaiah Wilson hooked the defensive end from Texas. Clearly a holding call there, but just rushing 3, you got to find a way to get more time.
Offense, 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Still 2nd down.
So they'll walk off the 10 yards against the Dogs, put the ball down on the Texas 44-yard line. And it's 2nd and long now for Georgia, 2nd and 20 with 40 seconds to go. Dogs have no timeouts remaining. We're down 28-14. Snap to Fromm on the hash. Throws to the left side. Wide open. Godwin down the seam. Makes the catch. Down the field to the 22-yard line. They'll stop the clock briefly to reset the sticks. It's a 1st down for Georgia at the 33-yard line. Up and ready to go. 22 yards on the gain on the pass play to Godwin. Fromm throws it over the middle. There's Swift. Catches it at the 18, middle of the field. Shakes to the 10, down to the 5. Hit there. They pile him up. They're going to try to lay on top of him down there. Whistles blow to stop the clock at the 5-yard line. Another 1st down for the Dogs. It's going to be goal to go for Georgia. On the near hash, Fromm looks left, looks over the middle, throws it to Swift, makes the catch, gets into the end zone, touchdown. 14 seconds to go. No, we're not done yet. We're on life support, but we've got in the end zone. In the Massey Ferguson red zone, we score on the Swift touchdown throw from Fromm as he caught it around the 2 and was able to dive across the goal line. That's another Southwest Airlines touchdown. Low fares from Atlanta to over 90 destinations you love.
Great patience there by Jake Fromm on that. Was trying to go outside originally. That was covered up. Finally was able to get to his check down and DeAndre Swift.
Point after try by Blankenship is good. 5-yard touchdown throw from Fromm to Swift makes it 28-21. It was a 72-yard 5-play drive. Only took 56 seconds on the game clock, but it took about 5 minutes and 56 seconds in actual time with all those penalties. Probably a lot more than that. That's the Georgia Metals drive summary. From a doghouse to a dog's house, Georgia Metals has got you covered. So it's 28-21 now, and Georgia will have one last crack to get the football back, and then maybe a handful of seconds to work with to try to tie the ball game. They'll try an onside kick here as Blankenship will take the ball from the official. He'll walk over to the far hash mark, step off a few steps just inside the hash. He'll put the tee down and put the ball there. They'll try the onside kick. Texas will crowd it up on this near side as it looks like Blankenship's angle will be from right to left, kicking from the far sideline to the near sideline. And Texas has the hands team over here. They've got 6 guys on this side at the Georgia 46-yard line ready to try to field the football. And Blankenship's ready to go. Here's the onside try. And whistles blow. And what do we got? They kill the play before Texas called a timeout.
Second charge timeout, Texas. That's a 30-second timeout.
Well, it's just kind of like icing the field goal kicker. You ice the onside kick.
Well,
because they didn't call a timeout until he was in his motion to go kick the football.
There had to be something they didn't like. I'm not sure.
Why at that moment did they decide? Oh, timeout. Anyway, Blankenship will have to do it again. Texas calls the time. Maybe they're making French Quarter plans. All right, where are we meeting after the game? Blankenship will put it back on the 35-yard line. And we'll try another onside kick. 28-21, Texas leading Georgia here with 14 seconds to go in this contest. Now he's angling it a little bit differently, and looks like we've got 6 guys ready to sprint. Maybe he'll get a high bounce, and he will not get a high bounce. Texas will fall on the football at the Georgia 48-yard line. It stayed low. Colin Johnson, the receiver, cradles his body around that football at the 47 of Georgia. 1 second ticked off the clock, and Texas will be able to win this football game. Now there's 1 snap, and the game will be over.
Yeah, we made it look a lot closer than it really was. Texas dominated this football game from the opening kickoff all the way through it, and we just compounded our problems with self-inflicted wounds throughout the entire really the first half, and it could never get anything going in the third quarter. Not until we got into our 2-minute offense and Texas started to play a little bit looser did we find any kind of rhythm here in the second half.
Ellinger takes the final snap, takes a couple of steps towards the line of scrimmage, and will take the knee there. And that is the ball game. Texas is the winner of the 2019 Sugar Bowl. The final score from New Orleans is the Longhorns 28 and the Georgia Bulldogs 21. And Georgia closes out this season with back-to-back losses in the championship game to Alabama by 7, and now here in the Sugar Bowl in New Orleans by 7 as well. So Georgia concludes the year with a record of 11-3, but certainly a sour taste after this one, as our guys are slowly walking to the locker room on the left end of the field here as we view it. They'll bring the stages onto the field for the post-game trophy presentation for the winning team, the Texas Longhorns, tonight, who finish 10-4 on the year. By the way, the first 4-loss team to win here in the Sugar Bowl. Final again tonight, Longhorns 28, Bulldogs 21. Stay tuned for our post-game coverage. That is straight ahead from the Sugar Bowl here in New Orleans on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hey Bulldog fans, with Aaron's, having what you want is much easier than you think. Because now you can lease to own all the brands you love in furniture, electronics, and appliances. Yes, all those things you've always dreamed of. At Aaron's, you don't need credit, and you have flexible payment options so you can pay little by little until you own it. Plus, delivery and setup are free, so you can just focus on enjoying. Visit us in-store or at aarons.com and discover for yourself how easy it is to have what you want. Certain restrictions apply. See store for details.
Recruiting is a vital part of team building. Recruiting also plays an important role in protecting my home from termites with Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system. Termites eat the bait in the Centricon stations, then eagerly recruit other termites to also feed on the bait, thus eliminating the termite colony. Discover how affordable it is to protect your home. Call Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
What could be better than having fast, reliable Wi-Fi with coverage throughout your home? How about having internet that can help you save money on wireless phone service? With Xfinity, you can get it all. The most reliable internet for all your devices and the fastest speeds from America's best internet provider, according to speedtest.net. Plus, with Xfinity Mobile included, you can switch your wireless carrier and save hundreds of dollars a year. If you're looking for speed, reliability, and savings, Xfinity has you covered. Now that's simple, easy, awesome.
Get started with Xfinity Internet for just $29.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year agreement. Plus, ask how you can get Xfinity Mobile included, so all you pay for is data. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today to learn more. Requires EcoBill, paperless billing, and autopay. Offer ends 3/31/19. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Limited to performance starter 25 megabits per second internet. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After agreement, regular rates apply. Wireless savings compares average regular monthly charge of top providers.
This is the Regions Bank Locker Room Report. Regions Bank, proud sponsor of the University of Georgia and official bank of the SEC. Today's show is also brought to you in part by your Atlanta BMW Centers, the official luxury vehicle of Georgia Athletics, Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Sports Medicine, Comcast. Xfinity delivers the fastest internet with the best in-home Wi-Fi experience. Call, click, or visit an Xfinity store today. Comcast Business, built for business. EasyGo, a new element of innovation. Georgia United Credit Union, the official credit union of Georgia Athletics. Now, back to the stadium once again. Here's Neil Hondo Williamson.
Hey, thanks for staying with us. 28-21, Texas wins the Sugar Bowl tonight here in New Orleans. And a sloppy, ugly game for the Georgia Bulldogs, especially in the first half. And, Scott, I think that the story of this game really is the Texas defense. We made mistakes there in the first half that allowed them to score 10 points. The knee on the punt, the low snap to Jake Camarda, he had a knee down, which enabled Texas to then get in and kick a field goal. And then DeAndre Swift fumbling back in our own, deep in our own territory, and they had a short field, then just 17 yards to go for a TD. That was after they had taken over a better field position because of another poor play by Georgia, shanked punt 2 series prior to that. But I think the story really is the fact that the Dogs and really couldn't get anything going against the Big 12 defense. Would you agree?
Yeah, and that's evidenced by the fact that we rushed for 72 yards. I mean, that was it, which is by far a season low for the SEC's rushing leader this season. Just never happened. And for whatever reason, and I guess you'd have to credit, as you pointed out, the Texas defense for being that reason, that Georgia's 1,000-yard rusher and leading rusher this season, DeAndre Swift, never really got going. And I don't know if, he put the ball on the carpet a couple of times. We lost one of those fumbles. But he carried it 8 times, only had 12 yards. Yeah. I mean, we haven't seen him being contained like that all year long. And we haven't seen the rushing game contained like that all season long. So Texas certainly did its homework over the last month or so. They were very well prepared to face Georgia's rushing attack. Jake Fromm, I wouldn't say was really crisp and sharp in a lot of cases tonight, and we just kind of staggered through this. It wasn't, I mean, you look at the score and it's a 7-point game. It's like, oh, it was a close ball game, but it really wasn't. As Z pointed out, Texas controlled from the outset, and a lot of that had to do with those early plays and early missed opportunities by Georgia.
Yeah. I still think it was their defense that is the story of the game. We had 202 yards passing through the air. I could do some quick math looking at that last touchdown drive, but it was probably 65, 70 yards through the air, right? So, again, 150 yards through the air and 72 or whatever it was on the ground. And their defense, we never had an answer for their pressure today, Z.
No, we never did, and it was really from the onset, they dominated the line of scrimmage. We couldn't run the football, and even at times where we had a little bit of time throwing the football, early on you could tell the pressure got to Jake Fromm a little bit. Very rarely have we ever seen Jake Fromm be as inaccurate as he was today. End of the day, 20 for 34, but missed a number of guys down the field that were wide open, that could have changed the outlook of this football game. Had a for sure touchdown that he overthrew it, threw it high, threw it behind his receiver some. If he leads his receiver on that one down the stem and across the field, it's an easy 6 points. So it's that pressure and the domination up front. This Texas defensive line or Texas defensive unit, 91 tackles for loss coming into this football game, and 30 sacks. And you saw that today. We played behind the chains so much of this football game. And really until that fourth quarter when they started to loosen up a little bit and not bring just that constant pressure they were bringing throughout the game, we didn't have an answer. Didn't have an answer running the football and didn't have an answer throwing the football. Although we had some shots and some opportunities, because of that pressure, I think it got Jake out of rhythm.
You're listening to the Regions Bank post-game and locker room show. Regions Bank is a proud sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs and the official bank of the SEC. Texas knocking off the Dogs tonight, 28-21. Scott mentioned as he was saying farewell right at the end of the game that Georgia finishes the season with an 11-3 record, and I want to take you guys back. Let's go back to preseason. We're saying no Sony, no Lorenzo, no Roquan, no Nick Chubb. Golly, if someone had told us back then, well, honey, you guys are going to be 11-2 in the regular season playing the Sugar Bowl, I think we'd be pretty happy with where we are in what was supposed to be a transition year of sorts.
I think so, and I think after the sting of this one will dissipate for hours or a few days or however long it takes fans and folks to process this game. I think that's how they'll view this season, because it was a good season. You get to the SEC championship game, you play in one of the major bowl games, you're in the conversation to get into the playoff up until they decide which 4 teams go to the playoff, and you're on the outside looking in. So, yeah, how can you not call that a successful season? Sure, this stings a little bit with coupled with the loss in the SEC championship. So you have to kind of fight through that, but. If you ask Kirby Smart, is this this team ahead of schedule? And he kind of disregards all that talk. There's no timetable, is what he would tell you. But I think, we up here can do this, and I think you could say that this Georgia team finished ahead of where most folks expected us to finish with the losses that you just mentioned, Neil.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I thought coming into this year that we would have a couple of losses going into the SEC championship game. Probably not be in a position yet to beat Alabama. This wasn't our best game, and bowl games can kind of go either way. This could have been a great launching pad into next year. At the end of the day, we've got to regroup. We've got a lot of things that we need to work on. We came into this football game, too, without a number of key players on the defensive side of the ball that didn't play today, so and that are going to be back next year. So it wasn't the full squad that we're going to see as we get into next year. We've got a ton of talent. This wasn't a program-defining game by any stretch. It wasn't our best football game by any stretch of the imagination. Doesn't define who we are or this season. I think you have to look at what did we do during the regular season and the SEC championship game, and all those things are very positive. And you look at the kind of talent that we have, we're going to be in that conversation next year regardless, to start the season, and then what do we do during the season to keep us there.
No doubt about it. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We will have Coach Smart from the Bulldogs locker room shortly. Texas wins the Sugar Bowl over Georgia 28-21. Stay with us. More of the Regions Bank locker room show after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Inside the Train testing facility, our heating and cooling products go through endless torture tests. We drop them, slam them against a wall, shake them, and then expect them to run without an extra decibel in our anechoic sound chamber. We test so it runs.
From now until December 31st, you can own the most reliable heating and cooling system with no interest if paid in full within 15 months. Visit traininfo.com for complete program eligibility, dates, details, and restrictions. Valid on qualifying train equipment, subject to credit approval.
It's hard to stop a train.
Whether you're an elite athlete, in youth sports, or a weekend warrior, the Northside Hospital Sports Medicine Network keeps you in the game and ready for action. Our team of experts offers a full range of sports medicine services to prevent and treat injuries and improve performance. With 10 locations in the Atlanta region, the Northside Hospital Sports Medicine Network is in your neighborhood. For details, call 1-855-NH-SPORT. That's 1-855-NH-SPORT.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hey Bulldog superfans, your job isn't all pride and glory. Being a superfan can have its price. 1 minute you're starting up the wave, the next your back gives out. Get back in the stands sooner with a wide range of health plan options from United Healthcare. United Healthcare is a proud sponsor of Bulldog football. Visit uhc.com for terms and conditions.
In the Southeastern Conference, we have a healthy appetite for more. More teams and more tournaments, all in the hunt for more hardware. Way more. That means more tackling, shooting, and putting for titles, more diving, cantering, and hurdling for trophies, and we have more national championships where the SEC goes head-to-head with the SEC. Now we'll take what we've earned and turn it into more. Yeah, in the SEC, it just means more.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the Regions Bank Locker Room Show. Regions Bank is a proud sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs and the official bank of the SEC. And I am not going to make excuses here, but Eric, you touched on something, and Scott and I were talking about it, I think, during the third quarter, during the break, and that is the fact that Georgia came into the game tonight without our best outside linebacker, DeAndre Walker, best defensive back, All-American, DeAndre Baker, best defensive tackle in David Marshall, who hasn't played in 6 months. Best interior defensive lineman, Jordan Davis, who's been a stalwart the last 5 games of the season. And our best inside linebacker, Monty Rice, who I think played maybe 3 snaps at the most tonight. Okay? Now, again, to me, the story of the game isn't that our defense didn't play well. It's that our offense was stymied. But nonetheless, that's not easy to do. I'd say we did a pretty good job considering the field position and the lack of all those guys to hold Texas to only 28 points.
Yeah, I think the only thing I would say on the defensive side of the ball, the yards after contact really jumped out at me throughout the game, where we had chances, and really it would have been opportunities to get us back into the football game. Not that, listen, 28 points with the kind of field position that they had, you're 100% right. Really a good job by the defense. But when you look at the yards after contact and the additional first downs that Texas would get, where we couldn't get the football back to mount a realistic comeback, it jumped out at me. But the story of this game was offensively we could generate nothing, and we couldn't get it going on the ground, and we stayed committed to it as well. This wasn't that we moved away from trying to run the football. We could really never get anything going. Holyfield into the night with 62 yards, and then outside of that, paltry numbers. Harrion 17 yards on 4 carries. DeAndre Swift, we've mentioned this a couple times, only 12 yards on 8 carries. The job that the Texas defensive front did, they dominated our offensive line. That is without question one of the best in the country, but not tonight.
Okay, we're going to send it downstairs. Coach Smart is at the podium.
Bowl staff, they do a tremendous job. They put on a great bowl game, give our guys a lot of opportunities to grow, and so many people talk about the fact that bowl games don't mean as much anymore. Well, our players had an experience this week that they'll remember the rest of their lives. It's one of the best bowl games in the history of bowls, and I know these guys aren't happy, nor am I, with the performance we had. We didn't come out and play the way we're capable of, but I certainly want to thank the people in New Orleans for hosting us. I also want to congratulate Texas. Tom did a great job with his team and his program. They've gotten better throughout the season. They played more physical than us, and it showed to me that they wanted it more than we did, and you got to give them credit for that. I also want to thank my seniors. We got a group of seniors on this team that they came in as 30-something signees, and it's down to about 6 or 7 or 8 guys that are actually playing now out of that senior class, and that's all that's left is that group. And they've bought into what this staff has wanted to do. They've led, they've done the hard things, and they've won a lot of football games, and they've helped turn this program in the right direction. We just got to find a way to finish it and do it the right way, and we'll do that moving forward. Thank you.
We'll open up the floor to questions. We ask that you raise your hand and identify yourself by name and media outlet. Right here on the right.
Dan Matthews, 6A, The Fan in Atlanta. Coach Smart, did it necessarily surprise you how physical they were on both sides of the line of scrimmage tonight?
I wouldn't say it surprised me. Their league, guys, people don't respect their league like we do, especially from a scoring standpoint. They do a great job in their league of up-tempo, fast, but when they have to play physical, they play physical. And I thought they did a good job of that. I thought their quarterback managed the game well with his quarterback run play. He really hurt us. We missed tackles and didn't finish on him defensively. And then we weren't really able to run the ball like we'd like to consistently. And give Texas credit. They did a good job stopping that.
also on the right-hand side right here.
Kerber, do you think that the not getting into the playoff thing overtook Dean Legge from Dog Post? Do you think that overtook the focus from this game?
I think that would be easy to say, but I certainly don't think that when you go to a meeting, that's what you're thinking about. You're thinking about Texas. When you're on the practice field, you're thinking about Texas. We're prepared for Texas. We prepared for Texas for a long time. So that would be an easy excuse to use. I'm not touching that because it has nothing to do. We had an opponent to play, a good football team in which our team was focused on ready to play. I think the world of social media, it's easy to say things, but 15, 20 years ago, you didn't know what kids were thinking because they didn't have an ability to tweet it out or show it. Now, their thoughts change every 10 seconds. So just because they tweet something emotional during that time, that doesn't matter. It gives the other team motivation, but our team was motivated to play Texas. Texas outplayed us, outcompeted us, they outcoached us, they outphysicaled us. They did a lot of things better than us, and I think you give Tom credit.
Again, in the center of the room.
Bulldog Illustrated. It seemed like everything kind of steamrolled there. Jake's knee touching the ground and then the fumble on the 12-yard line. It just seemed like everything could go wrong. It seemed to went wrong in that first quarter, and it got you in that tough hole, didn't it?
It did, and those are all things that we controlled. You know what I mean? We controlled the snap, we controlled Jake's knee, we control whether we possess the ball or not because people try to take it from you. But those are all things that you got to be resilient about and go out and overcome. And if you prepare right, and you go out there and play your best football game, you don't have those errors and things. And you got to be able to overcome those sometimes. You think about this year, we didn't have a start of a game similar to like that really all year. So you got to do a better job preparing our players for that and go out and execute.
Again, right down here.
Dean Legge again. Jake, it took you a little bit of time to get rolling. Was that Texas? Was that y'all, the receivers? Was it everything?
It was tough. They did a really good job game planning for us. They had an entire month to do so, and they were showing a lot of different looks. They were, constantly mixing stuff up. Did a really good job with some eye violation stuff, and showing you one thing one way and bringing it from the other. But I just think, at the beginning, they game planned really well. They showed us what that game plan was, in those first couple of drives, but we just couldn't make adjustments quick enough, really to capitalize on that.
In the back on the right, please.
Dave Plapper, Zoom Radio, Thomaston, Georgia. Coach, you got a young roster. What do you hope your young players will take away from these last two games?
Well, I hope they learn that you better show up to play every game because the teams that you're playing at the end of the year are all capable of topping you. And, it's a value. We've played in some really incredible venues with the SEC Championship and then this Sugar Bowl, the All-State Sugar Bowl. They're incredible venues, and there's a lot of young players out there that are growing and getting better. I just hope that this group buys in with really good leadership, especially the youth on the team, and grows into really good leaders. We've got to have great leadership moving forward to get where we want to go. And, I think the guys leaving have set a legacy and set a standard. Now we've got to raise that standard. And we've got to learn from the fact that when you go to play a game 30 days later, you got to be at your best. And, we didn't play our best game tonight, but you got to give Texas a lot of credit because they made it that way.
Dean Legge down here. Jonathan, what will your legacy be at Georgia after this 4 years?
I think it's simple. Georgia's heading in a different direction than it was, a couple of years back. And I can say I was a part of that group that laid the foundation for that. You obviously see that the standard is changing. Despite today, tough loss, played a good physical team, but the culture of Georgia is becoming something greater than it ever was. And I think it'll continue to do that way beyond when I'm going. But I was the start of it, and that's big for me. I'm grateful to be that. I'm grateful that the school, allowed me to be there and, took a chance on me and picked me as a leader for this team and just to get this thing started off in the right way.
Stay on the right side of the room.
Dan Matthews again. Jake, with the running game, a lot of your offense is predicated on that success. What were they able to do to take that away from you guys, or was it something that maybe you guys weren't able to execute?
First thing, they were very physical up front. That's one obstacle you have to climb over. And the next thing, they were slanting this way and that way, shooting multiple gaps. And, we just had a tough time, trying to figure out, which way they're moving and trying to cut guys out of gaps. It was tough, and we just didn't really do a good job of being physical up front, and it kind of hurt us with not being able to run the football.
Back in the center of the room.
Dean Legge again. Kirby, I'm sorry I'm going to butcher his name, but David Wilson, I think, played tonight for the first time at Georgia.
Did. And
played a lot. How'd y'all get him ready for that, and what were the expectations coming in?
Well, we wanted him to play all year, and I give the kid a lot of credit. He's been frustrated, and he wanted to play. He had the ACL injury in the spring. We thought he was going to be a really good player, and he was cleared somewhere around the Florida week. But you can't just get cleared and magically go out there and play. It was similar to Ben's injury. It's an injury where you got to take some time and get over it. And we thought with a 30-day window that if we're going to get where we want to go as a program and football team, we've got to get bigger at the nickel star. We got to get more athletic and be able to play, heavier guy. He's 200 pounds. I can't say how he played tonight because I didn't get to see a lot of it. But we were going to share he and Tyreek actually got injured during the game, so there's another guy out. So Devad just had to play the whole time. But I thought he competed hard, and he was excited to go out there and play.
Shift over to the left side of the room.
Kirby, there was a report that you benched a couple starters during practice during the week because of lack of effort. Can you comment on that? And also, McCole Hardman said he thought the energy level of a bunch of guys seemed to be down at the start of the game. Could you just also comment on that? And
I missed the second part.
McCole Hardman said he thought the energy level of some players was not where it should be at the outset of the game.
Yeah, I didn't feel that way. I thought the energy level was really good at the start of the game in the locker room. The guys were fired up. They were going. We sold playing to a standard and making a statement, and we didn't do that. We were going to play for each other's back, and the guys that we wanted to go out there and play for were the guys that they're seniors. So we obviously didn't do that well. We didn't come out and start very fast, and like I said before you came in, I think we didn't have the kind of start that we have in most games. It was like the exact opposite. Then the beginning question was, did I bench any starters? No, I didn't. I thought our guys practiced really well leading up to the game. Since we came to the bowl site, they practiced well. We had a lot of starters injured. You know what I mean? Like, we had guys out, but there was nobody that got benched that was a starter. No, there's nobody that we benched. If it was a non-starter, how do you bench him? I don't understand. Oh, no, I didn't. I certainly didn't feel that way. Nobody. DeAndre Walker didn't play tonight, but DeAndre Walker's been injured. I don't know if you're speculating about him. I don't know who you're asking about, but. No, I didn't think so. We did a lot of, we felt like it was important to practice shorter and practice good on good, because the look you get from the scout team late in the year is not real good, and kids get lethargic and they get lazy and you get sloppy. So we did higher quality work with less quantity and got more competitive. So we had all our starters out there going against each other.
Back to the center of the room.
Murray Poole again. Jonathan, did our fast pace of the Texas offense, y'all think y'all were pretty well prepared for that? And also Ellinger, the quarterback, he was kind of hard to him up. Did breaking containment and all. What would you say about both of those things?
We handled the tempo pretty well. He's a good quarterback. You can't take that away from me. He had 3 rushing touchdowns. He's a good runner. We talked about it all week. He's a running back that can throw the ball. We didn't contain. We didn't have a level pass rush most of the times, and we didn't get him on the ground. And when you don't do that, it makes plays.
Kirby, this Dean Legge again. Kirby, what do you think happened with DeAndre at the beginning of the game? I've not seen him fumble like that in his time at Georgia.
It happens, guys. I don't know. You want to say that he was wanting to fumble? One of them, the guy literally stripped it out. It was a great strip. And we pride ourselves. We're one of the teams in the country that we start half our practices with the defensive players ripping at the ball and the offensive player. And the kid ripped the ball out. The second one, he put his helmet right on that ball. And that one, you almost say, man, that was a weird hit. That guy, he spiked and hit him right on the ball, and the ball shot out. The first one, he got stripped out. Can't happen. And I know DeAndre's just as disappointed as anybody. And we didn't play with the same energy level that we usually do, and that's a lot of credit to Texas, because they were in our backfield. Several times they penetrated and moved quick, and we weren't able to handle the penetration. And when they're in your backfield, that's how they cause fumbles.
All right, we're going to pay some bills right now, and when we come back, hopefully we'll have Coach Smart in the locker room with Chuck Dowdle. He has a couple more minutes left on the podium down there. 28-21, Texas over Georgia tonight in the Sugar Bowl. You're listening to the Regions Bank post-game and locker room show. Regions Bank is a proud sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs and the official bank of the SEC. Back after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Getting your first real paycheck is like celebrating your own Independence Day. It's life-changing once it's deposited, which you can do using Regions Mobile Deposit in your Regions mobile app. Choose when and where to make the money available, take a couple of pictures, click a button or two, and boom, one major achievement in the record books. We get it. Some things are bigger than banking. Learn more at regions.com/mobile deposit. Regions, member FDIC, conditions and fees apply.
Scana Energy is a proud partner of UGA football, and every Dogs fan deserves to save money. Get fired up about our low natural gas rates and switch to Scana Energy by calling 877-GO-SCANA or visiting scanaenergy.com. Between the hedges and beyond, Scana Energy is a winning play. Call 877-GO-SCANA or visit scanaenergy.com to start saving on your natural gas today.
The Dogs are heard right here. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hi, welcome to the Subway Simple 6 radio ad. How would you like to hear it?
From a game show host?
All right, let's play.
Thanks, Johnny. Tonight's contestants are playing for the fantastic Simple 6 menu. Their choice of 6 different 6-inch subs, chips, and a 21-ounce drink. With subs like the spicy Italian and Black Forest ham, this is one $6 deal that can't be beat. Subway, make it what you want.
At participating restaurants, additional charge for extras plus applicable tax. No additional discounts or coupons may be applied.
Hey, dog fans. I'm consumer investigator Dale Cardwell with Trust Dale. Timeouts on the football field are a chance for a team to regroup, diagnose the situation, and fix the problem. Don't take chances with your family's safety. When you hear a funny noise or the check engine light comes on, make the right call and pull into your local AMCO transmission dealer. Their team of expert technicians are trained to fix your car's problem the first time. I've done the research, and I know. I've trusted AMCO transmission with my family's cars for over 15 years, and you can too. That's AAMCO. Go Dogs!
Tough loss tonight here at the All-State Sugar Bowl as Texas defeats Georgia 28-21. Coach Smart is off the podium, as we predicted that was going to be the last question. He's making his way to the Georgia locker room now. As soon as he heads into there, we will send it down to Chuck Dowdle and Coach Smart. Tough loss for the Dogs tonight as we turn the ball over twice. No turnovers for Texas. One, a DeAndre Swift fumble deep in our own territory. The other one, Jake Fromm interception that wasn't as costly. It was a long throw, and I think it was third down. I haven't looked, but I think it was third down, so we probably would have had to punt had that throw fallen incomplete anyway. Regions Bank is a proud sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs and the official bank of the SEC. You're listening to the Regions Bank postgame and locker room show with Chuck Dowdle, Scott Howard, Eric Zier, Tony Schiavone, Zach Jewell, our producer-engineer back in the Bulldog studios, and your old buddy Hondo here on the radio way after midnight back east, indeed. Fellas, Eric, one of the things you and Mark Bradley from the AJC and I were talking about before the game was the strength of Georgia's schedule. Sure didn't look like that as we were coming into the season, and as we head out and looking at how a bunch of teams have finished, Georgia will have played 5 teams that will probably end up in the final top 12, if not the final top 10, in Alabama, LSU, Kentucky, and Florida, who have all won bowl games already, and Alabama will play for the Natty on Monday night, and then Texas, who defeated us today, and they were number 15 coming in.
Yeah, and Texas is going to move up, so even if you just call it 5 teams inside the top 15,
yeah,
it was a pretty brutal gauntlet for sure, and Dogs held their own for the most part. Tonight, obviously LSU disappointing. Outside of that, a lot to celebrate.
All right, very good. Is Chuck ready for us, Tony?
I don't know.
Oh, we're not sure. Okay, I thought we were about to do that right then. Tom Herman, he really had his team ready to play tonight, Scott, and not that Georgia wasn't. I know Coach Smart is going to say that we weren't as physical, so we weren't ready to play. But
okay.
that Texas team came
Go
out.
to Coach.
Oh, well. I'm going to ask you this later on. Coaches with Chuck. Let's throw it downstairs. Take it away, Chuck.
Okay. Hondo, listen, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And sitting here now with Coach Smart, who's just finished up on the podium. And, Coach, it got off to a tough start, but just give me your perspective.
Well, first I want to give a lot of credit to Texas. They came out with more energy and enthusiasm, I thought, than we did, and they were ready to play, and they grabbed the momentum in the game. It was really hard to get the momentum back, after we couldn't seize the momentum. They had a good opening drive. They converted some third downs, and then the punt, we put our knee down after a really good punt. It's a tough change of possession there, but our kids never quit. Our kids kept fighting, trying to fight and claw their way back in the game, and we've got a lot of growing up to do with that group.
You mentioned they kept fighting. I was sitting in here, in fact, the final couple of minutes with Greg McGarity and talking about just the way the team in that final minute and a half, getting the ball down the field, getting it into the end zone, getting after the onside. You just never know what will happen when you keep after it like that.
Yeah, that's why we keep chopping. That's what this program is built on. I'm very disappointed in the performance we had, and that responsibility starts and falls with me. But we're going to use this to grow and learn and grow from. I mean, the only way sometimes you get better is you have to learn from lessons like this. I've been part of programs where when you learn from something like this, it helps it not happen again. And you learn the things that are important, and what's important is who you're playing.
Some of the things that have gone so well for us this year, we struggled with tonight. One, the running game.
Sure. Yeah, they did a great job. They slant and angled. They mixed things up. Their defensive coordinator is one of the best in the country. I've always thought that. I went and met with him. I challenged our team all along. They got a good defensive unit, and they had a chip on their shoulder. They're representing their conference. We're representing ours, and they played more physical than we did on both sides of the ball.
The other thing, defensively, we had trouble getting guys on the ground tonight.
Sure did. Missed tackles. Quarterback especially. We had a couple misses on the back, but, if we just get a sack fumble, one of those plays instead of a missed sack that he converts for a third down, not only does it change the field position, it changes the game. And, Aziz missed him one time. We had a couple contained misses. But give him credit because he's a good athlete, and he scrambled, and he was very patient.
You felt like coming into this game that all the concentration and the effort was on Texas, that when the team was preparing, they were preparing for Texas, and that there was no letdown, no mental letdown after the SEC.
Of course there was a mental letdown after the SEC. We were upset we didn't win it, but we had to move on from that, and we certainly did that. But I think it's a lot more to do with Texas than it is to do with what we're talking about, the letdown of that. That's easy to say that when we don't play well, but at the end of the day, Texas outplayed us, outcoached us, outcompeted us, and I want to give them credit more than I want to say, we were let down. We didn't play our best game.
Yeah, well, as you make that point, final thing, you did get an opportunity to get some guys on the field in this game that played key moments, a lot of big minutes in this game that had not had that opportunity. That'll benefit them and us.
Well, it'll benefit them if they learn that the value of competing, preparing, how to play the game, how to play physical. That's the way you learn from those. And we did have, especially in defense, we had a lot of guys that played their first games of the year tonight. Aziz played his first meaningful minutes. Devad played his first minutes at all. Tyson came back and played for the first time in several weeks. Had a lot of guys play a lot of snaps, but at the end of the day, we didn't get the job done.
All right, let's talk about what's next, because it never stops, and even for you. So what is next?
Biggest thing for us next is recruiting, preparing for the spots we've got left. We've got to go out and try to improve our roster best way we can. With this world we live in now in the NCAA, it's every minute's a change because you got the portal over here, you got signing date here, you got grad transfers here. So we'll go to work, and I'm excited about the group we've got coming back. We've got some really high-quality kids, character, and leaders in the sophomore and junior class, and I'm looking forward to getting to work with them as soon as possible.
And how soon will you have a good handle on who is coming back?
Well, they got to declare by the 14th, so they'll probably start popping here in the next few days, and we'll get to sit down and visit with them. And but that's not. Those guys got to make a business decision for them. My focus and concentration is on the guys that are going to be on our team next year.
Is this one of the most difficult parts of your job, the fluidity of rosters?
Well, probably in December, yes. Now it's clear because mostly who's gone besides the juniors, and we only got so many spots left now. But December, it's extremely fluid.
Well, it's another great season. I mean, another double-digit win season. I know it didn't end the way you wanted it to, but you're going to look back on this one, the last two, and go, this, like I've heard some of your players say tonight, this program's headed in the right direction. That's the most important thing.
I'm excited for what the leaders did on this team's senior group. They've been through a lot. This was the last group that did not sign with us, and they had the toughest transition. Because when we came in, they were freshmen, and they'll always be special because they've had to go through so much, and I appreciate them.
All right, we appreciate you, Coach, and go Dogs.
Go Dogs.
All right, there you have it, Hondo, Coach Smart, and we'll wrap up this season. But again, like I said, I think when we look back, there'll be some benefits even to tonight. There are going to be some benefits with some kids that'll learn, as Coach Smart said, and if they do learn from it, it's going to pay dividends for us down the road.
All right, lovely, Chuck. Thank you. Great job down there. Thanks to Coach Smart for taking time. We'll come back with more of the Regions Bank Locker Room Show. Regions Bank is a proud sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs and the official bank of the SEC. 28-21, Longhorns top the Dogs tonight here in New Orleans. Back with more from the Superdome after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Georgia Power is teaming up with UGA's Athletic Association for the annual Team UGA Award, an award honoring those in Bulldog Nation who have displayed a spirit of unselfish giving that's greatly benefited their community. Winners will receive 4 tickets to a home game this season, where they will also be recognized on the field. Nominate someone for their commitment to community today by visiting georgiapower.com/sports. Again, that's georgiapower.com/sports.
When you are the official sponsor of the comeback, adding a few feet to a drive matters.
First down.
So does shaving 1/10 of a second off a lap. Top-rated surgery, physical therapy, and motion analysis by the sports medicine team at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta helps young athletes not only prevent injuries, but heal faster and return stronger, ready to win. Our more than 25 orthopedic and sports medicine locations are ready to assist your athlete's comeback. To learn more, visit choa.org/sportsmed.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
And now, another AT&T Word of the Day. Today's word? Slocation. Definition: an area where AT&T advertises up to 50 megs of internet speed, but they can only sell you as low as 10 megs depending on where you live. Let's hear it in a sentence.
AT&T advertised internet with speeds up to 50 megs, but they only offered 10 megs in my location. Sorry, my slow-cation. Signing up with AT&T was a big meg mistake. I am megserable. Because the megs, get it? No, I should have stuck with location.
Yeah. Let us handle the vocabulary around here. Slocation. Know it so you know how to avoid it. Don't fall for AT&T. Xfinity delivers the fastest, most reliable internet. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store to switch today.
Dynamite. Scott Howard, Eric Zier, and Hondo back in New Orleans, getting ready to say goodnight. We're talking to our producer, Zach Jewell, who went to Providence. And there are going to be a few people out there who will recognize the name when I said, do you know who Jimmy Walker is? And what did you say, Mr. Howard?
I said Dynamite.
Dynamite, yeah, not J.J. Walker. Jimmy Walker, great, one of the best college basketball players of the 60s. Played at Providence. All right, we'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Bulldog Sports Network. Regions Bank is a proud sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs and the official bank of the SEC and the sponsor of this show. And this is our last one for the year. Why don't we check those hard to stop the final game stats presented by Train. It's hard to stop a train. Okay. Georgia tonight with 20 first downs, Texas with 20 first downs. Net yards rushing, Texas $178. The Dogs with only 72. The Dogs average 2.4 yards per carry on the ground. Total offense, Texas with 355, Georgia with 296. And the fourth quarter time of possession, that's really where you see, Eric, as you were saying, the final score of 28-21 wasn't indicative of how Texas really had us by the back of our necks for most of the game. 11, almost 12 minutes of total of time of possession there in the fourth quarter for Texas, when they really were just letting the clock run out and controlling the ball. And Tom Herman took the foot off the gas, what may have been a 35-14 game had he really pushed it there at the end. Looking at our individual rushing stats, Elijah Holyfield, the leading rusher tonight, 12 carries for 62 yards. Brian Herrien had 4 for 17. DeAndre Swift stifled 8 carries, 12 yards. Jake Fromm was 21 of 35 passing with 3 TD passes, 1 to Herrien, 1 to Mecole Hardman, and 1 to DeAndre Swift. 1 interception for Jake Fromm, our leading receiver. Riley Ridley, 5 catches for 61, and DeAndre had 5 for 30 yards and that TD. Gentlemen, final thoughts.
Georgia, under Kirby Smart, has failed to rush for 100 yards in 4 games in his 3 seasons. We're 0-4 in those 4 games, so it's obvious that Georgia needs to run the football to have success. They were unable to do that tonight. And you see what the result was. We just couldn't run the football. And Kirby talked about that with Chuck and on the podium after the game. But Texas did a good job of stuffing our run, and if you can do that with Georgia, you've got a good shot of beating the Bulldogs.
Yeah, no question about that. You know, I walk away from this game obviously disappointed with the way that we played. Texas came in and played a fantastic football game, dominated it from the opening whistle throughout the entire game. But I also walk out of here feeling very good and optimistic about the program that we have. We have elevated ourselves 2 years in a row to be in the national conversation with the talent that we have coming back that should continue, assuming we continue to work hard and get better every single day. We are a program on the rise, and one that the entire Bulldog Nation should be excited about.
Well, you guys did a terrific job again this year. You are, I've been in the radio business for more than 40 years. Yes, I started before I was born. And you guys are as great a play-by-play team, radio play-by-play team, as I've ever heard. And congratulations for another super year, Scott and Eric. Scott, have a great time with basketball. We'll all be listening.
Yeah, Saturday at Tennessee, SEC opener.
All right.
3:30.
Fantastic. And Eric, good luck keeping those kids healthy.
Yes, sir.
And,
yes, sir.
And you guys have a great year, okay?
Thanks,
good.
Otto.
Very good. Yeah, very good. Thanks to all of you out there for listening tonight. Georgia finishes the season 11-3 with the loss to Texas. Texas wrapped things up as a 10-4 team. As Scott mentioned earlier, the first 4-loss team ever to win the Sugar Bowl. Georgia loses at 28-21. Jeff Dantzler and Kevin Butler standing by to take your calls next on Dog Talk Postgame, driven by BMW. Before we sign off for the season, I want you to take out a piece of paper and a pen and write down this information, because you'll want it soon enough, all right? December 28th, 2019. That is the date for the college football playoff semifinals for next year. The games will be played in Atlanta in the Peach Bowl and in Arizona in the Fiesta. The national championship game will take place on Monday, January 13th, 2020. We will see you back here in New Orleans on that night. Obviously, we will talk to you before those dates, right? Starting August 31st of this year, when Coach Kirby Smart leads the red and black out of the West End. Oh, we're not at Sanford Stadium. We're starting in Nashville. Hot dog up in Nashville. That's right, for the season opener and SEC opener versus Vanderbilt. Until then, wishing you and yours a happy, healthy, safe New Year. For Tony Schiavone, our producer-engineer, Chris Schiavone, my co-spotter, Jay Black, our statistician, Zach Jewell in the Bulldog Studios, our play-by-play team of Scott Howard, Eric Zier, and Chuck Dowdle. This is Neil Hondo Williamson. God bless you, good luck, and go Dogs.